Sword God Chapter 3332 to Chapter 3366. Darkwing Demon Emperor sensed that something was amiss after the primordial ice demon god's avatar had escaped. He immediately unfurled a pair of dark wings behind his back. With a violent flap, he turned into a ray of dark flowing light and flew towards the spacetime teleportation formation with extreme speed. Run! If even the clone of the primordial ice demon had managed to escape, Lin Fan would definitely die if he did not make a run for it. He did not want to die. The other top demon kings were at a loss at first. Then, they came to their senses and flew towards the spacetime teleportation formation at an astonishing speed. At this time, they had to escape. Only by escaping could they survive. As for whether they would be punished or not, that would have to wait until they escaped. Chen Zong did not chase after them because he did not have the strength to. The secret sword god's descent that he had used was the result of comprehending the sword principle origin of the universe in the god's origin house on the divine planet. It was the culmination of the essence of his own sword principle. Just this sword alone was the pinnacle and the strongest. The execution of this sword strike came from the heart. Under the deep level of the purity and tranquility of the heart, it drew out all the strength in the body and even stimulated the potential to condense into an extremely powerful force. Then, it was executed and swung that sword strike. It was a sword move that could freeze, stop, and solidify time and space. Chen Zong's strength was instantly depleted when he unleashed this attack. This meant that he would not be able to attack for a short period of time, let alone chase after Yi Qingyu. Otherwise, Chen Zong would not have let the ancient frost demon god's clone escape. Instead, he would have chased after it and killed it to obtain 5 million battle achievements. That was an astonishing amount of battle achievements. It was a pity that it had escaped. However, if the heavenly will sword had recovered to the level of a semi-divine weapon, then the sword god's descent would have been enough to kill the ancient frost demon god's clone. However, Chen Zong did not regret using the world core fragment on the great sword realm. The heart of chaos origin continued to circulate. The 9 great void acupoints were connected to his body. The Chaos Origin heart force that was depleted was regenerated and recovered at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the depleted essence, spirit, will, spirit force, and so on were also rapidly recovered. His will heavenly sword moved, and though he did not seem to be moving, he slashed out hundreds of times. Every strike was incredibly fast, and they cut through the air, destroying all the nodes of the teleportation matrix. In this way, the demon-human race would no longer be able to use the spacetime teleportation array to reach Beacon Smoke Cosmic City, eliminating the possibility of powerful reinforcements arriving. After all, the demon tribe had 3 gods' avatars, and the eternal ice demon god avatar was only one of them. If there was another demon god avatar, he would not be a match for it. Although Sword God's descent was very powerful, he could only use it once in a short period of time. He needed enough time to recover and let his mind recover completely before he could use it again. A sudden change occurred. In the void behind Chen Zong, layers of ripples spread out. A dark demonic hand suddenly appeared and pointed at Chen Zong. That finger was silent, but it was extremely terrifying, as if it could shatter stars. Under that finger, the void was incomparably condensed and shattered in an instant, directly hitting Chen Zong's back. Chen Zong's body was immediately hit and shattered, but it was only an afterimage. In a short period of time, Chen Zong's Chaos Origin heart force and other powers had partially recovered, and he had enough strength to fight again. Avoiding the Black Sky Devil Emperor's attack, Chen Zong, his sword slashed through the air. This sword did not look fast at all, as if it was moving in slow motion. The long sword in his hand stabbed out, but it contained an extremely terrifying force. The sword momentum was as vigorous and domineering as an ancient mountain, as wild and fierce as a star, and also had a kind of monstrous force that overflowed the sea. As the sword stabbed out, the void in front of it seemed to be completely sealed and solidified. That sword carried an extremely terrifying sword force, pushing forward layer by layer into the void. It kept going deeper and deeper, stabbing towards the Black Sky Devil Emperor's hiding place. When he was fighting with the avatar of the primordial ice demon god, Chen Zong had already locked onto the Black Sky Devil Emperor's hiding place. However, the avatar of the primordial ice demon god was very powerful, so Chen Zong could not be distracted. Now, the Black Sky Devil Emperor did not take the opportunity to escape, but instead wanted to deal with him. He was really reckless. If he had taken the opportunity to escape, Chenzong could not do anything. Unfortunately, the Black Sky Devil Emperor probably thought that Chenzong was exhausted after dealing with the avatar of the primordial ice demon god and was at his weakest. If he took the opportunity to kill him, it would be a great achievement. After weighing the pros and cons, the Black Sky Devil Emperor could not resist the temptation and attacked. Now, Chenzong took the opportunity to counterattack. The sword stabbed into the depths of the void and directly pierced the Black Sky Devil Emperor. As the sword chi raged, it began to destroy the Black Sky Devil Emperor's body, consuming his cultivation power. The second sword. All things in heaven and earth returned to ruins. The sword that was filled with the power of annihilation pierced through the void and directly hit the Black Sky Devil Emperor's body. Even if his cultivation had not fully recovered, it would not affect Chenzong's strength. It would only affect his ability to fight for a long time. Only when the energy required to use the ultimate move exceeded the amount of energy he had left, would the power of the ultimate move be reduced. Under the absolute difference in strength, the Black Sky Devil Emperor could not avoid Chenzong's heart sword bloodline even if he had mastered the mysteries of the Space Tao. Run, the Black Sky Devil Emperor finally realized that the situation was far from good. He immediately wanted to escape, flying in the depths of the void. This was his ultimate escape technique. Relying on this technique, he had evaded countless powerful enemies, avoided countless dangers, and escaped death countless times. But this time it was ineffective. He was directly locked on by Chenzong. Locked on by the powerful perception of the heart sword bloodline, he had nowhere to run. Chase and escape. Sword after sword shuttled through the void, invisible and untouchable. It was like an undercurrent at the bottom of a calm sea, surging violently and boundlessly. The sword chi in the Black Sky Devil Emperor's body surged endlessly, constantly consuming his cultivation. The lower his cultivation, the harder it was for the Black Sky Devil Emperor to escape. A sword beheaded the Black Sky Devil Emperor and picked out his devil soul. Under the impact of the tyrannical power, the Black Sky Devil Emperor was unable to self-destruct his devil soul. Chenzong could not help but smile. The Smoke Beacon Universe City could be considered to have been recovered. He only needed to repair the space-time teleportation array and reconnect it with the space-time temple in the Primal Chaos City. The Black Sky Devil Emperor was also killed. As for the demon humans in the Smoke Beacon Universe City, they had already realized that something was wrong and fled. However, Chenzong did not plan to let them go. The 1,000-star extreme breaking sword appeared again, splitting into 1,000 sword lights that pierced through the void, killing as many demon humans as possible. The 1,000-star extreme breaking sword was no longer Chenzong's strongest move, but it was still very useful. The formation plate appeared and landed on the spacetime teleportation array that had been damaged and began to repair it. Chenzong also killed a portion of the demon humans, but some of them still managed to escape. After rescuing the enslaved humans and primal race, Chenzong guarded the spacetime teleportation array that was being repaired. While recovering his strength, he also sorted out his gains. Originally, I had 150,000 battle merits. Recovering the Smoke Beacon Universe City would give me 200,000, and killing the Black Sky Devil Emperor would give me 500,000. I still need 150,000 battle merits. Chenzong thought to himself. Unfortunately, the Demon Emperor who had been guarding the Smoke Beacon Universe City had escaped. Otherwise, killing him would be enough for 1 million battle merits. However, it should not be difficult to obtain 150,000 battle merits. At the very least, guarding the Sky Mirror Universe City for 15 years would allow him to accumulate 150,000 battle merits. Sometimes, 15 years was not a long time. Of course, it would be a good thing if he could obtain it earlier. In addition, the giant core of the Star Destroyer Giant Emperor and the demon soul of the Black Sky Devil Emperor were both at the ultimate level and were extremely valuable. For those who had mastered the giant bloodline and the demon human's bloodline, they were extremely attractive. Chenzong did not plan to keep them. He wanted to sell them and exchange them for other things. For example, the pure source bloodline. He believed that the giant core of the Star Destroyer Giant Emperor and the demon soul of the Black Sky Devil Emperor would be enough to exchange for a large amount of the pure source bloodline. The pure source bloodline could allow Xianxia and Qianxia to increase the level of their bloodline, thus increasing their strength and potential. It could also be placed in the Taihao Mountain for the elders and disciples of the Taihao Mountain to exchange for. The space-time transfer array was repaired and reconnected. Immediately, the Holy War Primal Chaos City mobilized troops to take over the Universe City and guard it. As for the enslaved humans and primordial races, Qianzong did not need to care about them. There would naturally be people who would take care of them. Leaving through the space-time transfer array and returning to the Holy War Primal Chaos City, Qianzong turned in 2 missions and obtained battle merits. Then, he exchanged the giant core of the Star Destroyer Giant Emperor and the demon soul of the Black Sky Devil Emperor. The value of the giant core and the demon soul was much higher than the peak bloodline. After all, the probability of breaking through to the Great Emperor realm after fusing with the peak bloodline was much lower than the probability of obtaining the inheritance from the giant core, the demon soul, or even the heavenly soul. Especially the stronger the giant core, demon soul, and heavenly soul, the better the inheritance. If the bloodline was compatible, then breaking through to the Great Emperor realm was only a matter of time. It could be said that the giant core of the Star Destroyer Giant Emperor and the demon soul of the Black Sky Devil Emperor, as long as they were used properly, there was a chance that the humans and primordial races would have 2 more Great Emperors. Even if they were just ordinary Great Emperors in the end, they would still be Great Emperors. 2 more Great Emperors would undoubtedly increase the strength of the humans and primordial races. This was the first time they had obtained such a high-level giant core and demon soul. Therefore, the Holy War Union decided to let Qianzong choose one of the 2 options. The first option was to exchange the giant core and demon soul for 5,000 pure bloodline origins. The second option was to exchange the giant core and demon soul for 1,000 pure bloodline origins. Furthermore, Qianzong would be rewarded with an additional 200,000 battle merits. Without any hesitation, Qianzong chose the second option and received 2,000 pure bloodline origins and 200,000 battle merits. Now, his accumulated battle merits had reached 1,050,000. It was time to exchange. Qianzong used 1,000,000 battle merits to exchange for the Quasi-Regalia longsword. The sword was pitch black in color. It looked like a normal sword in terms of length, width, and thickness. However, it was heavier than a normal sword. The arc of the blade was shocking and extremely sharp. This sword was called the Black Emperor. The Black Monarch sword was a pseudo-regalia. It was heavy, sharp, and powerful. It wasn't inferior to the Heavenly Will sword. However, the Heavenly Will sword was more suitable for him because it was one with him. The Black Monarch sword couldn't compare to the Heavenly Will sword. The Black Monarch sword was handed over to the Incarnation. With the Black Monarch sword in hand, the Avatar's strength had increased significantly. It was strong enough to fight against an ultimate Great Emperor. For a short period of time, it was enough to defend a universe city. After all, there were only 3 peak Great Emperors in the human race and the origin race before Qianzong's appearance. Qianzong was the 4th peak Great Emperor, and this clone could be considered the 5th peak Great Emperor to some extent. The Incarnation continued to guard the Heavenly Mirror Universe City to prevent the Heavenly Human Tribe from invading. The original body went to the Heaven-shooting Chaos City and gave 1,000 bloodline origins to Xianxia and Qianxia. Each received 500. The other 1,000 were placed in the Taihao Sword Realm's Taihao Mountains treasury. The elders and disciples could exchange for them with their contributions to the sect. Inside the Taihao Sword Realm, the elders and disciples of the Taihao Mountain were busy with construction. They worked hard to build the mountain gate, palace, cave abodes, and so on. First, they built the basics. Then, they would consider the layout of the formation and so on. Qianzong felt very satisfied when he saw how enthusiastic the elders and disciples were and how they were fully invested in the construction. At this rate, the mountain gate of the Taihao Mountain would be completed soon. Then, it would be time to set up the array formation. Even in the Taihao Sword Realm, the array formation was still necessary. It had to be one that could gather Yuan Qi, one that could refine Yuan Qi, one that could suppress aura, one that could isolate energy waves, and so on. At the same time, the Deity Fighting Union held an emergency meeting. The 3 great races also held an emergency meeting. The main topic of the meeting was the unparalleled God Jiandi of the human race. Every time he attacked, he was more terrifying than the last. This was the fourth time he attacked, and he conquered the Beacon Smoke Universe City. Well, conquering a universal city was no longer a huge shock to them. Even killing an ultimate demon emperor would only shock them. However, they had already killed the ultimate demon emperor before, so the shock was still limited. However, this time, it was a demonic god's avatar. The primordial ice demon god's clone had personally taken action against the unparalleled god Xianxia of the human race. This news could not be kept under wraps. The avatar of the ancient frigid ice demon, wielding the ancient frigid ice divine halberd, had failed to kill Xianxia. Instead, he had been pushed back. Other than the eternal ice demon god's avatar and Shenzong himself, only the Darkwing Demon Emperor and the Black Sky Demon Emperor knew how powerful Shenzong's ultimate attack was. However, the Black Sky Devil Emperor was already done for. The Darkwing Devil Emperor had only seen it through the round light mirror, so he couldn't feel it clearly. Moreover, this information would be sealed off. The demon-human race wouldn't release the news that the eternal ice demon god's clone was injured by the unparalleled divine sword emperor of the human race. It would be very embarrassing if word got out. However, no matter what, the news that Xianxia had taken on the primordial ice demon god's avatar, pushed him back, and conquered Beacon Smoke Universe City caused a great shock. Conquering Beacon Smoke Universe City and then defending against the primordial ice demon god's avatar was different from defending against the primordial ice demon god's avatar before conquering Beacon Smoke Universe City. Uproar, a great uproar. The 7 founding elders of the Deity Fighting Alliance were all excited. I knew it, I knew it. Eldery jumped up and down like an old monkey. He was so excited that he couldn't calm down at all. This meant that from now on, the human race would have the power to fight against the avatars of the gods of the 3 great races. Even though there was only one unparalleled god Xianxia, there had never been one before this. Between having one and not having one, it was a qualitative change from nothing to something. It was a kind of transcendence and improvement in nature. The 3 great races all had gods' avatars. Although the gods' avatars wouldn't directly attack the human race and the origin race's territories for certain reasons, the presence of the gods' avatars would always be a great threat. However, the human race and the origin race had no such threat. Now, there was finally an expert who could take on the gods' avatar head-on. The human race was fortunate. Speaking of which, the origin race was very envious. Although the human race and the origin race had the same ancestor, there was a difference now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a distinction between the human race and the origin race. The atmosphere between the celestial race and the giant race was very tense. The human race's unparalleled god Xianxia was able to take on and even defeat the primordial ice demon's avatar. Of course, as gods' avatars, they knew very well that once they left their headquarters, they would gradually be rejected by the universe. This was especially true in the case of a battle. The more intense the battle, the faster the rejection would occur. The primordial ice demon's avatar might have been defeated not because he was weaker, but because he was rejected by the universe's origin energy after a long period of time. He had no choice but to retreat. Even so, this indirectly proved that the human race's unparalleled god Xianxia possessed the power of a god's avatar. This level of power was enough to suppress the giant emperors and heavenly venerables. Once they encountered him, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would die. What a headache! The celestial race and the giant race felt an unusual headache. According to the current situation, if the human race's unparalleled god Xianxia were to make a move, no one would be able to resist him unless it was a god's avatar. In other words, if the unparalleled god Xianxia wanted to conquer a city, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would succeed. This person must die. The celestial race's divine mountain's avatar said angrily. The primordial ice demon's avatar couldn't do anything to him. This means that the human race's unparalleled god Xianxia can at least take on a god's avatar. The divine sea's divine mountain's avatar said in a low voice, if we want to get rid of him, we have to join forces. If the 3 divine mountains' avatars joined forces and used all their strength, they might not be able to kill him. Moreover, there was only one chance because God's avatars wouldn't easily make a move. If they wanted to make a move, they had to go all out. Otherwise, they would end up like the demon race. Not only would they fail to kill the opponent, but they would also strengthen the opponent's power. The three Divine Mountains avatars of the giant race were also thinking of a countermeasure. The giant race's physique was indeed tyrannical and their strength was astonishing. Relatively speaking, they weren't good at, or rather, didn't like to think. The solution to problems was often power. However, this didn't mean that the giant race was brainless. In the demon race's base camp, the three Divine Mountains avatars were all present. However, the primordial ice demon's avatar's aura was relatively weak and a little chaotic. First, he used all his strength to display the primordial ice prison. In the end, the primordial ice prison was broken. Then, he was hit by Qianzong's sword god descent. As the sword chi raged, he was severely injured. Moreover, he was rejected by the universe's origin. Although such injuries wouldn't affect the primordial ice demon's avatar's normal movements, for a period of time, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The primordial ice demon's avatar didn't have much battle power to speak of. He could only obediently stay in the demon race's base camp. The Mahakala demon's avatar and the Eternal Darkness demon's avatar looked extremely dignified. What the primordial ice demon's avatar said shocked them. One sword had injured the primordial ice demon's avatar and broken the primordial ice prison. What kind of amazing power was that? This wasn't what the celestial race and the giant race had guessed. He just barely had the strength of a god's avatar. He truly had the strength of a god's avatar. Barely having the strength of a god's avatar and truly having it were two completely different concepts. Therefore, the Mahakala demon's avatar and the Eternal Darkness demon's avatar were so depressed. The primordial ice demon's avatar was the weakest among them. However, it wouldn't be easy for them to deal with the primordial ice demon's avatar who had displayed the primordial ice prison. In short, it was certain that they wouldn't be able to do better than the invincible god Xianxia of the human race. Heavy, their hearts were extremely heavy. This meant that they had to change their strategy. They couldn't take the initiative to attack the human race's territory. Otherwise, if they provoked the invincible god Xianxia, they would be slaughtered. As for whether the two demons' avatars could kill him, it was unknown. Just as the three strong tribes were having a headache because of Qianzong received a message from the elders of the deities' fighting league. The demigod had summoned him. When Qianzong received the message, he was slightly taken aback. He immediately went over. Since the demigod had summoned him, he had to go even if he didn't want to. Moreover, Qianzong had no intention of avoiding it. Since he was summoned, there was no harm in meeting him. Qianzong met the demigod, and the demigod met Qianzong. Stunned, slightly stunned. This was because the demigod was the person who had appeared in the last stage of the Thousand Kills Tower in the ancient reflection palace of the ancient reflection god dynasty. The person named Gu Zhen had given Qianzong an ancient region token. Demigod Gu Zhen. Qianzong greets Lord Gu Zhen. Qianzong immediately saluted with his sword. So it's you. Gu Zhen was slightly stunned when he saw Qianzong. He immediately smiled and said, "No need for formalities. Have a seat." After Qianzong saluted with his sword again, he sat down on the table in front of Gu Zhen. There was a table between them. Gu Zhen immediately waved his hand and a wine pot and wine cup appeared out of thin air. "This is divine wine. Have a taste," Gu Zhen said with a smile. Gu Zhen smiled. His attitude towards Qianzong was not condescending at all. Instead, he treated Qianzong as an equal. "Thank you, Lord." Qianzong replied as he held up the wine cup. He first sniffed it lightly. A wisp of elegant wine fragrance wafted into his nose. Immediately, Qianzong felt refreshed and his mind became clearer. The moment he swallowed it, the wine was sweet and refreshing. As it became mellow, it seemed to possess some kind of spirituality as it swam endlessly in his mouth. A feeling of fullness lingered. When he swallowed it again, it turned into a clear stream that spread out, and a refreshing feeling filled every part of his body. His entire body felt comfortable and light as if he was an immortal. It was as if he had removed all the dust and baggage from his body. His spirit became clearer, and even his divine will was unknowingly tempered and improved. Qianzong faintly sensed that his divine will had indeed strengthened. However, it wasn't by much, only a small amount. Qianzong's divine will was already extremely powerful, far surpassing those at the same cultivation level. It was incomparably difficult for him to raise his divine will, and it was impossible for him to raise his divine will with just a cup of wine. The fact that it could slightly improve his divine decree was enough to show how amazing the wine was. No wonder it was called a divine brew. The second cup was still effective. The third cup was still effective. However, the fourth cup was no longer effective. It was a pity, but Xianxia also understood that nothing could be improved indefinitely. There was always a limit. In other words, this divine brew was actually not very useful to demigod realm powerhouses. At best, it was a decent wine. However, for those below the demigod realm, especially those who weren't as strong as Xianxia, it was quite effective. We were all very surprised to hear about the unparalleled god Jiandi, Guzhan said with a smile. I didn't expect it to be you. I have to thank Lord Guzhan for giving me the ancient region token, Xianxia replied with a smile. Although his strength didn't completely come from the void concealment technique and was only a part of it, the void concealment technique was indeed very useful to him. To put it simply, if Xianxia had not used the concealing energy of the void technique to open up the void acupoint and greatly increase the power of his Hunyuan heart, he would not have been able to withstand the explosion of the king-level ancient divine sword armor with just his Hunyuan heart force alone. He would have been exhausted in a short time and would not have been able to escape from the eternal darkness demon god's avatar. What would happen if he couldn't escape? In short, it wouldn't be a good ending. If that was the case, there would be no future. Perhaps it wasn't that absolute, but it did have a lot to do with it. The ancient region token was originally the final reward of the 1,000 kills pagoda. You were able to pass the final stage of the 1,000 kills pagoda and receive the reward. The Guzhan demigod smiled and did not claim credit for this. The three foreign races all have divine avatars and are very strong. They are eyeing us from three sides and are a great threat to us. Your appearance is a great surprise to us. Master Guzhan, why do the three foreign tribes have gods' clones but we don't? Xianxia asked the question that was bothering him. Xianxia had always wondered why the human race and the origin race didn't have divine avatars protecting them. It wasn't as if there weren't demigods among the humans and the origin races. It was entirely possible for them to create divine clones to oversee their territories. That way, they would be able to better defend against the attacks and invasions of the three foreign races, and they wouldn't lose so many cities. Of course we can create divine clones, the Guzhan demigod said calmly. Guzhan said unhurriedly, it's just that creating a god's avatar consumes a lot of energy. In the future, I'll need to recover my energy. If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the three foreign races have invaded, and the ancient demons are taking advantage of this opportunity to attack our territories. The difference between them and the three foreign races is that the three foreign races only have gods' avatars, and they don't have true demigods. However, the ancient demons have demigods. When Xianxia heard this, his thoughts turned and he slowly sorted it out. Currently, there are 8 demigods among the human race and the origin race, the Guzhan demigod said. 8. Xianxia was shocked when he heard that. 8 demigods, it sounded like a lot. As long as they were sent out, the 3 foreign races would be wiped out immediately. It would be impossible for them to invade. Unfortunately, they couldn't. The ancient demons have 3 demigods, and the celestial demons have 3 demigods. The Guzhan demigod said solemnly, this is what we know. As for whether there are more hidden forces, we don't know yet. After all, the 3 races are quite different from the human race and the origin race. Speaking of which, they can be considered as life forms of the prehistoric universe era. The current chaotic universe is the most complicated universe era, the Guzhan demigod said. Ancient true half-god explained to Xianxia about the nature of the universe. Most of the pre-ancient universe epics are simple. For example, the ancient god universe epic, the celestial universe epic, the devil-man universe epic, and the giant universe epic. This was considered a secret. Xianxia had never heard of it before, so he listened attentively. For example, the ancient gods universe era belonged to the ancient gods. Of course, there were other life forms besides the ancient gods, but the ancient gods were in an absolute position. The main characters of the Celestial Universe era were the Celestial race, the main characters of the Demon Man Universe era were the Demon Man Universe era, and the main characters of the Giant Universe era were the Giant Universe era. For such a pure universe epic, its origin would have an even greater rejection of foreign races. However, the chaotic universe was different. It was a more complicated universe era. The birth of the chaotic universe was actually closely related to the previous universe era. The previous universe era was a broken universe era. As time passed, according to the natural laws of the universe, it would eventually die out. Only after it had completely died out would a new universe era be born. The birth of the chaotic universe was due to the previous broken universe era being forcefully destroyed, which accelerated the process of dying out. However, during the process of dying out, it was pushed by the universe era's will, which changed it and started to merge in the process of dying out. Therefore, the current chaotic universe was actually a partial continuation of the previous broken universe era. All in all, the situation was very complicated. The ancient true demigod couldn't explain it clearly to Qianzong. Or rather, with Qianzong's current realm, he couldn't really understand and pry into the mysteries of the chaotic universe era. He could only hear the general idea. The current chaotic universe was a mixed universe era. It allowed many races to thrive in it. There was no such thing as a main character. Any race could become the main character of this universe era as long as they were strong enough. It was also because of the uniqueness of the chaotic universe that the three foreign races were able to enter without suffering too much rejection. The ancient demon race wanted to dominate this universe era and turn it into the ancient demon universe era. The ancient demon race and the divine demon race were the same. It wasn't that the smaller races didn't have the same idea. However, they didn't have enough strength and ambition. They needed to have enough strength to match their ambition. The ancient demon race, and the divine demon race wanted the universe era to be more chaotic. That way, they would have a greater chance to gain benefits. Therefore, their demigods restrained the 8 demigods of the human race and the origin race. As a result, they couldn't split themselves to deal with the 3 powerful races that had descended from the fragment worlds of the previous universe era. This was a headache for the 8 demigods of the human race and the origin race. Communication with the ancient demon race and the other 2 races was useless. With the demigods of the ancient demon race and the other 2 races eyeing them covetously, the demigods of the human race and the origin race had to keep an eye on them to prevent any accidents from happening. It was easy for a demigod to destroy a universe city. It was even easy for them to destroy a chaos city. This way, the 3 foreign races could enter the chaos city. Within the chaotic universe, they launched attacks on the human race and the origin race. They kept invading, causing the human race and the origin race to be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Qianzong appeared and displayed shocking strength. It was as if he could sweep through everything. Now, he was a great deterrent to the 3 foreign races. Because of this, the demigods discussed and decided to send an avatar to summon Qianzong. The avatar would not have much power, so it would not affect the demigod's strength. It was different from the avatar of a god. What do you need? Demigod Guzhen asked. After the 8 demigods discussed, they decided to give Qianzong some rewards. But what rewards? Not all rewards were suitable for Qianzong, so they had to ask Qianzong what he needed. After hearing Demigod Guzhen's question, Qianzong did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. What did he need? The core of an ancient demon demigod or ancient demon demigod, the core of a world fragment, or the world tree. After thinking about it, Qianzong immediately answered. This was an important treasure that was related to the recovery and upgrade of the Heavenly Will Sword. It was also an important treasure for the construction of the Taihao Sword realm. After hearing Qianzong's words, Guzhen's eyes widened. Then, he fell silent. This was an exorbitant demand, even a demigod would not be able to take out those 3 treasures easily. I happen to have a world core fragment. I can give it to you. Demigod Guzhen pondered for a moment and said, as for the ancient demon demigod and ancient demon demigod's origin, I don't have it. As for the world tree, I don't have it either. Thank you, sir. Qianzong was delighted. It was not bad to get a world core fragment. At least, there was hope for the Heavenly Will Sword to be restored to a demigod weapon. As long as the Heavenly Will Sword was restored to a demigod weapon, he would be able to increase his strength. What else do you need? Gu Zhen asked again. Clearly, it was just a world core fragment. It was not enough for the demigods to value it. The ancient region token. Chen Zong said immediately. The ancient region token? Gu Zhen pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll give you 8 ancient region tokens. Chen Zong's eyes widened. 8 tokens. Originally, he thought it would be good to get 2 or 3 tokens. Now, he could get 8. That was amazing. Thank you, sir. Chen Zong bowed again. No need to. Be so courteous. Gu Zhen smiled. I'm here as a clone. I don't have any treasures with me. The 8 ancient region tokens and the world core fragment will be sent to you when the time comes. Go. Guard the territory of the human clan well and resist the invasion of the other clans, Gu Zhen said. Chen Zong saluted with his sword for the last time. The ancient true demigod's incarnation rapidly faded and eventually disappeared. He left. Chen Zong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. There was an indescribable excitement in his heart that was like a surging tide. There were a total of 8 ancient region medallions. Each medallion allowed one to enter the ancestral land once. One medallion represented 1 opportunity. 8 medallions represented 8 opportunities. 8 extraordinary opportunities. In addition, as long as he got the world core fragment, he could give it to the Heavenly Will Sword to devour. Then, the Heavenly Will Sword would be restored and break its current shackles. It would be promoted from a demigod weapon to a demigod weapon. Its power would increase greatly. Heaven shoot Chaos City. Xianxia and Chen were sparring with the sword, while Chen Zong watched from the side. He pointed out where they were lacking and asked them to improve. Xianxia and Chen both knew that the demigod had summoned them. However, Chen Zong did not tell them that the demigod Gu Zhen wanted to give them a world core fragment and 8 ancient region medallions because they were not in his possession yet. Chen Zong wouldn't be so sure that he would succeed if he didn't get what he wanted or if he hadn't executed it yet. However, Chen Zong was still filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to the moment the world core fragment and ancient region medallion were delivered to him. Time passed slowly. A few days later, Chen Zong had calmed down. He had also obtained the world core fragment and 8 ancient region medallions as he wished. Apart from that, the demigod Gu Zhen had also gifted him 3 jars of divine wine. Each jar was about 5 kilograms. Chen Zong quickly divided them into 5 jars. In the secret room, Chen Zong looked at the world core fragment and the 8 ancient region medallions that looked exactly the same. He could not help but smile. However, he was no longer as excited. With a quick thought, Chen Zong began to think about how to use these treasures. There were 2 ways to use the world core fragment. One was to fuse it with the Taihao Sword Realm. This would allow the Taihao Sword Realm to expand and strengthen once more. However, Chen Zong had already fused the world core fragment with the Taihao Sword Realm last time. This time, he would choose the second method, which was to let the Heavenly Will Sword devour it. This would allow the Heavenly Will Sword to recover its power and become a demigod weapon again. As for the 8 ancient region medallions, Chen Zong did not plan to hide them. He wanted to use them. He would give 1 to Xianxia, 1 to Chenin, and 1 to the War Demon. He would use at least 1, so there were 4 left. For ancient region medallions represented 4 opportunities to enter the ancestral land. He could keep them for now. Perhaps he could place 1 in the Taihao Mountain as an important reward. In short, he would use 4 for now and keep the other 4. Who knew when they would come in handy? Chen Zong gave 1 ancient region medallion and a few jars of divine wine to Xianxia and Chenin. He also told them about the ancestral land and the things they needed to pay attention to after entering the ancestral land. After Xianxia and Chenin heard this, they were very surprised and excited. Then, Chen Zong went to look for the War Demon. The War Demon had another name now. It was called the War Demon Emperor. Yes, during the 100 years Chen Zong spent cultivating on the Great Divine King's realm's divine planet, the War Demon had finally broken through its shackles and reached the Transcendent Saint realm, becoming a great emperor. It was one of the few great emperors outside of the three great divine dynasties. However, it was only an ordinary great emperor. The war demon was guarding a universal city called the 100 Battles Universal City. Qianzong finally arrived at the 100 Battles Universal City after several teleportations. This was the first time Qianzong had seen the war demon after returning from the great divine king's realm's divine planet. He had been in too much of a hurry and had been carrying out missions to earn battle merits. Only now did he have time. Today, the war devil wasn't wearing the ghost mask. His familiar face was cold and stern. He didn't like to smile, but he had an indescribable aura. Long time no see. Qianzong smiled when he saw the war demon. Long time no see. A smile appeared on the war demon's cold face. You've been in the limelight recently. The three great alien races are terrified by your name. Haha. Qianzong laughed. He had known the war demon for a long time. They used to be enemies. Later, their grudges were settled. When they met again, they were no longer enemies. Qianzong had an indescribable feeling in his heart. This is a godly brew. Lord Demigod Guzhan gave it to me. Qianzong waved his hand and a wine jar appeared. In that case, let's have a toast. The war demon's eyes lit up. Godly brew. A godly brew given by a Lord Demigod. It meant a lot. As the guardian of a universal city and a great emperor, the war demon only needed to give an order and someone immediately prepared the dishes to go with the wine. Qianzong, this is my disciple. The war demon pointed at the girl who had prepared the dishes and smiled. Disciple. Qianzong was stunned. He couldn't believe that someone like the war demon would accept a disciple. Moreover, the disciple was a girl. She had a baby face. She looked like she wouldn't grow up. Her body wasn't strong at all. Instead, she looked weak. Qianzong knew that the war devil's Tao of cultivation was the Tao of battle. It was the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique, which it had learned a long time ago. Although it had cultivated other cultivation methods, in the end, they were all in service of the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. It was used to constantly improve the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique and walk its own Tao of cultivation. The 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique was a berserk battle technique, a 100 battle technique, a fierce battle technique. The more one fought, the braver one became, and the more one fought, the stronger one became. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem like something a weak baby-faced girl would master. However, with his super keen perception, Qianzong was still able to feel a strong power from the girl's seemingly weak body. It was like a volcano that was holding back. If he looked down on the girl from her appearance, he would probably suffer a loss. Ling Luo, this is the unparalleled god Jiandi that you worship. The war demon introduced Qianzong to his disciple. Unparalleled god Jiandi. The young girl, Ling Luo, immediately cried out in surprise. Her clear eyes on her baby face widened and seemed to emit endless light that was incomparably blazing. It really is you. Ling Luo's voice was full of excitement. Her hands seemed to be trembling. She was too excited. Recently, the unparalleled god Jiandi's fame had spread far and wide. No one could compare to him. Ling Luo worshipped him from the bottom of her heart. She had thought that one day, she would be able to fight side by side with him. She didn't expect that she would be able to see the unparalleled god Jiandi with her own eyes at such a close distance. Moreover, she had prepared a table of dishes for him. The war demon was smiling at the side. Did you learn your master's knife skills? Qianzong asked with a chuckle. Senior, I'm practicing fist skills. Ling Luo raised her fist excitedly. The war demon's entire life was based on the Jiutian Shidi Earth's battle technique. As for knife skills, he was indeed proficient in them. However, that was only a side skill. It wasn't his true inheritance. It wasn't surprising that Ling Luo didn't learn his knife skills. Instead, she practiced fist skills. A pair of gloves appeared in Qianzong's hands. It was his spoils of war. His spoils of war were top-notch chaos divine weapons. They were close to the level of pseudo-divine weapons. This pair of gloves was a gift for Ling Luo. Thank you, Senior. Ling Luo received the war demon's permission happily. She held the gloves tightly, as if she couldn't bear to part with them. I've made a fool of myself. The war demon smiled. Chenzong smiled. He opened the 500 kilograms jug of divine wine and filled 3 small bowls. One for himself, one for the war demon, and one for Ling Luo. Divine wine. It was a fine wine made by a demigod. It contained shocking power. It was delicious. Of course, to Chenzong, this divine wine couldn't bring him any benefits. Or rather, its only benefit was that it tasted good. That was all. Master, can I drink? Ling Luo asked the war demon. She hadn't drunk wine before. Drink. The war demon smiled. Okay. Ling Luo raised her bowl with a chuckle. Then she looked at Chenzong. Senior, here's to you. Okay. Chenzong also raised his bowl with a smile. With a gulp, Ling Luo drank the divine wine in her bowl. Delicious. The moment she said that, Ling Luo's face suddenly turned red like a cooked prawn. Steam started to rise from her body, and her eyes became blurry. Her body started to sway, and she stuttered, say. Senior. You're so powerful. You. Turned into so many moss. Master. You. How did you become so much? Before she could finish, Ling Luo fell to the ground. Chenzong and the war demon were speechless. This child has never drunk alcohol before, the war demon explained. From his tone, Chenzong could hear a trace of affection. It was a rare feeling. Ling Luo was drunk, but it didn't matter. Her life wasn't in danger. She would be fine after sleeping for a while. When she woke up, she would notice the changes in herself. Ling Luo was only an ordinary true saint, but after drinking the divine wine, her cultivation and other aspects would improve greatly after waking up. It wouldn't be difficult for her to reach the peak of the true saint realm in a short time. After the war demon helped Ling Luo settle down, he drank with Chenzong. They discussed the way as they drank. Even though the war demon's power wasn't as strong as Chenzong's, he had his own unique understanding of the way. Moreover, the war demon had great potential. It could be said to be limitless. His improvement wasn't fast, but he had enough stamina. There wouldn't be any bottlenecks. After drinking that jug of divine wine, steam rose from the war devil's body, rising in spirals. Its aura became even more tyrannical, increasing by 30%. However, no matter how much divine wine it drank, it wouldn't be able to increase its strength any further. Thank you. The war demon was very grateful. After all, his power had increased by 30%. It was very impressive. If he cultivated by himself, it would probably take him many years. In such a chaotic situation, it was a great thing to be able to increase one's strength, because one did not know when they would face a strong enemy and face a life and death crisis. If they were not strong enough and were killed, then everything would be for naught, no matter how special their background was. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Chenzong smiled. Then, he took out an ancient region token. He prepared it for the war demon a long time ago. What is this? The war demon didn't understand. Ancient region token. Chenzong immediately explained the use of the ancient region token to the war demon, as well as the things to pay attention to after entering the ancestral land. In the war demon emperor's residence in the 100 Battles Universe City, Ling Luo was practicing her fist techniques. Her body didn't look strong at all, but her fist techniques were very strong. Although Ling Luo was only a peak true saint to Chenzong and could be easily killed like an ant, she wasn't weak compared to others of the same level. Her fist technique, in particular, had a domineering air to it. That domineering wasn't the domineering of suppression or power, but the domineering power of crushing everything. Everything would be crushed under her fists. Therefore, in Chenzong's opinion, although Ling Luo wasn't strong enough and her fist techniques weren't strong enough, the power and will contained within had already taken shape. As long as she continued to comprehend and improve, she would eventually be able to walk her own path. Currently, Qianzong was guarding the 100 Battles Universe City for the War Demon because the War Demon had used the Ancient Region token to enter the Ancestral Land to choose an inheritance. As for what inheritance he could obtain, it would depend on his ability and luck. The War Demon could enter the Ancestral Land for a long or short time, but it still needed some time. If the 100 Battles Universe City was attacked while the War Demon wasn't around, it wouldn't be good. Therefore, Qianzong was temporarily guarding the city. While guarding the 100 Battles Universe City for the War Demon, Qianzong also gave Ling Luo some pointers on her cultivation. Although Qianzong was a sword cultivator, Qianzong's level of cultivation was much higher than Ling Luo's. It wasn't difficult for him to give her pointers. In fact, it was very easy. As the saying went, if you understand one method, you will understand all methods. Perhaps Qianzong hadn't reached that level yet, but he was very close. Under Qianzong's guidance, Ling Luo understood and improved her fist techniques. The domineering battle intent that could crush everything grew stronger. Being accepted as a disciple by the War Demon was enough to show that Ling Luo's talent and comprehension were extraordinary. The War Devil went to the Ancestral Land and came back. Qianzong immediately felt that there was a slight change in his aura. There was a fluctuation of primordial godly power on his body. The War Demon didn't hide anything from Qianzong. Instead, he told Qianzong about the inheritance he had obtained in the Ancestral Land. Secret Art of the War Dragon, it was a secret fighting method and cultivation method of the ancient ancestors. It could condense a dragon with the fighting spirit, which would accompany the cultivator. It could protect the cultivator and also become a powerful fighting force. In other words, if one cultivated the battle dragon secret technique and had the protection of the battle dragon, it was equivalent to having one's own combat strength. The increase in one's strength was still very significant. Thank you. The War Demon's tone was full of gratitude. The Ancient Region Medallion allowed one to enter the Ancestral Land. If not for Qianzong giving it to him, he might have had a chance to obtain an Ancient Region Medallion in the future. However, he did not know when that would be. Opportunities should be obtained as soon as possible. The Ancient Region Medallion was a precious treasure, and Qianzong had personally delivered it to him. It was a kindness. However, to Qianzong, the War Demon had helped him before. It was also a kindness. You're welcome. Qianzong smiled and said, since you've obtained the inheritance, the 100 Battles Cosmic City will be left to you to guard. After bidding farewell to the War Demon, Qianzong left the 100 Battles Cosmic City. He went through the space-time teleportation array and returned to the heaven-shooting Primal Chaos City. Yunyanqin and Chenin had already come out of the Ancestral Land. They had each obtained an inheritance and also absorbed primordial godly power. Yunyanqin's inheritance was called the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique. It was a unique secret technique. After cultivating it, one could continuously refine their own flame energy. In other words, the prerequisite for cultivating the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique was that one had to master a certain flame. First, one had to master a certain flame, then cultivate the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique and refine, improve, and strengthen it. For example, Yunyanqin's Starburning True Flame could be cultivated and strengthened by the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique. Every time one completed the cultivation of the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique, its power would double. After completing the cultivation of the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique, the Starburning True Flame's power would increase by 9 times. If the Starburning True Flame's power was 1 at the beginning, then after completing the cultivation of the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique, the Starburning True Flame's power would increase to 10 times. Such an increase was naturally very obvious. However, this was not the only benefit because the Starburning True Flame was not an ordinary flame. It was Yunyanqin's bloodline flame. It was a flame that originated from the Starburning True Phoenix's bloodline. Without the Starburning True Phoenix's bloodline, the Starburning True Flame would not exist. The purer and stronger the Starburning True Phoenix's bloodline, the stronger the Starburning True Flame's power. Conversely, the stronger the Starburning True Flame was, the stronger the Starburning True Phoenix's bloodline. As a result, the Ninefold Flame Secret Technique was extremely useful to Yunyanqin. As for the inheritance that Chenin had obtained, it was a sword cultivation secret technique called the Blazing Sky Sword Cultivation Secret Technique. After cultivating this secret technique, a layer of sword cultivation would form on the surface of the skin. It was a layer of invisible sword cultivation. This sword cultivation would always exist and would not consume any extra energy. Moreover, the defensive power of this sword cultivation was extremely shocking. It could resist the attacks of water, fire, and saber and sword. Even opponents who were slightly stronger than Chen would find it difficult to break through the sword cultivation. In short, with that layer of sword cultivation, Chen's life would be much more secure, and his ability to survive would be greatly increased. After learning about the secret techniques that Xianxia and Chen had obtained, Chenzong smiled. It was not bad, and could be considered to be very suitable for them. In particular, the ninefold flame secret technique was very suitable for Xianxia and Chen. Unfortunately, this inheritance from the ancestral land could only be cultivated by oneself. It could not be passed down, nor could it be recorded. The blazing sky sword cultivation secret technique was not bad either. At the very least, when Chen cultivated to the transcendent saint stage, the blazing sky sword cultivation secret technique would still possess great power. Next, Xianxia and Chen began to cultivate in seclusion. Firstly, they wanted to refine the primordial divine power in their bodies and strengthen themselves. Secondly, they wanted to cultivate the secret techniques that they had obtained from the ancestral land. They believed that their strength would increase greatly when they came out of seclusion. They might even be able to break through the shackles and reach the transcendent saint stage. As Xianxia and Chen began to cultivate in seclusion, Chenzong naturally would not be idle either. It's time to upgrade the heavenly will sword, Chenzong thought to himself. He could not help but feel some desire and excitement in his heart. A quasi-divine artifact, the heavenly will sword was finally going to be restored to a semi-relic weapon. Chenzong had been waiting for this day for a long time. If the heavenly will sword is restored to a semi-relic weapon, it will probably cause quite a stir. Chenzong calmed down his excitement and thought to himself, I need to find a relatively secret place. After thinking for a while, Chenzong thought of the Taihao sword realm. Perhaps it would be good to complete the restoration and upgrade of the heavenly will sword in the Taihao sword realm. Its fluctuations would not leak out because of this. Chenzong immediately set off for the heavenly mirror universe city and appeared beside his clone. The clone's strength was not weak, so he would guard the Taihao sword realm. With a thought, Chenzong entered the Taihao sword realm. The elders and disciples of the Taihao mountain began to build the mountain gate of the Taihao mountain. After Chenzong appeared, he reminded them not to panic if they sensed anything. He then flew toward the edge of the Taihao sword realm. He took out the world core fragment and pulled out the heavenly will sword. Sensing the world core fragment's aura, the heavenly will sword trembled slightly. A series of soft sword hums seemed to express the heavenly will sword's desire. Don't worry. It's yours. Chenzong smiled and let go of the sword. The heavenly will sword immediately spun in the air like a happy child. Then, the tip of the sword stabbed toward the world core fragment. That stab had the style of a peerless swordsman. The world core fragment was incredibly tough. Even when Chenzong wielded the will heavenly sword and used sword god's descent, he was unable to destroy it. As a result, the will heavenly sword was unable to damage the world core fragment at all. But in the next moment, a devouring power suddenly burst out from the heavenly will sword. It slowly devoured the power of the world core fragment. However, Chenzong discovered that the heavenly will sword was devouring the power of the world core fragment very slowly. At this rate, it'll take at least a few months, maybe even a year, Chenzong calculated after carefully sensing the situation. However, a year of waiting in exchange for a pseudo-relic was worth it. A year was a year. Actually, it wasn't that long. A little meditation and cultivation would pass quickly. The three alien races no longer dared to attack the human and origin territories. Instead, they all withdrew their forces, worried that the human race's peerless god, Jiandi, would come knocking on their door. It had to be known that, aside from the clones of gods, none of them were a match for the human race's peerless god, Jiandi. As such, there was nothing to worry about. The human race and the origin race were given a chance to catch their breaths. This was the only chance they had to catch their breaths in the past 100 years. They took advantage of this opportunity to increase their cultivation and strength as much as possible so that they wouldn't be killed the next time the three foreign races attacked because they weren't strong enough. The war demon worked hard to cultivate the war dragon's secret technique. Xianxia and Chen also worked hard to cultivate the ninefold flame secret technique and the parting sky sword secret technique. Chen Zong quietly waited for the heavenly will sword to devour the world core fragment. Everything was peaceful and quiet. Time passed slowly, day after day. A month went by, and the heavenly will sword was still devouring the world core fragment. However, the speed at which it was devouring was much faster than before. It continued to devour, and the power of the world core fragment continued to flow into the heavenly will sword. On the heavenly will sword's body, strands of light flowed. Strand after strand, it gave off an indescribable feeling of spirituality. It was so light, yet it was also filled with an unfathomable profoundness. Chen Zong sat in the air, quietly waiting for the heavenly will sword to finish devouring the world core fragment. At the same time, he slowly comprehended the way of the sword. His way of the sword had reached a pinnacle. It could be said that he was at the peak of the Ascension sword realm. It was very difficult for him to progress further. Even so, Chen Zong didn't give up. Cultivating and comprehending was like rowing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall back. Even if you couldn't advance, you had to maintain it. You couldn't slack off. As time passed, day after day, month after month. Finally, a year had passed. Within the Taihao sword world, the world core fragment was finally completely devoured by the heavenly will sword and disappeared. On the heavenly will sword, strands of light flowed like water. It looked so beautiful and wonderful. The curves seemed to contain the endless mysteries of the world. Chen Zong could acutely sense that a deep aura was beginning to awaken from the heavenly will sword and gradually spread out. As it trembled, a series of joyful sword cries rang out from the heavenly will sword. Strands of sword chi surged out from the heavenly will sword and lingered in the surroundings. The sword chi was very gentle and full of spirituality. Chen Zong grasped the hilt of the sword and immediately sensed that a deep and powerful power was awakening from the heavenly will sword. It was like a sleeping beast had awakened and was beginning to display an unparalleled and astonishing power. In a trance, Chen Zong also seemed to have seen the birth of a world, from nothingness, the birth of heaven and earth. That kind of light was so beautiful, and that kind of opening was so profound that Chen Zong was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. The heavenly will sword continued to tremble as if it was creating a new world. An astonishing power gradually awakened and spread out. It flowed on the sword and into Chen Zong's hand along the hilt of the sword. It then spread to his arm and body. Under this trickle-like power, the man and the sword merged into one, and there was no longer any difference between them. The astonishing sword will awakened and soared into the sky. Endless sword chi followed, vast and mighty, sweeping out in all directions. In the distance, the elders and disciples who were in the midst of constructing the Taihao mountain also sensed the sudden eruption of sword intent and astonishing sword might. Stunned, they all stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look. They could vaguely see a huge, illusory sword silhouette traversing the sky. It seemed to be 10,000 meters long, radiating with supreme sword might that could dominate the world. Under that shocking sword might, everyone felt a kind of pressure, a pressure that came from the depths of their hearts and souls. In the next moment, their swords all trembled and actually took the initiative to fly out of their sheaths and directly into the sky, worshipping in the sky. Yes, they were worshipping, as if they were worshipping a god. 10,000 swords greet the ancestor, every single sword was trembling slightly, constantly emitting sword power. When the sword power gathered together, it was extremely vast, causing people to be extremely shocked. This scene immediately caused the group of elders and disciples to be endlessly shocked. Soon after, they recalled what the sect master had instructed them to not panic no matter what movement they felt. It seemed that everything was within the sect master's control. However, he didn't expect the commotion to be so huge. The illusory 10,000-meter-long giant sword streaked across the sky with shocking sword power. It spread out in all directions and filled the entire Taihao sword realm. The worship of the tens of thousands of swords gave the elders and disciples a sudden epiphany in swordsmanship for no reason. This was a rare opportunity, and none of them were fools. They immediately seized the opportunity and took the initiative to comprehend it. In this wondrous state, whether it was the elders or the disciples, their comprehension of the Tao of the sword was more than 3 times faster than usual. Some even reached 10 times faster. It was very shocking. The foundation of the Tao of the sword was becoming more and more solid at an astonishing speed. Chenzong was also in the midst of comprehension. It was like the opening and birth of a world. This scene had a very strong impact on Chenzong's mind. At the same time, waves of tyrannical power continued to spread out from the depths of the heavenly will sword and spread into Chenzong's body. It made Chenzong's indestructible body of the universe gradually strengthen again, and the mixed Yuan heart force also became more and more pure. This was the feedback of the heavenly will sword. Every time the heavenly will sword recovered and improved, its power would recover. The power contained in the deepest part of the heavenly will sword was equivalent to the power of a macro world. How vast and vigorous it was. Once it recovered, it would be fed back to Chenzong, thus improving Chenzong's physique and cultivation strength. Thus, Chenzong's strength would be improved. This was also what Chenzong had been looking forward to. He didn't expect that this time, not only would he improve the strength of the indestructible body of the universe and the mixed Yuan heart force, but he would also be able to further comprehend his swordsmanship. It was an all-round improvement. The heavenly will sword continued to hum, and a powerful force was awakening within it, surging out continuously. Wave after wave, it was as if the waters of the sea were flowing endlessly, without end. Tens of thousands of swords continued to hum. Sword chi wreaked havoc in all directions within the vast sword realm, as if it had turned into a storm of sword chi that swept out endlessly, leaving streaks of marks in the sky. Those were sword marks. Each streak of sword chi seemed to condense a kind of fluctuation of sword will, containing the mysteries of the sword. The mysteries of the sword were myriad and ever-changing, explaining all the mysteries of the way of the sword. Chenzong's long hair fluttered. Every strand of hair seemed to contain an astonishing fluctuation of sword chi, as if piercing into the sky. The essence of the world within the vast sword realm was also affected and gradually changed. The originally non-elemental essence of the world seemed to be gradually dyed with traces of fluctuation of sword will, turning into a kind of essence of the world that contained the property of sword chi. However, this kind of essence of the world with the property of sword chi was very pure and mild. It could be absorbed into the body without causing any harm. Time passed slowly. The property of sword chi in the essence of the world gradually strengthened, becoming richer and purer. Everything was peaceful outside. The Sky Mirror Universe City was not attacked. The 3 alien tribes did not make any moves, and the Ancient Demon Clan, and Divine Devil Clan did not make any moves either. It felt as if the world had suddenly entered a state of peace. However, that was not the case. They were just shocked by the amazing power of the unparalleled God Jiandi and did not make any moves. They were all thinking of countermeasures to deal with the unparalleled God Jiandi of the human clan. He was an expert of the human clan who had the power of a divine doppelganger. Unlike a divine doppelganger, he was not restricted and could move freely. He was undoubtedly a great threat. Before they figured out a way to deal with the unparalleled God Jiandi of the human clan, they should take a defensive stance and withdraw their forces. If necessary, they should give up some cities. Once they figured out a way to deal with the unparalleled God Jiandi of the human clan, things would be different. They could take back whatever they lost. Yun Yanqin and Chenan each occupied one of the 2 secret rooms in the sky-shooting chaotic world city's Chen An's courtyard. Inside Yun Yanqin's room, wisps of fiery power suffused the room, coiling around Yun Yanqin's body like strands of silk. As a result, the temperature in the room had been rising to an extremely high temperature, which could easily melt steel into molten iron. Yun Yanqin was practicing the first level of the ninefold flame secret skill, the star-burning true flame. It was constantly refined and its purity was constantly increasing, so its power was constantly increasing. The first level of the ninefold flame secret skill was undoubtedly the easiest to cultivate. Even so, it would take some time to master it. As the flame aura filled the air, it kept twisting and turning into a divine seal, a flame divine seal. When the flame divine seal was successfully condensed, it would mean that the first level of the ninefold flame secret skill had been mastered. Yun Yanqin's expression was cold and solemn. He was fully focused on controlling the power of his star-burning true flame, constantly refining it to the limit. Finally, the divine seal was formed and directly branded into Xianxia's bloodline. Xianxia only felt his star-burning true phoenix bloodline tremble. Flame suddenly burst out of his body and covered it, burning it. It burned. It seemed to burn endlessly. The more it burned, the more shocking it became. It was as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. The terrifying might of the flames continued to wreak havoc in all directions, condensing into the shape of a flaming phoenix. It spread its wings and soared freely in the secret room. Its figure was so agile and beautiful, and the power it contained was so shocking. Mastering the first level of the ninefold flame secret skill and refining the pure bloodline, my star-burning true phoenix bloodline has reached the peak of the peak. Xianxia thought to himself, if I master the second level of the ninefold flame secret skill, there is hope for me to break through the shackles and raise my bloodline to the extremity level. As long as his bloodline was raised to the extremity level, his potential would increase tremendously. At the same time, his power would increase significantly. There was hope for him to break through the shackles and raise his bloodline from the Sir God level to the Great Emperor level. Even if the second level of the ninefold flame secret skill couldn't do it, there were still the third and fourth levels. They could definitely help him break through the shackles and reach the Great Emperor level. In the current chaotic Great Cosmos, only Great Emperors had the strength to protect themselves. In the other secret room, Xianxia was bitterly cultivating the secret technique of the blazing sky sword as well, and he mobilized the sword insight in his body to control the sword chi that suffused the surroundings. As it ceaselessly revolved around him, it crisscrossed and shuttled about, and it seemed as if it was weaving into a net of sword chi that covered every single part of his body and stuck closely to his skin. The net of sword aura was like weaving clothes. It had to be stacked layer by layer, turning the sword aura into aura before it could form a defense. The secret skill of the blazing heaven sword aura was divided into 3 levels. The first level was to condense sword aura 10 times into sword aura. The second level was to condense sword aura 100 times into sword aura. The third level was to condense sword aura 1,000 times into sword aura. After the first level of the secret skill of the blazing heaven sword aura was mastered, it could withstand most of the attacks of a Sir God level. If the second level was mastered, it could withstand the attacks of an ordinary Great Emperor level. If the third level was mastered, even an extreme Great Emperor wouldn't be able to break through it easily. However, it wasn't easy to master the secret skill of the blazing heaven sword aura, especially the second and third levels. Xianxia hadn't mastered the first level yet, but it would be done soon. In the 100 Battles Universe City, the War Demon had already mastered the basics of the Battle Dragon secret technique. A black dragon formed from battle intent was circling around him. It was about a meter long, and its scales looked like they were made of fine steel. It looked very lifelike, like a real black dragon with flesh and blood. However, the black dragon formed from the initial mastery wasn't strong enough. It still needed to be condensed with fighting spirit to increase the strength of the black dragon. Within the great bright sword realm, the figure of the huge sword had disappeared, but the air was still filled with astonishing sword might. Fine sword slashes of varying lengths were left behind in the void. Every single sword slash contained the mysteries of the sword, making people feel that it was unfathomable. The swords hovering in the air all fell down and returned to their sheaths. Everything seemed to have returned to silence. Only the sword might that had yet to disperse seemed to be telling the story of the shocking tremors from before. At the very top, there was the most obvious sword scar. It was 1,000 meters long, as if it had cut open a crack in the sky. The shocking sword might constantly emanated from it, spreading in all directions as if it had formed an invisible sword domain. The Yuan Qi of the world had also unknowingly taken on the attribute of sword Qi. When the elders and disciples absorbed and refined it, their cultivation had also taken on the sharpness of sword Qi, making it more suitable for them to use swordsmanship. Zhenzong had only wanted to conceal the commotion caused by the heavenly will sword becoming a semi-god weapon. He had chosen to enter the Taihao sword realm, but he had not expected that his unintentional actions would actually lead to such a change in the Taihao sword realm. This was undoubtedly a very good change. It meant that in the future, the disciples of the Taihao mountain would be able to cultivate in the Taihao sword realm even more effectively. Furthermore, they would be able to better comprehend the mysteries of the way of the sword. In other words, the heavenly will sword becoming a semi-god weapon had left behind some opportunities for the Taihao sword realm. It was a very good opportunity. As for Chenzong, he had already left the Taihao sword realm with the heavenly will sword. The heavenly will sword. Chenzong gripped the hilt of the sword in his right hand. The heavenly will sword was held horizontally in front of him. His eyes were as clear as water as he stared at the blade of the sword. The blade of the sword was like the autumn waters and the sky. It looked so quiet and cold, but it also contained endless mysteries. Every line was mysterious and astonishing. Chenzong's left hand was like a sword. He gently placed the fingers of his left hand on the sword and slowly stroked it. There was a bone-chilling feeling. At the same time, Chenzong seemed to hear a sword hum. It belonged to the heavenly will sword. It seemed to be saying something to Chenzong. Spirituality, ascending from a chaos sacred tool to a quasi-divine tool, was a qualitative leap. It was a great improvement, like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference between a chaos sacred weapon and a demigod weapon was not only in terms of power, but also in terms of spirituality. A demigod artifact already had a preliminary intelligence and could communicate with people. Right now, the heavenly will sword was communicating with Chenzong. So that's how it is. Chenzong came to a sudden realization after communicating with the heavenly will sword. Now, the heavenly will sword had indeed become a lesser god weapon, but it had not fully recovered its former power. This was because there were differences between demigod artifacts. There weren't as many demigod weapons as chaos sacred weapons. There were only two levels: spiritual quasi-divine artifacts and true quasi-divine artifacts. The so-called spirit quasi-artifact meant that quasi-artifacts had spirituality and wisdom, and could communicate with people. However, this kind of communication was not through language, but through spirituality. A true quasi-divine artifact was superior to a spirit quasi-divine artifact. It could transform, control one's own strength, etc. Naturally, a true quasi-god artifact was stronger than a spirit quasi-god artifact. As for demigod artifacts, it was just a general term. In the past, the heavenly will sword was a true quasi-divine artifact. Now, it was a spirit quasi-divine artifact. It still needed to continue recovering. If it wanted to recover further, it could also devour ancient demon quasi-divine origin or ancient demon quasi-divine origin. However, it was not enough for one piece, nor was it enough for one world core fragment. It needed at least several pieces. In a short time, it would be difficult for the heavenly will sword to recover to the true quasi-divine artifact level. However, even if the heavenly will sword recovered to the true quasi-divine artifact level, Chenzong would still find it difficult to control it. The spirit quasi-divine artifact level heavenly will sword was just right for Chenzong. Even Chenzong found it difficult to fully unleash the power of the spirit quasi-divine artifact level heavenly will sword. A demigod artifact was a divine artifact suitable for a demigod realm expert to wield. Only a demigod realm expert could fully unleash the power of a demigod artifact. After all, there were still some differences between those below the demigod realm. However, no matter what, the heavenly will sword's upgrade to a demigod artifact level still brought Chenzong great benefits. First, the heavenly will sword's power had at least doubled. This meant that Chenzong's swordsmanship power had also increased significantly when wielding the heavenly will sword. Secondly, when the heavenly will sword was upgraded to a demigod artifact level, the power of Chenzong's cosmic immortal body had doubled again. The already tyrannical cosmic immortal body's power had doubled again. Now, even when facing a top-grade Emperor realm expert, he could still hold his own. Once again, his mixed Yuan heart force had been further refined, and its purity had also increased by several folds. With this increase, the power that the mixed Yuan heart force could unleash was even more powerful. Previously, Chenzong's mixed Yuan heart force was already very pure. It was even purer than the cultivation power of a peak-grade Emperor realm expert. Now that its purity had doubled, it was even closer to the power of a divine avatar. Lastly, Chenzong had mastered another trump card, and another trump card. All in all, the benefits of the heavenly will sword's recovery and upgrade were very significant. Chenzong estimated that his power had at least doubled. Previously, his power was already very strong. Now that it had doubled, how terrifying would it be? Divine Avatar. Chen Zong held the heavenly will sword. He was very excited. Traces of sword essence spread out. His eyes shone brightly as if they could see through the sun and the moon. Previously, the primordial frost demon god's avatar was very strong. In the end, he had to use his strongest secret sword, Sword God's Descent, to repel it. However, he was unable to kill it. However, now, Chen Zong was confident that he could fight the primordial frost demon god's avatar without using Sword God's Descent. If he used Sword God's Descent, he might have a chance to kill the primordial frost demon god's avatar, although the possibility was not very high. If it's just one divine avatar, I can definitely fight it. Chen Zong said to himself, but if two divine avatars join forces, I'm still no match for it. The gap between them was a gap. It was not something that a semi-divine weapon could change. After all, it was a divine avatar created by a demigod expert. It was innately stronger than a demigod and had some of the power of a demigod. Let's enter the ancient realm again and see if I can find a suitable inheritance, Chen Zong thought to himself. In terms of offensive power, he was very strong. In terms of defensive power, the king-grade ancient divine sword armor was also very strong. In terms of perception, the heart sword bloodline was very strong. In terms of divine will, it was also very strong under continuous refinement. Shortcoming? Today, Chen Zong had almost no shortcoming. Or rather, he did not have any shortcoming. He was very outstanding in all aspects and was improving at the same time. Chen Zong was not in a hurry to enter the ancestral land. Instead, he continued to think about what he needed now. Of course, he needed to break through to the demigod realm. However, until now, he had not found any clues. His way of cultivation was different from others. It was his own creation, which meant that it was unique. It also meant that the road ahead was difficult. Step by step, he continued to comprehend, find the right direction, and step onto the right path. Step by step, he had already reached the pinnacle. The next step would be to break through to the demigod realm. It was too difficult. In the entire human race, there were countless cultivators. However, there were only 8 demigods. The ratio was very low. Breaking through to the demigod realm was a must. Although he did not have any clues, Chen Zong would not give up. However, before he broke through to the demigod realm, it was necessary to strengthen his own strength as much as possible and enrich his skills. Currently, he did not have any shortcomings in any aspect. It would be very difficult to find a secret method to increase his strength. The ancient ancestors might be very strong, but Chen Zong was confident that there were few who could match him in the same cultivation realm. After all, no matter how strong the ancient ancestors were, they could not surpass the heavenly human tribe, the demon tribe, and the giant tribe. At best, they were at the same level. This was the upper limit. If I can find an inheritance of the doppelganger technique, it might be possible, Chen Zong said to himself. He had the ability to refine doppelgangers. It was an ability that came with the immortal body of the universe. Unfortunately, he could only refine one doppelganger. Previously, it was used to guard Taihao Mountain. Now, it was used to guard Tianjin University. Even the doppelganger technique of the immortal body of the universe was not strong enough. The doppelganger that was refined was only his normal strength. It was not very useful in high-intensity battles. What Chen Zong needed was a doppelganger secret method that could replicate 100% of his strength. Even if it was not 100%, it would be good if it could replicate 70% or 80% of his strength. After all, 70% or 80% of his strength was very strong. Then I'll use an ancient region token to look for it, Chen Zong said to himself. His eyes flashed. Immediately, he let his doppelganger act as a guard and activated the array formation of the secret chamber. As Chen Zong's energy surged, his divine will poured into the ancient region medallion. The ancient region medallion started to glow as it melted into a ray of light. Carrying Chen Zong's spiritual consciousness, it entered the endless void and continued to advance forward. Time and space seemed to be retreating under that stream of light. The multicolored stream of light looked so magnificent, so fascinating, and so fascinating. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, it was only a short moment. Chen Zong's spiritual consciousness passed through the turbulence of time and space and appeared in front of a huge ancient bronze gate. An incomparably vigorous aura was constantly diffusing from the gate and filling the surroundings. This was not the first time Chen Zong had come here. It was the second time. Even so, Chen Zong still felt a vigorous aura from the huge ancient bronze gate. It was a vigorous and ancient aura that seemed to be filled with the mysteries of endless time. Every line on the gate was so clear, and every pattern seemed to explain the mysteries of a civilization. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong reached out and pressed on the huge ancient bronze gate. The ancestors' land was filled with endless primordial divine power. Chen Zong did not absorb any more primordial divine power because it could no longer give Chen Zong any tempering or enhancement effect. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste it. Chen Zong flew over at a very fast speed. His eyes swept across the place and all the words on the stone steels entered his eyes. Compared to the first time he entered the ancestors' land, Chen Zong's strength had improved significantly. He could resist the repulsive force of the ancestors' land better. He could stay here longer and have more time for Chen Zong to read and choose, and finally find an inheritance that was more suitable for him. Chen Zong was fast, had strong resistance, and could understand the words on the stone tablets. He had a general understanding of what kind of inheritance it was. He was very efficient. Chen Zong browsed through one stone tablet after another. He saw the inheritance stone tablet of the secret of concealment of the void. He did not stop and directly flew past it. As he continued to read, the repulsive force of the ancestors' land became more and more obvious and stronger. It was like a pair of invisible hands constantly pushing Chen Zong's body, trying to push Chen Zong out and out of here. To resist the increasing repulsive force of the ancestors' land, Chen Zong even opened the 9 great void acupoints to further resist the repulsive force and continued to search. In the end, Chen Zong read through all the inheritances in the ancestors' land. It seems that only inheritance is suitable for me now. Chen Zong's mind instantly flashed back to the various inheritances that he had just read. He immediately made a decision. The repulsive force was getting stronger and stronger. If he continued, he would not be able to withstand it and would have to leave. Since he had used a precious ancient region token to enter the ancestors' land, it would be a waste to leave without obtaining an inheritance. In that case, he could only pick the taller one out of the shorter ones and choose a relatively more suitable one to receive the inheritance. This inheritance was a secret technique called the Extreme Dao Illusory Body Secret Technique. After choosing the inheritance, Chen Zong immediately accepted it. After accepting the inheritance, he could no longer withstand the repulsive force of the ancestral land. He was directly expelled and appeared outside the ancient bronze gate. In the next moment, Chen Zong once again traveled through time and space. He left the bronze door and returned to his body, bringing back a legacy. Extreme Dao Phantom Body, this was a secret technique inheritance that allowed one to transform into a clone. It was suitable for those below the demigod realm to cultivate. It was useless for demigods. In fact, all the inheritances in the ancestral land were useless to demigods and were only suitable for those below demigods. When the extreme illusory body was cultivated to the pinnacle, one could create a doppelganger that had 100% of one's strength and could use all of one's skills. It was like a copy of the original body. It sounded like the Extreme Dao Illusory Body Secret Technique was very powerful and shocking, but in fact, it was not. Its advantages were obvious, and its disadvantages were equally obvious. The Extreme Dao Illusion Body Secret Technique had to be cultivated in advance. In other words, one had to condense a doppelganger in advance. The doppelganger could reside in the body of the main body and be summoned when needed. Once the doppelganger was summoned, it could not be recalled immediately. It could only be recalled when the doppelganger's strength was exhausted and replenished. The second disadvantage was that the doppelganger did not have any intelligence. It was like a puppet that needed to be controlled by the original body. Only when the original body was controlling the doppelganger could it exert its strength. Therefore, to some extent, the doppelganger condensed by the Extreme Dao Illusory Body Secret Technique was actually used to replace the original body to do some exploration. For example, when exploring some secret realms or forbidden areas, if one was worried about encountering dangers that one could not resist, one could use the Extreme Dao Phantom Body Secret Technique to create a doppelganger. Then, the doppelganger would be controlled remotely by the main body. If the doppelganger was unable to deal with the danger, then the main body would give up. However, if the main body was able to deal with the danger, then the main body would really go and explore. This was the usual way of using the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique. However, some people would use it differently. For example, fighting with the original body. To fight with the original body meant that the original body had to have the ability to multitask. It was true multitasking and would not interfere with each other at all. It was not the kind of distraction that would weaken the control of the original body's strength or the doppelganger's strength. The consequence of that would undoubtedly be that the original body and doppelganger's strength could not be fully exerted. However, this shortcoming was nothing to Xianxia. It was not a shortcoming at all. This was because Xianxia could easily control the doppelganger under the wholehearted chaotic prime realm. As for whether this was the case, he needed to verify it. How to verify it? It was very simple. First, cultivate the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique to the extreme. Then, condense a doppelganger and try it out. With the cooperation of Xianxia's superb comprehension and the wholehearted chaotic prime realm, Xianxia quickly finished comprehending the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique and began to cultivate it. The requirement of cultivating the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique was to have a good control of one's own strength. This was not difficult for Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia had refined a doppelganger, which had become a kind of experience for him. Therefore, in less than a month, Xianxia successfully cultivated the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique to the extreme. It would take others 10 years or even longer to cultivate it to the extreme. In order to cultivate the extreme Tao illusory body secret technique, in addition to thoroughly comprehending and cultivating it, one also needed to rely on external forces, a kind of treasure called the illusory god gold. Xianxia spent some battle merits to exchange for a piece of illusory god gold from the divine fighting union. The illusory god gold was indeed a treasure. However, it was not a precious treasure and its uses were limited. Therefore, its value was not particularly high. Of course, it was not low either. Xianxia spent 50,000 battle merits to exchange for it. 50,000 battle merits was not much compared to the 200,000 or 500,000 battle merits that Xianxia had spent before. However, it was not little at all. It should be known that the basic battle merits of a battle mission were 1,000. Only those who performed outstandingly in the battle could get more battle merits. However, it was basically hundreds to thousands of battle merits, rarely tens of thousands of battle merits. An ordinary true Saint Realm expert would have to spend a lot of time and endure a lot of danger to gather 50,000 battle merits. The texture of the illusionary god metal was soft, but it didn't lose its toughness. It wasn't suitable for refining tools, but it was perfect for cultivating the extreme path phantom body secret art. By consuming one's cultivation base, essence, energy, and spirit, using the illusionary god metal as the foundation, Xianxia continuously poured his strength into it, refining it over and over again. This allowed his strength to completely fuse with the illusionary god metal. With a flash of light, Xianxia's body seemed to be in a trance for an instant. A figure suddenly emerged from Xianxia's body and appeared beside him. The figure quickly turned from illusory to solid, looking exactly the same as Xianxia. However, perhaps because the doppelganger was condensed with the illusory god gold as the foundation, its skin looked pale gold. Therefore, it was easy to distinguish it from the real body. Moreover, the doppelganger's eyes were dull and lifeless. It was motionless. It was a wooden man. After checking carefully, Xianxia nodded and then separated his mind and merged it with the doppelganger. The doppelganger began to move under the control of Xianxia's mind. It first raised its hand, then walked, ran, jumped, and performed a set of fist techniques to familiarize itself with the doppelganger. Before long, Xianxia had completely familiarized himself with and mastered the doppelganger. He then drew his sword. Yes, there was a sword at the doppelganger's waist. It was equivalent to a replica of the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword. Of course, it did not have the powerful power of the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword. After all, the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword was a quasi-divine weapon. The extreme Tao illusory body secret technique was useless against demigods and quasi-divine weapons. Therefore, the sword at the doppelganger's waist was just a very ordinary sword. At best, it was equivalent to a peak chaotic divine weapon. It seems that I have to get a suitable sword. It has to be at least a quasi-divine weapon, Chenzong could not help but think to himself. It was unrealistic to obtain a quasi-divine weapon. Of course, if there was a chance, Chenzong would also like to obtain one. However, a quasi-divine weapon was easier to obtain compared to a quasi-divine weapon. Otherwise, he could take away the doppelganger's quasi-divine weapon, the Black King's sword, and let the doppelganger use the original peak chaotic divine weapon. The doppelganger immediately swung his sword and performed the sword principle of one mind. Everything about the doppelganger was inherited from the real body. The doppelganger would be as strong as the real body. The real body and the doppelganger began to exchange pointers. The feeling of performing the sword principle of one mind with Chenzong's consciousness controlling the doppelganger was very strange. He was fighting himself, although fighting with the doppelganger was also considered as fighting himself, there was still a difference. The doppelganger did not need to be controlled by the real body. It had intelligence and could move independently. However, using the doppelganger to fight with the real body was different from fighting with the doppelganger. Soon, Chenzong gave up. It was boring. The feeling was like playing cards in the open. He could clearly see each other's cards. Moreover, all the cards were the same. There was no mystery at all. It was very boring. After many attempts, Chenzong finally figured out the power and mystery of the doppelganger cultivated by the extreme phantom secret method. The doppelganger that he condensed with his normal strength possessed his normal strength. When he controlled the doppelganger, he could perform all kinds of techniques. However, there was one technique that he could not perform, which was the void concealment secret method. The void concealment secret method required one to open the void aperture first. Obviously, the doppelganger could not open the void aperture. This meant that the doppelganger's fighting endurance was obviously limited, just like the doppelganger's doppelganger. Fortunately, Chenzong also discovered that the void aperture secret method of the real body could connect with the doppelganger's void aperture secret method to replenish the doppelganger's energy consumption. In other words, as long as Chenzong's real body's energy was not exhausted, there was hope that the doppelganger would continue to exist. When Chenzong tried to condense the doppelganger under the full power of the king-level ancient god sword armor, the doppelganger's power reached the level of Chenzong's ancient god sword armor. The doppelganger's body was also covered with a layer of light golden sword armor. The ancient god sword armor was not an item like the heavenly will sword. It was cultivated from Chenzong's body. Therefore, it could be manifested on the doppelganger. With the extreme phantom secret method, my combat power has increased again. I can even kill the doppelganger of a god now, Chenzong thought to himself. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. The 100-meter-tall giant in broken armor was originally wandering slowly, but it seemed to have sensed the aura of the four people. It immediately turned around and rushed toward them, its speed increasing in an instant. It was as if a slow-crawling tortoise had turned into a fast-running rabbit. With a height of 100 meters and an extremely strong body, it gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. In particular, the broken armor on its body added a bit of a tragic aura to it. I'll do it. As soon as True Monarch insect controlling True Monarch spoke, black smoke surged out and rapidly spread out, enveloping everything in all directions. A roar suddenly sounded, and a huge insect beast appeared. The insect beast looked like a mantis with hard armor. The mantis was 10 meters long, but it was nothing compared to the giant wanderer. It was still very small. However, the mantis insect beast was extremely fast. It flapped the wings on its back and immediately burst out with an amazing speed. It instantly drew an arc and rushed toward the giant wanderer as if it was tearing the void apart. Its knife arm cut horizontally in an instant and cut the giant's strong and huge body in an instant, as if it was going to cut everything apart. In the next breath, a shocking scene appeared. When the mantis insect beast's arm cut into the giant's skin, it was unable to completely cut it open. It was extremely difficult for the mantis insect beast to make a shallow cut. For such a huge giant, the cut was nothing. It was as if a mosquito bite was a flesh wound. How is it possible? Insect controlling True Lord was extremely shocked. The mantis insect beast was equivalent to an ordinary true Saint realm insect beast, especially its knife arm, which was extremely sharp and was at the level of a half-chaos divine weapon. However, it couldn't cut the giant's skin and really hurt him. How tough was the giant's skin? The mantis insect beast was extremely fast. It quickly flew around the giant's body. Its knife arm continued to cut and cut everywhere, but it still couldn't really cut the giant's skin and hurt the giant's body. Again. Insect-controlling true lord shouted in a low voice. As the black smoke surged, it became more and more vigorous, and a new insect beast appeared. It was a 20-meter-tall insect beast with a huge black carapace on its back. The carapace was covered with black spikes, and it looked like a mutated giant beetle. There was a protruding horn on the giant beetle's head, but the end of the horn wasn't sharp at all. Instead, it was a huge ball covered with spikes that was several meters in size, like a hammer. The giant beetle roared like a ferocious beast. Then, the wings on its back spread out. In the high-speed vibration, it directly rushed toward the giant wanderer, and the huge hammer ball on its head smashed out fiercely. With a bang, the giant wanderer's huge 100-meter-long body trembled and swayed again and again. But then, the giant wanderer's huge fist also smashed down on the giant beetle. It was like a meteorite falling to the ground, directly bombarding the body of the 20-meter-tall giant beetle. The tyrannical and terrifying power erupted in an instant, directly bombarding the giant beetle and forcing it to retreat. However, the giant beetle was also 20 meters long. Its weight was shocking, and it was also very good at strength. After flying back dozens of meters, it immediately stopped and rushed out again. Another fierce attack made the giant's body shake again, and it took a few steps back. The giant beetle's carapace was extremely hard. Even if it was hit, it wasn't hurt. It cooperated with the mantis insect beast and fought the giant wanderer fiercely. The giant wanderer could only be regarded as an ordinary true saint, but its body was huge and tough. Its defensive power was also very terrifying. It could fight against a top true saint. No wonder a mortal heavenly talisman couldn't go all the way. If there were more than a dozen of such giant wanderers, even a top true saint would have a hard time. Even the experts on the real chaotic ranking would have a hard time dealing with them. If it was a stronger giant wanderer, it would be even more difficult to deal with. The mantis insect beast and the giant beetle together were enough to fight against the giant wanderer, but it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to kill it. Enlightened heavenly talisman made his move. With a wave of his hand, a silver talisman immediately broke through the air and turned into an extremely cold and incomparably sharp blade light. It seemed to be able to cut through the void and directly attacked the giant wanderer. With a swish, the giant wanderer's extremely strong body was directly torn apart by the cold silver blade light. Immediately, enlightened heavenly talisman's index finger and middle finger turned into a sword finger. He pointed at the silver blade light and then rotated it, guiding the peerless blade light directly around the giant wanderer's neck and cutting it. The giant wanderer's head was immediately cut off. The huge head rolled down and hit the ground with a dull roar. It sounded like a drum, and the ground shook. Layers of ripples spread out like a raging wind. Chen Zong's pupils contracted slightly. He could feel the power of the silver blade light. It was very shocking. After the blade light cut off the giant wanderer's head, it flew back and fell into the hands of enlightened heavenly talisman. It was a pure silver talisman. It looked like it was made of silver metal, but it was as thin as a piece of paper. It trembled slightly in the hands of enlightened heavenly talisman, giving people a feeling of toughness. This is the divine blade talisman. Enlightened heavenly talisman noticed Chen Zong's gaze and suddenly smiled. Then, everyone studied the giant wanderer's body. Under the penetration of Chen Zong's mixed yuan heart force, they found that the giant's body was very strong. Its skin, muscles, bones, and so on were very dense, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. However, the body had been gray and decayed. It was obvious that it had been dead for a long time. In fact, when he saw the giant wanderer, Chen Zong knew that the giant was no longer alive. Its whole body was full of death energy. The death energy was strong and decayed, indicating that it had been dead for a long time. It was just that he didn't know why it was still wandering in this barren land. After cutting off its head, the giant fell to the ground and stopped moving. After studying it for a while, they had a more intuitive understanding of the giant wanderer. The four of them continued to move forward. The mantis insect beast and the giant beetle were in the vanguard. They were not ordinary insect beasts, but true saint-level insect beasts. They were not weak and would not be killed so easily. On this barren land, there seemed to be many giant wanderers. Not long after, Xianxia and the other three encountered a group of giant wanderers. There were more than a dozen of them. Every giant rogue brazenly rushed forward. Their 100-meter-tall and extremely strong bodies were extremely heavy, just like mountains. When they ran, their legs were like huge drumsticks, and they used the ground as a drum, making a series of deafening sounds. The ground shook, and the terrible impact force rushed out wave after wave, making people feel even more depressed. Quickly finish them. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman's expression changed dramatically. Otherwise, we may attract more giants. Sigh. Taoist Cho sighed slightly. His sigh was full of sorrow and seemed to affect the surroundings, causing people to involuntarily fall into sorrow. However, such emotions could not affect Xianxia and the others. Perfected Insect Master was some distance away from Taoist Cho. In addition, Taoist Cho deliberately restrained himself, so it did not affect Perfected Insect Master. This sigh was mainly aimed at the giant wanderers. Unfortunately, it did not work because the giant wanderers were dead and had lost their wisdom when they were alive. Without wisdom, they were muddle-headed and naturally had no joy, anger, sorrow, or other emotions. The sigh was also a sign that Taoist Cho was about to strike. In an instant, a palm print blasted out across the sky. The palm print contained a sorrowful and gloomy will that made one feel extremely depressed. When one was targeted, one would feel all sorts of negative emotions. However, the emotions and will of the palm print still could not do anything to the giants. With a bang, the palm directly hit the head of a giant rogue. The tyrannical power erupted and immediately imprinted itself between its eyebrows, leaving a deep palm print. Under the tyrannical palm, the giant rogue was pushed back and fell down, its huge body falling backward. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman activated the Divine Knife Talisman and attacked the giant. Perfected Insect Master also controlled the two insect beasts to attack the giant wanderers. Xianxia suddenly burst out. The Heavenly Will Sword was unsheathed and streaked across the sky, creating a dazzling sword light. The moment the sword light appeared, it took away all the brilliance in the surroundings. The other three could not help but look at it. They unconsciously narrowed their eyes and felt that it was difficult to look directly at it. Just the sword light alone was enough to shock them. They couldn't help but be shocked. As expected of a peerless expert who could fight to a draw with the black flame saint of the dazzling flame divine palace. His strength was indeed powerful and shocking. The sword light flashed and instantly tore the sky apart. A feeling of cutting through everything spontaneously arose, making Xianxia feel very carefree. The extremely tough body of the giant wanderers could not resist the sharp sword light at all. In an instant, their necks were cut open and their heads were chopped off, falling heavily to the ground. Xianxia killed a giant wanderer with one sword. He had no intention of holding back. The second sword, the third sword, the fourth sword, he displayed. The single heart sword technique at the fastest speed. Every sword was sharp and unparalleled, chasing after the souls of the giants. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen giant wanderers were slaughtered. Among them, 9 were killed by Xianxia's sword. No wonder you are the unparalleled sword saint. Your way of the sword is unparalleled. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman immediately complimented him. His tone was very sincere and made people feel comfortable. Taoist Cho and Perfected Insect Master also complimented him. I'm a sword cultivator. I'm best at fighting and killing. Xianxia smiled. Sword cultivators were recognized as the best practitioners in fighting and killing. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and Perfected Insect Master might not be as good as him in killing, but they each had their own specialties. For example, he did not know the way of Talisman and the way of Insect Master. After a round of compliments, they did not stop at all. The purpose of entering this place was not to fight the giant wanderers, but to seek opportunities. After all, this was a relic left from the pre-ancient universe era. It was very rare. If they could get some opportunities from it, it would be of great benefit to them. The chapter of The Way of the Sword was sent to the wrong page. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Everyone, the 14th chapter has been corrected. Xiao Cheng's visit had a purpose. His first purpose was to visit Chenzong. They had known each other in the past and could be considered friends. The second reason was that Chenzong's Taihao Mountain had recently opened up outposts in the various cities of chaos and began to recruit disciples. As a result, many people wanted to introduce their children or related juniors to Chenzong and have them join his sect. Xiao Cheng's purpose was the same. Brother Xiao Cheng, the disciple I accept has to have both the temperament and talent. Chenzong did not directly agree or reject. Instead, he said seriously, I know. Xiao Cheng smiled and said, but the person I recommend might not have the best temperament, but he's not bad either. His talent is also outstanding. Brother Xiao Cheng, if that's the case, I believe in your vision and judgment. Chenzong considered his words and said, however, the requirement for talent in my lineage is a little different. This is because the cultivation of my lineage is my own creation. There is no second one like it in the primal chaos universe. Xiao Cheng was stunned when he heard this. He had not expected this at all. However, when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. If that was not the case, how could Chenzong, a human at the transcendent saint stage, resist the avatar of a god? Brother Chen, what is the requirement for talent in your lineage? Xiao Cheng asked curiously. In that case, Brother Xiao Cheng, I'll give you the introductory cultivation method of my lineage. You can bring it back to the person you want to recommend and see if he can enter the lineage, Chenzong said after thinking for a while. Is that appropriate? Xiao Cheng was stunned and immediately asked. After all, it was the unique inheritance of the unparalleled deity Jandi. How could he give it to others so easily? Brother Chen, don't worry. I won't leak the introductory cultivation method, Xiao Cheng said solemnly. Ha 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 ha, it's actually not that important. I'm thinking about whether to announce the introductory cultivation method. Chenzong smiled and said, after all, the introductory cultivation method of my lineage is very difficult. The requirement for talent is very unique. It won't be easy to pass it down. In fact, this was a new idea that Chenzong had just come up with. He just hadn't thought about whether to implement it yet. His lineage was the continuation of the One Heart path. The introductory cultivation method of the One Heart Sutra was the first stage of One Heart. It didn't matter if this stage was leaked. On the contrary, it could be used to test if someone had the talent to cultivate the One Heart. Of course, whether one had talent or not did not only refer to whether one could reach the single-minded mind state. Cultivating it in a short period of time and cultivating it in a long period of time were two different concepts. Only those who were able to reach the heart and mind state in a short period of time would have the talent to cultivate the second, third, and even the fourth layer of the Heart and Mind Sutra. One had to know that the cultivation of the Heart and Mind Sutra was more difficult with each layer. It didn't mean that a transcendent saint realm cultivator would be able to cultivate the Heart Sutra, nor did it mean that a foundation establishment realm cultivator wouldn't be able to cultivate the Heart Sutra. It had nothing to do with cultivation or realm. It was purely related to talent. The One Heart Sutra was the inheritance of the One Heart path. Chenzong was willing to let it be passed down. With the first stage of the One Heart Sutra given by Chenzong, Xiao Cheng also got up and left. He was in charge of the primal chaos city, so it wasn't suitable for him to leave for too long. Although the three foreign races had withdrawn their military forces and were biding their time, he still had to maintain a high level of vigilance to prevent anything from happening. No accidents happened. Chenzong understood the current situation, so he didn't ask him to stay. He was just curious. He didn't know if the person Xiao Cheng wanted to recommend could cultivate the first stage of the One Heart Sutra in a short period of time. If he could, then he didn't mind accepting an in-name disciple. That's right, an in-name disciple. It wasn't that easy to become his real disciple, even if it was the son of a demigod. Of course, if it was the son of a demigod, then he didn't need to take Chenzong as a master. After all, the guidance of a demigod was completely enough. Xiao Cheng brought the first stage of the One Heart Sutra given by Chenzong. After returning to the primal chaos city, he sent out a message. Not long after, a sword light flew over. When it landed, it transformed into a young woman wearing a water blue sword robe. Her appearance was ordinary, but there was a calming aura lingering around her. Immediately after, another sword light flew over. When it landed, it transformed into a young man wearing a dark blue robe. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were deep and clear, like cold stars. He could be called a handsome man. There was a restrained sharpness on his body. It was very shocking, as if it could tear through everything. This young man and woman clearly knew each other. When they saw each other, they nodded in greeting. Then they looked at Xiaoqing and immediately bowed, respectfully calling out, "Senior." The two of them were the descendants of Xiaoqing's good friend. Although they weren't related by blood, they were indeed very good friends. In addition, the two of them had excellent talent and temperament. They were good seedlings for sword cultivation. Their elders hoped that they could take the unparalleled god Jiandi as their master. And they themselves were very happy to do so. In fact, they yearned for it. The current unparalleled god Jiandi was a peerless expert in the eyes of all sword cultivators. There wasn't a single sword cultivator who wouldn't be willing to take him as their master. Even divine monarch sword cultivators would be very happy if they had the chance. Even transcendent saints would be willing, let alone divine monarchs. The two of them also knew that Senior Xiaoqing had personally gone to find the unparalleled god Jiandi. Would the unparalleled god Jiandi give Senior Xiaoqing face? After all, Senior Xiaoqing was the #1 emperor of the human race and the origin race. No, he should be #2 now, but he had once been #1. Qingyu, Ming Xiao. Xiaoqing nodded. No need to be so polite. Qingyu was a human. Her full name was Gu Qingyu, while Ming Xiao was of the origin race. I've already placed the unparalleled god Jiandi there. Xiaoqing smiled slightly. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao's eyes lit up as they waited expectantly for Xiaoqing to continue. It was even possible to see the nervousness in their eyes. Xiaoqing couldn't help but laugh. The unparalleled god Jiandi didn't immediately agree. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao's eyes darkened. However, Xiaoqing's words once again tugged at Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao's hearts. Normally, they wouldn't be so emotional, but this was because they valued this opportunity far too much. They wanted to be taken under the unparalleled god Jiandi's tutelage and receive his guidance. There is an inheritance here. It is the unparalleled god Jiandi's introductory cultivation technique. Xiaoqing had no intention of continuing to tease these two juniors. He directly took out the first layer of the Heart Sutra. Take a look and practice it. If you can master it in a short period of time, you will have a chance to receive guidance from the unparalleled god Jiandi. Xiaoqing didn't say that he would accept them as his disciples. Instead, he used the word guidance to describe it. This meant that he wasn't 100% confident that these two would really be taken under the unparalleled god Jiandi's tutelage. If he said that he would accept them as his disciples and they couldn't do it, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao took a look at the inheritance one after another. The content wasn't complicated. Hence, they were able to memorize the content with a single glance. However, they read it very slowly and very carefully. They read every word and sentence clearly and thoroughly. After confirming it over and over again, both of them expressed their feelings towards Xiaoqing and bade their farewells. They couldn't wait to try it out and see if they could master the first layer of the Heart Sutra. Furthermore, they had to do it in a short period of time. As for the so-called short period of time, they weren't sure how short the time was. In short, they would do their best. In the end, Chenzong still decided to spread the Heart Sutra inheritance. However, he only spread the first layer, which was the introductory cultivation technique. His master, the Heart Dao Lord, had done the same in the past. He had left it in a certain place to see if anyone could obtain it. And it was like casting a long line to catch a big fish. This description wasn't wrong because Chenzong was indeed a big fish. Although Chenzong would definitely spread the introductory inheritance of the Heart Sutra, he didn't intend to spread it across the entire chaotic universe. Instead, he first spread it to the Taihao Sword Realm and let the elders and disciples of the Taihao Mountain try it out to see if they could successfully cultivate it. If someone could succeed in a short period of time, it would be equivalent to spreading the Heart Sutra. As for the inheritance itself, it wouldn't be easy. In the end, Xianxia was able to master the unparalleled cosmic body path because of luck and coincidence. Even if someone was very talented and suitable for the cultivation of the Heart Sutra, they might not be able to embark on the cultivation path of Xianxia. Even if he couldn't reach the single-minded mind state in a short period of time, it didn't matter. As long as he could reach the single-minded mind state, he would be able to further concentrate his mind. It would actually help him in controlling his own strength. To some extent, it could increase his overall strength. Perhaps it wouldn't be much, but it was still an improvement. When the elders and disciples of the Taihao Sword Realm received the first layer of the Heart Sutra and knew that it was the unique inheritance of their sect master, they were overjoyed. They memorized and comprehended it and began to cultivate. The Heart Sutra's first layer, the Heart Sutra's Heart Sutra, was undoubtedly the easiest. If it was difficult to master it, then the second, third, and even fourth layers wouldn't be possible, let alone the fifth and sixth layers that Xianxia and his master had deduced. At this moment, Xianxia came out of seclusion. His tyrannical aura spread out and blazed towards the sky. It turned into endless flames that burned incessantly. The flames were white, a kind of sacred white. Within it, there were specks of starlight. It was so intense and so magnificent. The endless sacred white flames were the star-burning true flame. It spread out in the sky and burned incessantly. It condensed into the shape of a huge phoenix that was 100 meters long. Its long tail spread out and fluttered in the void. Its wings were spread out and burning with endless sacred starlight. A tyrannical aura spread out continuously. Even the formation couldn't seal it. This aura, transcending Saint Realm. Ha 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 ha, we have another great emperor. In the heaven-shooting primal chaos city, the cultivators who felt this aura were overjoyed. One more great emperor was equivalent to one more top fighting force. Even an ordinary great emperor was very powerful and could guard a universe city. Xianxia came out of seclusion and cultivated the ninefold flame secret technique to the third level. The star-scorching true flame was strengthened, and the star-scorching true phoenix's bloodline was enhanced as well. She finally broke through the shackles and reached the extreme realm. Her potential was even more profound, and a part of it was stimulated. She broke through the shackles of her strength and rose from the true saint realm to the transcendent realm, which was equivalent to rising from the divine monarch realm to the great emperor realm. Since then, the human race had one more great emperor realm expert, who was called the star-scorching true phoenix great emperor. Xianxia also came out of seclusion. Although he didn't break through the limit and become a great emperor realm expert, he had cultivated the second level of the parting sky sword aura, which was enough for him to resist a great emperor realm expert and not be killed in a short time. His wife and son came out of seclusion one after another. Xianxia's original body went to sky-shooting Chaos City from the Heavenly Mirror Universe City. Xianxia brought Xianxia back to the Heavenly Mirror Universe City. As for Qianan, he continued to stay in sky-shooting Chaos City. It was his duty. With Xianxia's current status, no one dared to say anything if he wanted to call Qianan away. However, Xianxia believed that rules could be broken as long as one was strong enough. One couldn't give up on principles, or they would lose their bottom line. The peaceful days were slightly disrupted. They've cultivated it. Xianxia was stunned when he received the message from Xiaoqing. It had been less than 10 days since he had taught the first level of the Heart Sutra to Xiaoqing, but 2 people had already cultivated it. One was called Gu Qingyu, who was from the human race, and the other was called Ming Xiao, who was from the origin race. They've cultivated the first level of the Heart Sutra in less than 10 days. This talent is indeed very suitable. Xianxia couldn't help but think to himself, maybe I can give them a chance. Therefore, Xianxia sent a message to Xiaoqing and asked the 2 people who had cultivated the first level of the Heart Sutra to come to the Heavenly Mirror Universe City to find him. Soon, the human race called Gu Qingyu and the origin race called Ming Xiao arrived at the same time. Gu Qingyu greets Senior Unparalleled Divine Sword Emperor. Ming Xiao greets Senior Jiandi. The 2 of them were so excited that they couldn't hide it at all. The peerless god Jiandi was right in front of them. They couldn't believe that they would be able to see and visit him at such a close distance. Xianxia also glanced at them. These 2 people, a man and a woman, were very young. They were really young, not young on the surface. They should be less than 100 years old, even younger than Chenzong, but the aura they exuded told Chenzong that these two people were top true saint experts. His talent for cultivation was naturally not bad and belonged to the top tier. It was difficult to determine his temperament in a short period of time. However, there was indeed the aura of the One Heart Sutra on their bodies. This also meant that they had indeed mastered the first layer of the One Heart Sutra. Entering the sect within 10 days meant that one's talent was top-notch and extremely shocking. The fact that the two of you could master the first layer of the One Heart Sutra in 10 days is enough to show that you have the talent to cultivate the One Heart Sutra. Chenzong spoke unhurriedly. His voice was calm and seemed to contain an indescribable power that could penetrate one's heart, causing the agitation in Gu Qingyu and Ming Zhao's hearts to subconsciously calm down. The elders and disciples of the Taihao Sword Realm had also cultivated the first layer of the One Heart Sutra. However, no one was able to master it at the moment. Of course, Chenzong wasn't surprised that no one could master it in 10 days. Chenzong would be surprised if they could master it. To be able to cultivate it within a month, that person's talent was also very good. To be able to cultivate it within a year was also considered okay. However, if it took more than a year, even if it was successful, the difficulty of cultivating it to the second level would increase. As for the third layer, there wasn't much hope. If that's the case, I'm willing to accept you as my disciples. However, you can only be in-name disciples for now. If you're willing, you can stay. It's fine if you're not. Chenzong smiled and said calmly. In-name disciples, this was obviously out of Gu Qingyu and Ming Zhao's expectations. After all, they were clear that in-name disciples weren't considered true disciples. They could only be considered as half a disciple. Their relationship with their master wasn't that deep, and the karma between them wasn't that obvious and clear. Only true disciples would have a close relationship with their master, just like father and son. The karma between them would be very deep. I'm willing. Gu Qingyu immediately responded within a breath. Her voice was calm and her tone was firm without any hesitation. I'm willing too. Ming Xiao quickly followed. No matter what, they had to become in-name disciples first. That would mean that they were under unparalleled God Jiandi's tutelage. After that, as long as they performed well and cultivated diligently, they would be able to obtain his recognition and be promoted from in-name disciples to true disciples. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao both understood this point. All right. Chenzong smiled and replied, I won't hold an apprenticeship ceremony for the time being. One day, when you are able to obtain my recognition and become true disciples, I will make it up to you. Chenzong's words were very clear. There was an apprenticeship ceremony, and there was also an apprenticeship ceremony. However, the apprenticeship ceremony and apprenticeship ceremony were actually the same. Normally, the more important a person was, the more he or she would announce his or her apprentice. A grand ceremony would be held to announce to the world that he or she had taken in a disciple, and many people would be invited to attend the ceremony. At the same time, it was also an invisible way to tell others who was his or her disciple. If the disciple caused any trouble outside, he or she would have to give him or her face as much as possible. If not, he or she would have to deal with it himself. This was a kind of notification and also an invisible warning. However, if it was just an in-name disciple, there wouldn't be a need for such a ceremony. Unless there was an in-name disciple at the same time as a true disciple, he or she would directly accept both at the same time. Another reason was that Chenzong didn't like to be too high profile and too lively. All in all, whatever Chenzong said was the truth. We will listen to Master's teachings. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao bowed at the same time. I am the sect master of the Taihao Mountain. Since you are my in-name disciples, you are also considered members of the Taihao Mountain. Remember this. Chenzong said again with a slightly more serious tone. Yes. This is the second stage of the Heart Sutra. Take it and cultivate first. Chenzong took out the second stage of the Heart Sutra, 10 intents of one heart, and handed it to Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao. Yes, Master. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao took it. Go. Chenzong waved his hand. Now wasn't the time to teach them. Whether they could cultivate the second stage in a short time, he would think about it when the time came. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao took their leave. Once they left, they quickly flipped through the second stage of the Heart Sutra. After reading it, their eyes widened in shock. This kind of cultivation technique was really unexpected and extremely shocking. 10 intents of one heart, how shocking. Among the cultivators, there was actually no lack of people who could do 2 or even 3 things at the same time. There were even fewer people who could do 3 things at the same time. It was very rare. The 10 intents of one heart was equivalent to doing 10 things at the same time. Moreover, it was the kind of 10 things that wouldn't interfere with each other. How shocking, and unbelievable. If they didn't witness this cultivation technique with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe. However, according to what Master had just said, it was only the second level. Was the second stage the final stage? Was there a third stage? If there was a third stage, what would it be like? At this moment, both Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao were itching. They couldn't wait to find a courtyard in the Heavenly Mirror Universe City and started to comprehend the second stage of the Heart Sutra. The cultivation and execution of the Heart Sutra would consume the power of the mind. Initially, the One Heart Sutra couldn't cultivate much of the power of the heart. But now, the One Heart Sutra had been improved by Qinzong, infusing the essence of the Will Heavenly Palace's 33 heavens of will. Cultivating the One Heart Sutra would allow one to cultivate the power of the heart as well. In the chaotic universe, there was a territory called the Rock Boundary. The Rock Race, one of the many races in the chaotic universe, lived in the territory of the Rock Boundary. It was a small race and its territory wasn't very big. It wasn't even 1% of the original human race. The Rock Race looked different from the human race. Of course, they were also life forms with heads, brains, bodies, and limbs. Their skin was grayish-white and there were traces on it. It looked as though pieces of rock fragments were stuck on it. Their entire body looked as though it was made of rock. In fact, the Rock Race was also a life form of flesh and blood. However, their skin was different from the human race. It was covered with a layer of rock membrane. This layer of rock membrane could greatly enhance their body's defensive power and wouldn't be easily broken. Thus, they could better protect themselves. In fact, the Rock Race was a very powerful race. However, due to some restrictions, their reproduction rate was very low. Thus, after many years, the entire Rock Race only had a few 100,000 members. Another point was that the Rock Race was relatively peaceful in nature. They did not have much ambition, nor did they have any desire to fight. Thus, for many years, they had always stayed within their own territory and would not leave, nor would they fight with others. In the territory of the Rock Boundary, there were rocks everywhere. In addition, the Rock Race's strength was ordinary and they were born with the ability to control rocks. Thus, other races basically wouldn't invade the Rock Race. However, at this very moment, a massacre was taking place in the Rock Boundary. Dark demonic chi spread out in all directions like clouds and mist. It spread out at an astonishing speed like a flood, as if it wanted to devour everything. In the surroundings, huge rocks with terrifying power bombarded the Rock Race. Under the friction with the air, they turned into burning fireballs and fiercely blasted into the dark mist. Light suddenly flashed, and cold light shot out in all directions. It was as sharp as a sword and directly shattered all the fireballs that had blasted into it. Kill! Kill! In the dark mist, a figure swept out in all directions, constantly swinging his sword and killing the Rock Race. Who are you? Why are you slaughtering my Rock Race? An old Rock Race man in his twilight years asked sorrowfully. I am the Azura Demon Lord. The voice of the figure in the dark mist rang out. It was so sinister and domineering. To be able to die by my sword is the fortune of your lives. Come, fuse your souls into my body. Ha 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 ha. In the rock world, the dark fog spread out crazily, spreading out at an astonishing speed, sweeping in all directions, gradually enveloping and swallowing everything. Any rock tribe member that was enveloped by the dark mist would immediately be cut by countless sword chi. The layer of tough skin on their bodies could not withstand the sharpness of the sword chi and was as weak as tofu. Rumble. A terrifying rumbling sound suddenly rang out, resounding in all directions. Even the heavens and earth were shaking. At the very top, a speck of light had appeared at an unknown time. It was a scarlet light that burned endlessly like a raging fire. A meteor, it was a meteor, a huge burning meteor. The scarlet light was incomparably dazzling, and the power it carried was even more terrifying. It seemed to be able to destroy everything as it shot down, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It brazenly smashed down on the expanding dark mist below. That meteor was the terrifying ultimate move that the Rock Tribe member had used up all his strength to display. With a single strike, it could directly shatter stars and turn them into dust. This was the furious attack of the Rock Tribe member. It was a decisive attack when a powerful enemy invaded and slaughtered them. Following the appearance of the first scarlet meteor, the second and third followed. One meteor after another shot down from the sky. In an instant, the entire dusky sky seemed to have been lit up. Stars densely covered the sky, and it was like a meteor shower. There were at least several hundred of them. Destruction, every scarlet meteor carried with it an unparalleled destructive power, smashing down like rotten wood. The consequence of doing so was very likely to cause great damage to the rock world, causing many Rock Tribe members to die. However, if they did not do so, the Rock Tribe members would very likely be slaughtered by this powerful enemy who called himself the Azure Demon Master. Moreover, as the massacre continued, the dark mist continued to spread, its power seemingly becoming more and more terrifying. Even if the rock world collapsed, they could not let this enemy succeed. At worst, they would just perish together. When an honest person was enraged, their anger was very terrifying. The Rock Tribe members had a peaceful nature and did not like to fight. However, once they were enraged, they would fight with their lives on the line. Die, at worst, they would just perish together. Boom! Boom! Crimson meteors fell one after another with the power to destroy heaven and earth, destroying everything in their path, and immediately blasted into the dark fog. The dark mist constantly rippled. Countless strands of sword chi crisscrossed within, weaving into nets that immediately caught the falling meteors. However, in that instant, the nets woven from sword chi were instantly shot down by the meteors. Shot down, after the meteors hit the ground, they suddenly exploded, instantly releasing a terrifying power that destroyed everything. The impact caused by the explosion of hundreds of meteors was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to turn everything into ashes. For a moment, the dark mist was torn apart and shattered. The sound of explosions rang out continuously, and the earth trembled incessantly. Cracks spread out at lightning speed, enveloping everything in all directions. Shred, shatter, they turned into powder and ashes. The earth began to crack and collapse. Flames spread and burned, as if lava was spewing out. In the next moment, a figure stood up from the blazing flames. It was a figure that seemed to be shrouded in darkness. It exuded an unparalleled sword might as it stood up from the endless magma. It was actually 100 meters tall. It was like a dark giant whose face could not be seen clearly, or simply a faceless dark giant. This faceless dark giant's entire body was emitting an incomparably terrifying sword chi that seemed to be able to shatter and devour everything. Raise your hand, a huge black sword condensed in the faceless dark giant's hand. With a swing, a pitch-black sword chi shot out. The sword chi was as condensed as a line between the sky and water. It instantly sliced space in half and mercilessly shot towards the rock clansmen. Slash! Wherever the sword chi passed, the tough bodies of the stoneskins were unable to resist at all. They were instantly sliced into pieces. Wisps of white chi began to emerge from the bodies of the Rock Tribe members that were sliced apart. The white chi flowed towards the faceless dark giant, constantly entering the faceless dark giant's body and being devoured. Vaguely, the faceless dark giant's body seemed to become more and more solid. Kill. Kill. Kill, devour. Devour, the Rock Tribe members suffered unprecedented pain and were finally slaughtered, not leaving a single one alive. The 100-meter-tall faceless dark giant stood on the crumbling ground of the Rock Tribe and let out an angry roar. No one knew where that roar came from. Vaguely, the faceless dark giant's body became more solid, and the outline of an armor seemed to appear on its body. It continued to kill and devour. For a time, some of the smaller tribes in the chaotic universe suffered. 1, 2, 3, after slaughtering the 5th tribe, an armor completely formed on the faceless dark giant's body. It seemed to make the faceless dark giant even more majestic. Shenzong, unparalleled God Jandi, it's time to settle the grudges of the past. With a furious roar, the faceless darkness giant suddenly shrank, transforming into a figure shrouded in darkness. In the next breath, it transformed into a streak of black light that shot into the void, flying towards the territory of the human race and the origin race. In the Sky Mirror Universe City, Chenzong was quietly comprehending the sword technique and deducing the next level of the Heart Sutra. Chenzong felt that if he wanted to break through his current boundary and reach the next level, which was equivalent to the demigod realm, he should place his hopes on the Heart Sutra. Chenzong's idea of releasing the introductory inheritance of the Heart Sutra was actually to gather the wisdom of the masses. It could be considered as an experiment. He wanted to let others practice the Heart Sutra and see if he could get any inspiration from it. If he could get it, it would be great. Perhaps he could break through and reach the demigod realm because of it. From then on, he could roam the chaotic universe without worrying about being killed by other demigods. If he couldn't get it, there was nothing he could do. He had to treat it calmly. If he could spread the Heart Sutra and strengthen it step by step, it would be a good thing. On this day, Guqingyu first came to visit Chenzong. "Master, I have mastered the second level of the Heart Sutra," Guqingyu said respectfully. "You have mastered it?" Chenzong was slightly startled. It had only been half a year since he had taught the second level of the Heart Sutra to Guqingyu. To be able to reach the second level in half a year's time, such talent was truly astonishing. "That's right. This is the third level." Chenzong was secretly surprised and handed the third level of the Heart Sutra to Guqingyu. When Guqingyu heard this, she was instantly agitated. Guqingyu was usually a very calm person. Due to her bloodline, she would always be surrounded by a trace of tranquil aura, causing those who interacted with her to feel a sense of tranquility from the bottom of their hearts. Usually, it was rare for her to be excited. There was something that could make Guqingyu excited. But now, she was extremely excited. The third level. Previously, she and Ming Xiao were guessing if there was a third level. They didn't expect it to really exist. It was called the 110s of one heart. According to the first two levels, it was the multitasking of one heart. Multitasking of one heart, how amazing was that? "Master, how many levels are there in the Heart Sutra?" Guqingyu hesitated for a moment and couldn't hold back her curiosity. "There are 6 levels now." Chenzong replied in a neither fast nor slow manner. 6 levels. Guqingyu couldn't help but widen her eyes with a shocked expression. The third level was the 110s of one heart. What about the fourth level, 1010s of one heart? What about the fifth level, 10,000 intents of one heart, and the sixth level? Wouldn't the Heart Sutra have 100,000 intents? Just the thought of it gave her a suffocating feeling. It was simply terrifying. Chenzong knew what Guqingyu was thinking just by looking at her expression. However, he didn't explain. Guqingyu did indeed have the talent to cultivate the Heart Sutra, and it was extremely shocking. However, it was still unknown whether she could reach the 5th level of the Heart Sutra. Even the 4th level was extremely difficult to cultivate. Another half a year later, Ming Xiao came and also cultivated the 2nd level of the Heart Sutra. She also reached the 3rd level and was equally shocked. "Wait until they cultivate the 3rd level, then I will consider officially taking them as my disciples." Chenzong pondered in his heart. However, the 3rd level was obviously many times more difficult than the 2nd level. It wasn't that easy to cultivate it. In the blink of an eye, another few years had passed. Guqingyu and Ming Xiao didn't come again because they were still cultivating the 3rd level of the Heart Sutra. It was too difficult and couldn't be cultivated in a short period of time. On this day, Chenzong suddenly felt an indescribable palpitation in his heart. There must be a demon behind this abnormality. Chenzong's expression instantly turned grave. With his current level, he could often feel some things, like a sudden impulse. In other words, there was danger approaching, and that danger was related to him, or even closely related. What kind of danger was it? The last time he felt such a sense of danger was when he was chased by Shumu's demonic avatar 100 years ago. Now that his strength had reached such a level, he could be said to be invincible under the demigod realm. Apart from the demigod realm, what kind of enemy could make him feel threatened? After thinking carefully, Chenzong still couldn't figure it out. Was a demigod realm expert going to attack him? It didn't seem like it. Although his current strength was comparable to a demigod's avatar, he was still far from a demigod. It was still unknown whether he could block a demigod's attack. Even if he could, he probably couldn't block a second attack. Therefore, he could be sure that the approaching danger wasn't a demigod, and it wasn't as strong as when he faced Shumu's demonic avatar 100 years ago. I'll find out who it is soon, Chen Zong thought to himself. He immediately informed Xianxia and immediately left, flying in the direction of the approaching danger. Chen Zong could clearly feel any kind of danger, but only when it was directly related to him. For example, the last time he was chased by Shumu's demonic avatar, it was because of the bloodline curse mark. This time, he felt such a clear sense of danger. What was it related to? In the boundless dark void, Chen Zong stood motionless. There were no stars or life around him, only cold silence. The sense of crisis that was closely related to him was constantly approaching. Chen Zong felt a chill emerge from the depths of his body, as if it originated from his bloodline, from his bones, and from his divine soul. Could it be that the eternal darkness demon god's avatar of Shuma sensed the bloodline curse seal and was chasing after him? But this feeling was clearly different. For a moment, Chen Zong could not think of anything at all and could only wait quietly. The source of the crisis seemed to be able to sense Chen Zong and was rapidly approaching. According to the situation, it would not be long before it completely arrived. At that time, he would know who had brought such a strong sense of crisis to him. It's here, it's finally here. It was a stretch of darkness that was spreading like a fog. Vaguely, one could hear the sound of waves, one after another, surging and mighty. Chen Zong's expression became solemn. His eyes flickered incessantly and were extremely sharp, as if they could see through everything. He stared at the dark fog but could not see through it. In an instant, the dark fog stopped. It fluctuated continuously but did not spread any further. In the next moment, the dark fog constantly shrank inward and entered a body. That body was also revealed. Long black hair seemed to be dancing wildly in the wind. Every strand of hair carried an extremely terrifying fluctuation of sword intent. It was an extremely dark sword intent, different from the darkness of the demon tribe. It seemed to be deeper and more chaotic, as if it could devour and drown everything. The moment Chen Zong stared at the other party and saw the other party clearly, his pupils dilated instantly and then shrank to the size of needles. His face was full of horror. How could it be? How could it be him? Unparalleled God Jiandi Chen Zong, we meet again. The other party spoke. His voice was low, deep, obscure, and filled with a kind of terrifying darkness. It was as if he was laughing in an extremely insolent manner, but also as if he was angry. He let out a shocking roar of anger. That kind of deep anger and killing intent was as unfathomable as the abyss of the demonic mountains. I never thought it would be you, Chen Zong said solemnly, Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, ha 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 ha, that is indeed the name of this body. The devilish laughter rang out again. But now, it is mine. Demon Sword Mountain Master. Chen Zong's expression froze, and he exhaled deeply. Who would have thought that it would be the demonic Sword Mountain Master? Back then, in the broken era before the chaotic universe, he had obtained the inheritance of Sword Sharpening Mountain in the outer universe. In fact, it was also Demonic Sword Mountain. The soul of Demonic Sword Mountain Master had always stayed in his body until he encountered an irresistible life or death crisis in the inner universe. It suddenly erupted and attempted to possess his body. Fortunately, Will Skysword fought back desperately, so he was not possessed. He also injured the soul of the other party and had to escape. Since then, there had been no trace of him. After more than 1,000 years, Chen Zong had long forgotten about the Demonic Sword Mountain Master. After all, the Demonic Sword Mountain Master was indeed very powerful, but it was only his cultivation at that time. Now, he was at most equivalent to the Transcendent Realm or the Saint Realm. In today's chaotic universe, the Saint Realm did not exist at all. If one did not enter the true Saint Realm, they were nothing. Even if they were in the true Saint Realm, they could barely protect themselves and could be easily killed. To be precise, only when one reached the Divine Monarch Realm could one be considered a powerhouse. When Chen Zong came out of the small chaotic world, he tried to sense Chen Xiu's existence, but he did not sense him. He guessed that Chen Xiu might have died in the destruction and rebirth of the universe, Or he might have fallen into some place and could not come out. He had all kinds of ideas, but he had never thought that he would be possessed, especially by the demonic Sword Mountain Master. Now that he thought about it, the demonic Sword Mountain Master must have met Xianxia by chance after his soul left his body and escaped. Then, he possessed Xianxia. Xianxia was not weak, but unfortunately, he did not have Qinzong's various trump cards. The truth was not far from Qinzong's speculation. After the demonic Sword Mountain Master escaped, he rested for a period of time and recovered a little. When he met Qinzong, he sensed Xianxia's aura and used all means to possess him. Only then did he know that it was actually Qinzong's clone. For a moment, Qinzong was speechless when he thought about this. It was hard to imagine that things would be so dramatic. The demonic Sword Mountain Master failed to possess him, but he actually possessed Xianxia. For a moment, Qinzong did not know what to say. This body is formed from two parts of your soul, the demonic Sword Mountain Master said. His voice was filled with demonic nature. As long as I devour you, I will be complete. At that time I will become a demigod. He did not expect the demonic Sword Mountain Master to have such a dangerous and terrifying idea. However, the demonic Sword Mountain Master's words also made Qinzong have a flash of inspiration in his mind. It was just that the flash of inspiration was so fast that Qinzong did not catch it for a moment. Qinzong, merge with me and step into the demigod realm to explore the supreme true God, the demonic Sword Mountain Master roared. His voice sounded over and over again. It was as if there were countless voices shouting, roaring, and roaring at the same time. Each voice was different in pitch. Some were sharp, and some were vigorous. It was as if thousands of Daos were fighting, resounding in all directions and suppressing the great path. For a moment, Qinzong felt an inexplicable pressure growing from the depths of his soul. Back then, Xianxia was a doppelganger cultivated by my avatar. Qinzong stared at the demonic Sword Mountain Master. His eyes flickered incessantly as he stared at the demonic Sword Mountain Master, who was also Xianxia's body. Today, I will take it back. As soon as his voice fell, the wisp of spiritual light that originally flashed suddenly appeared again, and his thoughts suddenly became clear. Take back the wisp of soul from back then. Perhaps, this was the hope for him to break through his current realm and reach the next realm. Or rather, it was a path for him. So that's how it is. In an instant, the sense of clarity became more and more obvious and intense. The demonic Sword Mountain Master suddenly smiled. Dark mist instantly spread out from his body. Wisps of dark mist shot through the air like sword chi. Each wisp of dark mist was like a strand of hair as they crazily grew and spread. Qinzong drew his sword, and sword light flashed. He directly slashed out an extremely terrifying sword light, cutting off all the dark fog. The sharpness of a semi-divine tool was fully displayed. The demonic Sword Mountain Master also immediately drew his sword. His sword was pitch black, and it was extremely dark. It emitted waves of extremely gloomy and evil demonic intent. It was a kind of overbearing and evil demonic intent that seemed to be able to devour everything. However, Qinzong's sharp senses immediately sensed that his opponent's sword was not a semi-divine tool. It should be considered a quasi-semi-divine tool. After all, semi-divine tools were not so easy to obtain. However, the pitch-black sword that was as wide as a palm seemed to contain a terrifying evil intent. It was so shocking that it actually made Qinzong's heart palpitate. With a wave of the sword, it immediately slashed through the void. The sword intent was so dense and overbearing that it seemed to be able to cut through everything. When the two swords collided in an instant, Qinzong immediately felt a terrifying sword intent rushing towards him, but it was blocked by his own sword intent. When the sword intents collided, an invisible shockwave spread out and shattered in all directions. Qinzong immediately performed the one-mind sword technique to the extreme, and the demonic Sword Mountain Master also performed his demonic sword technique to the extreme. This demonic sword technique was no longer the demonic sword technique of the past. It was constantly perfected and improved on the basis of the original demonic sword technique, becoming more and more unfathomable and powerful. Qinzong had also learned the demonic sword technique in the past, but it could not be compared to now. Moreover, the mystery of the demonic sword technique had already been integrated into Qinzong's own sword technique, becoming its nutrients. As soon as the demonic sword technique was performed, a dense and overbearing demonic intent attacked. It was as if the demonic god was dominating all directions and dominating the world. Everything had to bow down to this terrifying demonic sword technique. Otherwise, one's head would fall to the ground. It was a terrifying and overbearing will. Chenzong immediately understood that it was a divine intent attack. He had not expected that the demonic sword mountain master, who had taken over Xianxia's body, would be able to improve his swordsmanship to such a terrifying level. What Chenzong did not know was that although the demonic sword mountain master had outstanding talent, he could only be considered as an upper middle class in the entire chaotic universe. It was impossible for him to cultivate such a terrifying demonic sword technique. However, the demonic sword mountain master had taken over Xianxia's body and devoured his spirit. It should be known that Chenzong's spirit was a part of Chenzong's spirit. Nearly half of it possessed Chenzong's characteristics. It also contained Xianxia's and Chenzong's swordsmanship insights and so on. Even though it was early, it had helped the demonic sword mountain master to establish a more solid foundation for his swordsmanship. In other words, the demonic sword mountain master's overbearing demonic sword technique was inseparable from Chenzong's body. The demonic sword technique versus the divine sword technique. Both had their own strengths and weaknesses. For a time, the intense battle continued. Chenzong realized that he could not gain the upper hand with his divine sword technique. Then, he had to end the battle quickly. He activated the Keen Great Ancient Divine Sword Armor. The dark golden armor instantly covered every part of his body. Astonishing sword power spread from Chenzong's body and shook the surroundings. Without the ancient divine sword armor, Chenzong had the strength of an ultimate great emperor. However, with the ancient divine sword armor, Chenzong had the strength of a god's doppelganger. The terrifying sword power suppressed the surroundings. For a time, everything seemed to be frozen. His figure flashed and the heavenly will sword slashed out. The sword slashed across the sky. Only a dark golden sword chi separated heaven and earth, yin and yang, and the dusk like a line between heaven and earth. It directly attacked the demonic sword mountain master. It was too fast, it was unbelievably fast, faster than the demonic sword mountain master had expected. Even though he had mastered an extremely powerful demonic sword technique, it was of no use. In an instant, he was slashed by the dark golden sword light. The sword light cut through his waist, and the sword light cut him into two. You. The demonic sword mountain master looked at Chenzong in a daze. His dark and deep eyes were filled with disbelief. In the next moment, the sword chi wreaked havoc and suddenly exploded. With a bang, the demonic sword mountain lord exploded in front of Chenzong's eyes under the terrifying sword power of the sword just now. With the explosion, there was no flesh and blood flying. Only endless dark fog spread out. The dark fog was like a raging tide that directly turned into the water of the demonic sea. It surged in all directions and swept everything away. Chenzong's expression was solemn as he immediately retreated. He felt that he had not killed his opponent. The dark fog seemed to have a life of its own as it spread out. Wherever it passed, it seemed to devour everything. The dark fog spread at an astonishing speed. It even vaguely let out a roar like a tide, as if something terrifying was being nurtured and revived in it. Slash, Chenzong swung his sword and immediately slashed out a dark golden sword light. It slashed into the dark fog as if it was splitting the yin and yang of heaven and earth. It directly split the dark fog into two, but in the next breath, the dark fog gathered again. Slash. Slash, in an instant, Chenzong slashed out dozens of dark golden sword lights in a row, continuously shattering the dark fog. However, it still gathered again as if there was an inexplicable power in it. Taihao, a sword slashed out across the sky, and Taihao Tru Yang continued to burn. It directly blasted into the dark fog and burned it as if it wanted to burn the dark fog to ashes. The crackling sound of burning could be heard continuously. Under the sword of Taihao Tru Yang, the dark fog was crazily burning, but it continued to spread and grow. In the next breath, an arm stretched out from the dark fog. It was a thick and huge arm that directly grabbed Taihao Tru Yang and crushed it in an instant. Chenzong saw that the extremely thick arm was completely black, and there were layers of patterns on it. They seemed to be semicircular, and also seemed to be in the shape of a crescent moon. Upon closer inspection, he found that the arm was actually covered with a layer of vambrace. Those patterns were on the vambrace. The demonic power that emanated from the arm was so astonishing that it made Qianzong's heart tremble. As expected, there was indeed something terrifying in the dark fog. Now, the thing in the dark fog was about to revive. Turbulent, after the dark fog spread to a certain extent, it stopped. It continued to surge, as if it was roaring, as if a storm was brewing within it. In the next breath, the dark fog continued to shrink and converge, as if it was collapsing. The terrifying aura continued to grow stronger. When the dark mist was completely withdrawn, a huge figure stood in the void, stepping on a piece of darkness that was constantly spinning like a vortex. Giant, it was a 100-meter-tall faceless darkness giant. Aside from its face, every other part of its body was covered in a layer of pitch-black armor. It was very close-fitting, and the armor was covered in demonic runes. It looked very evil and domineering. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the faceless dark giant's body, turning into a dark storm that raged in all directions. When it blew past Qianzong actually felt a chill and malice invading his body and soul, as if it wanted to destroy his vitality, strength, and even soul. Fortunately, Qianzong's body was extremely strong. He completely resisted the attack of the dark storm and did not suffer any damage. The faceless dark giant opened its huge palm and grasped the void. Immediately, pitch-black demonic flames burned incessantly, and a huge demonic sword seemed to be pulled out from the void. The demonic aura and demonic flames burned incessantly, and an astonishing demonic power shook the void. As the huge demonic sword appeared, the void trembled. It was as if there were endless roars, as if thousands of demons were roaring. Slash, the huge sword swept across the sky and directly slashed at Qianzong. The void was directly shattered, and a deep pitch-black gully was slashed into the depths of the void. An astonishing destructive power surged wildly. Qianzong's figure flashed, and after dodging the slash of the sword, he counterattacked with his sword. Divine Firmament, a sword that could take away all the light in the world appeared, and the originally dim void turned into endless darkness. Even the faceless dark giant was drowned in the darkness. But in the next moment, a flash of light suddenly lit up. That sword light was so sharp that it seemed to be able to split the world apart and cut everything in its path. The sword came across the sky and directly slashed at the faceless dark giant. The extreme sharpness of the sword immediately split open the armor on the faceless dark giant's body and cut into its body. However, before the sword chi could wreak havoc, it was already defeated by the terrifying dark power contained in the faceless dark giant's body. The faceless dark giant did not seem to be affected at all. The huge sword came across the sky. It seemed to be slow, but it was actually very fast. It was like a sword mountain pressing down on the top. It directly sealed the void around Qianzong as if it was frozen. Under this sword, Qianzong felt suppressed, and his body seemed to be unable to move. The strength of the faceless dark giant had reached the level of a divine clone. It was really terrifying. What did this mean? Was the demon sword mountain master very powerful, or was his clone, Xianxia, very powerful? In an instant, a thought flashed through Qianzong's mind. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was most likely related to both. After all, the demon sword mountain master was a peerless figure in his era. He was the kind of person who dominated the universe and was difficult to find a match for. If it weren't for the limitations of the universe itself, the demon sword mountain master would have achieved even more amazing achievements. However, Qianzong didn't think that the demon sword mountain master could reach this level with just his ability alone. Xianxia was also the reason why he had such strength. It was because Xianxia came from himself. This was not Qianzong's narcissism, but a kind of feeling. It was a feeling that seemed to come from the unseen. It was because the demon sword mountain master had taken over Xianxia's body and devoured his spirit that he had become extraordinary. In addition to all the opportunities that he had obtained after that, he had cultivated his current terrifying strength. Qianzong slashed out with his sword, and the ancient stars were vast and mighty. It carried an extremely tyrannical power as it smashed through the vacuum. Then, Qianzong's figure blurred for a moment, as if something had appeared from his body. He turned into a dark golden flowing light and directly rushed towards the faceless dark giant. A clone, that was a doppelganger that had been cultivated using the extreme Dao illusion secret technique. It possessed Xianxia's full strength, but the sword in its hand was not the Heavenly Will sword. Because the Heavenly Will sword was a demigod item, it could not be transformed. Therefore, before coming, Xianxia had taken the Black Emperor sword with him. The power of a semi-divine tool was not weak. With Xianxia's strength, the extreme phantom secret technique was extremely fast. It flew across the sky like a flowing light. In an instant, it approached the faceless dark giant and slashed out with its sword. Xianxia had also opened all 9 apertures of the void concealment secret technique. This way, he could support his true body and the extreme phantom secret technique for a long time. With multitasking, controlling his true body and the extreme phantom secret technique was not difficult for Xianxia at all. The faceless dark giant's body was huge, at least 100 meters tall. Although its speed was not slow at all, Xianxia's speed was even faster. Under the cooperation of his true body and the extreme phantom secret technique, they constantly circled the faceless dark giant and attacked it with their swordsmanship. The faceless dark giant was furious. In a one-on-one situation, it might not be able to suppress Xianxia, let alone now that it was 2 against 1. However, the battle was also in a stalemate because the faceless dark giant's strength was extremely powerful. It was very difficult to exhaust and kill it. A bitter battle. Xianxia and the Demon Sword Mountain Master were in a bitter battle. Endless dark power kept surging, gathering from all directions and pouring into the faceless dark giant's body, constantly replenishing its strength. Xianxia felt that the faceless dark giant was as difficult to deal with as the eternal ice demon god's avatar. In that case, I will end you with this sword, Xianxia said to himself. He leaped and instantly escaped, leaving only the extreme phantom secret technique to entangle the faceless dark giant. Xianxia's true body appeared 1,000 meters away. He focused and accumulated power. In an instant, his eyes became extremely condensed and sharp, as if he could see through time and space and see everything. His eyes became illusory, and his aura was also extremely restrained in an instant. He turned from real to illusory, and the power of the heart sword bloodline was stimulated. It spread out. In an instant, it felt as if Xianxia's body was expanding. It instantly grew bigger, an endless aura surrounded him. As his body swayed, he took a step forward, and an illusory figure appeared. The illusory figure instantly expanded to 100 meters. Xianxia, who was 100 meters tall, looked so illusory. It was as if the sword god had descended. He directly swung the illusory sword in his hand forward. Space froze, time stopped, tens of thousands of Daos wailed, and the great Dao retreated. It looked like an upward slash of the sword, but it also looked like a straight stab. However, it gave people the feeling of a heavy slash. It was extremely powerful. This sword seemed to have transcended life and death and seen through the mysteries of reincarnation. This sword seemed to have opened up the world and recreated the chaos. This sword was invincible. In the instant that the sword slashed out, the extreme phantom secret technique also retreated in an instant, turning into a sword light and flying away. The faceless dark giant seemed to let out a roar, and the giant dark sword slashed across the sky. The giant sword burned with eternal demonic flames. However, this scene was frozen in the boundless void, like a picture scroll. The faceless dark giant did not have a face, but people could feel a sense of uneasiness and panic from it. It was afraid, but for a moment, it could not move because this sword was beyond imagination. It was a sword that transcended time and space. It was a sword that transcended the reincarnation of life and death. It was a sword that repelled tens of thousands of great Dao. It was a sword that surpassed the current level and was one step closer to the demigod realm. This sword. It was as if the sword god had descended. This was also Xianxia's most powerful sword. It was the most powerful sword that consumed all of his essence, spirit, and strength in an instant. The illusory sword light seemed so unreal. It was as unfathomable as the moon in the water, but it cut through the faceless dark giant's body in an instant. In the next moment, the illusory sword light disappeared, and time and space began to run again. The 100-meter-tall illusory figure that looked like the sword god disappeared into nothingness. The extreme phantom secret technique flew over at an astonishing speed and appeared beside Xianxia's original body to protect it. As for the original body, its strength was almost exhausted, and it was at its weakest. Fortunately, there was still the extreme phantom secret technique, which was a clone of Chen Zong's original body. Soundless, colorless, formless, Chen Zong panted. His face was pale and his spirit was dispirited. However, his cultivation strength was constantly recovering, and his essence, qi, and spirit were also rapidly recovering. The faceless dark giant, which was 100 meters tall, stood in the void, motionless, as if it had been frozen. In the next moment, he raised the huge dark sword in his hand, and a ball of blazing dark flames suddenly appeared. It burned fiercely, and a terrifying power was stirred up. He raised the sword high and was about to slash down at Chen Zong to kill Chen Zong. However, just as the huge dark sword was about to slash down, the huge body of the faceless dark giant suddenly trembled, and cracks appeared on the dark armor on its body. The cracks spread at an astonishing speed, and eventually spread to every part of its body, and then it collapsed. Immediately after, a mark appeared on the faceless dark giant's body. It was a sword mark that extended from the head to the bottom of the body. The sword mark appeared from the forehead and quickly spread, directly splitting the faceless dark giant into two. It could not heal. Under the terrifying power of the sword, the huge body of the faceless dark giant could not heal at all. It was directly split into two, and then exploded in the vibration, exploding into countless torrents of dark fog that rushed in all directions, sweeping everything away. Vaguely, there seemed to be a figure fleeing into the distance in the dark fog. It was the demon sword mountain lord himself. He wanted to escape. The power of Chen Zong's sword was so strong that it was completely beyond his expectations. It was also beyond his endurance. Even the faceless dark giant, whose strength had reached the peak, could not withstand it and was directly cut into pieces by the sword. It even seriously injured the body of the faceless dark giant. He had to escape. He had to escape first, recuperate, recover his strength, and then make a comeback. It had to be said that the demon sword mountain lord cherished his life very much. However, how could Chen Zong let him escape? After all, that was Xianxia's body, a doppelganger that he had split off during his cultivation many years ago. It was time to take it back. Even if it was not a doppelganger, Chen Zong did not want to let a strong enemy continue to live. He did not know when it would bring him great trouble. With all these factors, he absolutely could not let him escape. Chen Zong's original body was still recovering and did not have much combat power. However, Chen Zong still had the extreme Dao Phantom body, and he had all the power he could muster. In an instant, the extreme Dao illusory body took the heavenly will sword and slashed it across the sky. It was the divine firmament sword, an extremely sharp sword. It directly split open the surging dark fog and struck the demonic sword mountain lord, who was about to flee. The heavily injured demonic sword mountain master did not have much of his strength left. The only thing he could do was flee. His speed was far from what it was when he was at his peak, so he did not manage to dodge the attack. The sword chi entered his body and worsened his injuries. Extreme Path illusory body wielded the will heavenly sword and unleashed one sword strike after another, landing on the demonic sword mountain lord's body and shattering it. A pitch-black soul exuded an extremely dense demonic aura and was astonishingly domineering. However, under the devastation of the sword chi, it became illusory. At this time, Chen Zong's original body had also recovered some of his strength. With a move of his body, he immediately grabbed out and directly imprisoned the soul of the demonic sword mountain lord for a moment. Then, he kept it in the Taihao sword realm and suppressed it with the power of the Taihao sword realm. Even if the demonic sword mountain lord, who had lost his body and power and only had his soul left, still had a certain amount of strength, he could not be compared to when he was at his peak. He did not even have 1/10 of his strength left. Thus, he could only be suppressed by the power of the Taihao sword realm. After suppressing the soul of the demonic sword mountain lord, Chen Zong breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was resolved. It was completely resolved. However, thinking back and carefully deducing, Chen Zong still felt that it was a little dramatic. Back then, an opportunity had turned into a dangerous crisis. After surviving that crisis, he did not expect that his doppelganger, Xianxia, would lose contact with him. It turned out that he had been possessed by the demonic sword mountain lord. He simply did not know how to describe it. Now, everything was finally back on track. After returning, he would retrieve the part of his soul that belonged to him back then and merge it again. Perhaps in this way, he would have a chance to find an opportunity to break through to the demigod realm. As long as he broke through to the demigod realm, Qianzong would be able to truly have a strong foundation and be able to face other demigods head-on. He would only know who was stronger and who was weaker in a battle. He would not be like now. Although he was comparable to a god's doppelganger, he was nothing in the face of a demigod realm expert. He would be easily suppressed and killed. Demigod realm, at the thought of this, Qianzong could not help but feel a burst of excitement in his heart. After fully recovering his strength, Qianzong also quickly rushed back to the Heavenly Mirror Universe City. He handed the Black Emperor sword to his doppelganger and let his doppelganger guard it while he entered the Taihao Sword realm. Now, the Taihao Sword realm was getting stronger and stronger with the passage of time. Qianzong appeared in the Taihao Sword realm, isolated a small space, and then released the soul of the demonic Sword Mountain Lord. "Qianzong, let me go," the demonic Sword Mountain Lord roared. He transformed into his human form and bared his fangs and brandished his claws as if he wanted to pounce on Qianzong and tear him apart. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by a force and could not move. "Back then, I received your inheritance and was indebted to you. Then, you wanted to possess me, so we had a grudge. The grudge was settled, but you possessed my doppelganger, so we had a grudge again." Qianzong stared at the soul of the demonic Sword Mountain Lord and said unhurriedly, "Now, it's time for you to pay for what you did in the past." After saying that, he ignored the demonic Sword Mountain Lord and directly refined and devoured him. The soul of the demonic Sword Mountain Lord had possessed Qianzong, which was equivalent to devouring Qianxiu's soul. That soul originated from Qianzong, and now, it was going to return to Qianzong's soul. "Don't even think about it," the demonic Sword Mountain Lord roared and took the initiative to rush toward Qianzong. Since he could not escape and the other party was not willing to let him go, then he would take the initiative to attack and possess the other party. As long as he succeeded, not only would he be reborn, but he would also become stronger. He might even have a chance to reach the demigod realm in a short time. Although he knew that the probability of successfully possessing the other party's soul was not very high, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would work hard and do everything he could to fight for it. In this regard, he was very similar to Qianzong. However, when the demonic Sword Mountain Lord rushed into Qianzong's mind in a suicidal manner, he suddenly saw the 18 evil suppressing divine swords and the strange figure in the demonic suppression formation set up by the evil suppressing divine swords. With just a slight perception, he immediately felt the terrifying evil aura contained in the strange figure. It was the most primitive and ancient evil aura, as if it was the source of all evil. Compared to it, he was like a small snake compared to a real dragon. Despair, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord was in complete despair. Even such a terrifying and extremely evil existence was suppressed in Qianzong's sea of consciousness. What was he? At that moment, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord lost all resistance. He was like a salted fish that had been dried for many years, motionless and at the mercy of Qianzong. However, the moment Qianzong was about to officially devour him, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord suddenly self-destructed his soul. Even if he could not possess Qianzong, he absolutely did not want to be possessed by Qianzong and become his nourishment. At worst, he would die together with Qianzong. Even if he could not kill him, he would at least injure him. All of this was under Qianzong's control. In an instant, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord's soul self-destruction was suppressed. This sea of consciousness was Qianzong's territory. With the evil suppressing divine swords around, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord still wanted to cause trouble. Suppress, refine, and devour. The demonic Sword Mountain Lord's soul was gradually integrated into Qianzong's soul. In fact, this method of devouring other people's souls was a demonic method. Qianzong did not know how to do it. Even if he did, he would not be willing to use it. It would make his own soul impure. However, it was different now. The demonic Sword Mountain Lord had possessed Xianxia, and Xianxia originated from Qianzong. They were of the same origin. Qianzong now wanted to reintegrate the part of his soul that he had separated from many years ago. It was equivalent to taking back his own things. It was not difficult. The demonic Sword Mountain Lord's possession of Xianxia was equivalent to fusing with Xianxia's soul. Now, Qinzong was refining the demonic Sword Mountain Lord's soul and removing the impurities in it, leaving only the pure part that belonged to Xianxia. The flames formed by the divine will burned incessantly, incinerating the suppressed soul of the demonic Sword Mountain Master. The impurities were burned away, leaving only the purest and purest parts. In the end, the pitch-black mixed soul was reduced to a ball about the size of a fist. It was a little faint black and translucent, but it was no longer mixed with any impurities. The fluctuations emitted by the ball of soul were so pure and so compatible. It was of the same origin as Qinzong's own soul. The fusion began. After Qinzong took a deep breath, he merged the pure ball of soul that he had separated from many years ago. Of course, this ball of soul was much more powerful than the one he had separated from back then. After all, Qianxia's clone at that time could cultivate. It had superior intelligence that was not inferior to the original body. It also had its own will, temperament, and so on. If it was not said that it was a clone, it would be completely unknown. Now, Qinzong recalled the inheritance he had obtained back then. He was still very shocked. Such a wonderful inheritance method did not seem to exist in the current chaotic universe. Could it have been created by the Shura overlord back then? It felt inconceivable. However, there was such an incredible method as the Heart Sutra, so it was not too strange after thinking about it. As the fusion continued, Qinzong felt that his soul was growing stronger little by little. However, the most important thing was not the feeling of growing stronger. Instead, it was a feeling of completeness, as if it had been filled up. At the same time, many memories emerged. They were the memories of Xianxia and the demonic Sword Mountain Lord. Qinzong needed to organize these memories and eliminate the useless ones, leaving only the useful ones. However, Qinzong had lived for many years, cultivated for many years, and experienced many things. The demonic Sword Mountain Lord had lived for even longer, more than 100 times longer than Xianxia. Therefore, the memories were very complex and vigorous, like the flow of the sea. Even though Qinzong's soul was powerful and his divine will was tenacious, it was difficult for him to completely organize them in a short time. In the Heavenly Realm Universe City, Qinzong's avatar wore the quasi-divine weapon Black Emperor Sword and guarded the city. The newly ascended star-burning true phoenix Great Emperor Yunyanxin was also guarding the city. The unparalleled god Jiandi Qinzong's original body stayed in the vast sword realm, wholeheartedly absorbing the memories of Xianxia or demonic Sword Mountain Lord. The boundless memory surged like a torrent in the ocean. Qinzong focused on the chaotic prime realm, constantly selecting and discarding the unimportant parts to avoid increasing his burden. He only kept the useful parts. In the end, under Qinzong's sorting, the useful parts were less than 1/10 of all the memories. These memories were all related to cultivation, especially the memories related to the way of the sword. Xianxia was a sword cultivator and so was demonic Sword Mountain Lord. The combination of the two was not as simple as 1 + 1. These memories about the sword Dao were constantly absorbed by Qinzong's original body, constantly enriching the foundation of Qinzong's sword Dao. Perhaps Qinzong's unparalleled god Jiandi could really be called unparalleled in the sword Dao, but it did not mean that Qinzong was flawless. Different sword cultivators had their own unique understanding of the sword Dao. The more brilliant a sword cultivator was, the more this was the case. Xianxia and demonic Sword Mountain Lord were extremely brilliant sword cultivators. When combined, they were not inferior to Qinzong's original body. Their understanding of the sword Dao would not be inferior to Qinzong's original body. Moreover, they were comprehending it from a different perspective. Some comprehensions were similar, some were different, and some were even opposite. However, as long as one was brilliant enough, they would be able to benefit from it and integrate it into their own comprehension, thereby perfecting and improving their own comprehension of the sword Dao. Apart from that, the biggest gain was the World Tree. Demonic Sword Mountain Lord had seen the World Tree before and knew where it was located. However, for some reason, he did not obtain it. This was because the World Tree was intelligent and resisted demonic Sword Mountain Lord. At that time, demonic Sword Mountain Lord was not strong enough to forcibly take the World Tree away. This time, he planned to take the World Tree away after getting rid of Qinzong. After all, the World Tree was a precious treasure even to a demigod expert. It was very valuable. The World Tree. The light in Chenzong's eyes flickered. The current Taihao sword realm was constantly growing stronger and stronger. As time passed, it would become stronger and stronger. However, if he could obtain the Tree of World and transplant it into the Taihao sword realm, the Taihao sword realm would become stronger at an astonishing rate. In any case, there was no way Chenzong would Zong's World Tree was World Tree. That was the World Tree, not the roots or fragments of the World Tree. As long as the World Tree was a root or a fragment, it could slowly grow back into a World Tree, but it would take a long time and a large amount of qi of heaven and earth to supply it. It would take a long time for it to be useful, but it was different for a World Tree that had already grown. After leaving the vast sword realm, Chenzong set off again. He turned into a ray of sword light and flew out of Sky Mirror Universe City. He flew towards the depths of the void at an extremely fast speed. It was as if nothing could stop Chenzong. Chenzong's departure was extremely secretive. Only his incarnation and Xianxia knew about it. Chenzong flew in the boundless void. Although he was not armed with the ancient divine sword armor, Chenzong's speed had reached the level of an ultimate great emperor. He was even considered one of the faster ones. Chenzong's body was like a sword. He was one with the sword. He tore through the void and moved forward at an astonishing speed. The demonic sword mountain lord had discovered the World Tree. It was located in a very remote location. It was extremely difficult to find. The demonic sword mountain lord had discovered it by chance. However, he could not obtain the World Tree. Therefore, he set up a barrier to seal the area. This way, it would be impossible for others to find it. Moreover, the demonic sword mountain lord had left behind some measures. If someone was lucky enough to find it, they would be intercepted. If they were not strong enough, they would die immediately. On the contrary, if one was strong enough, they would be able to see the World Tree. However, whether they could take it away was still unknown. According to the demonic sword mountain lord's memory, one would need to have the strength of a demigod to easily obtain the World Tree. In other words, it was almost impossible for anyone below the demigod realm to obtain a complete World Tree. Chenzong was not sure whether it would work or not. However, he had to give it a try. Finally, Chenzong arrived at the place in the demonic sword mountain lord's memory. It was a place shrouded in dark fog. The dark fog was created by the demonic sword mountain lord. The dark fog was filled with countless fine sword qi. Each of them was extremely powerful and could tear everything apart. However, they were not much of a threat to Chenzong. However, they were extremely fatal to divine monarchs. Even an ultimate great emperor would be threatened. In other words, only ultimate great emperors could enter unscathed. However, there were only a few ultimate great emperors in the entire chaotic universe. Chenzong directly entered the fog. The fine sword qi attacked but could not really hit Chenzong. His body was shattered. After passing through the fog, Chenzong stepped onto a piece of land. On this land, there were dark figures wandering about. They were in human form and moved slowly, as if they were old men with one foot in a coffin. Their bodies were filled with a dense aura of death. These were also the measures left behind by the demonic sword mountain lord. They were a kind of corpse puppet made with a special method. When the corpse puppets noticed Chenzong, they suddenly raised their heads and stared at him. Their gray eyes suddenly glowed with a bloody red light. They let out bloodthirsty and brutal roars. Their originally staggered footsteps suddenly exploded with astonishing speed. They rushed towards Chenzong like lightning. They grabbed with their arms. Their claws were pitch black and sharp, and they emitted a stench. Monarch God level. These hundreds of corpse puppets were all at the monarch God level. Moreover, they were all at the peak of the monarch God level. Their strength was terrifying. They did not fear death and their bodies were tough. When they joined forces, even an ordinary great emperor would find it difficult to deal with them. However, this was not a problem for Chenzong. To put it bluntly, they were only there to deal with those who were lucky enough to pass through the dark fog. He drew his sword and slashed. The sword slashed across the sky and instantly killed the hundreds of corpse puppets. They turned into ashes. Chenzong moved forward and finally saw a tree. It was a tall tree. The tree was at least 1,000 meters tall. It towered above the ground as if it was holding up the sky. It had an astonishing majesty and majesty. The World Tree, that was the World Tree. However, Qianzong knew very well that the World Tree was extremely huge. The World Tree in front of him was 1,000 meters tall. Its branches covered a radius of a few thousand meters. It looked extremely huge, but in fact, such a height was considered very low among the World Trees. If the World Tree was compared to an adult, then the 1,000-meter-tall World Tree in front of him was equivalent to the infant stage of the human race. Only a 10,000-meter-tall World Tree could be considered the infant stage of the human race. It was normal for a World Tree to grow to 100,000 meters or even 1,000,000 meters tall. Some could even grow to 10 million meters tall and hold up a great world. The 1,000-meter-tall World Tree also exuded an astonishing aura. It was extremely vigorous and its vitality was extremely shocking. As if it had felt Qianzong's aura, the branches and leaves of the World Tree moved. They were full of vigilance as if they were resisting. A terrifying power gathered in the World Tree. Once it exploded, it would be extremely terrifying as if it could destroy everything. The aura of this surge of power actually made Qianzong feel apprehensive. It was very strong. It was even stronger than the strength of an extreme great emperor. It was at least at the level of his ancient divine sword armor. It was no wonder that the demonic sword mountain master could not take it away. At that time, the demonic sword mountain master was only at the extreme great emperor level. He could not do anything to the World Tree. However, even in such a situation, Qianzong did not dare to act rashly. This was because the World Tree's strength was not inferior to his. Moreover, Qianzong's goal was to take the World Tree away. It would be best if he took it away in one piece instead of destroying it. There was a huge difference between complete and destroyed. Qianzong showed his goodwill. He did not have any intention of attacking. Instead, he stood where he was and looked at the World Tree. He said, "You are no longer safe here. I have a world that can accommodate you." At this moment, a leaf detached from the branch. As if it was carried by a gust of morning wind, it floated towards Qianzong and landed on Qianzong's body. The leaf immediately emitted a burst of light. It was a burst of green light that looked so pure and crystal clear. The aura it emitted was rich with vitality. Following that, a branch extended like an arm and reached in front of Qianzong. It trembled lightly as if it wanted to come into contact with Qianzong. Qianzong felt a joyful emotion from it. And in Qianzong's body, something seemed to be awakening. It was a power full of vitality. The World Tree, Qianzong immediately thought of the World Tree bloodline. Previously, when he consumed a large amount of bloodline pure source to stimulate his own bloodline, he saw the World Tree bloodline. At that time, he could choose to activate it. But in the end, Qianzong chose to activate the Heart Sword bloodline because it was the most suitable bloodline for him. But Qianzong had a very deep memory of the situation at that time. Where did his World Tree bloodline come from? Tracing back to the origin, Qianzong still remembered. It should be when he was still a disciple of the Heavenly Palace in the very beginning of the Void. He entered the historical remains of the Great Void Heaven Temple and found the remains of a World Tree there. Under a coincidence, he received the World Tree remains as a gift and left behind its life aura. That life aura fused into his body. Following his continuous cultivation and growth, it gradually grew stronger and stronger. Finally, it became a bloodline power that could be activated. And now, this power was sensed by the World Tree in front of him. Qianzong immediately extended a finger and touched that branch of the World Tree that extended over. At the moment of contact, Qianzong immediately felt his finger tremble uncontrollably, as if there was an electric current flowing through it. Soon after, a cool aura spread out. As that cool aura spread throughout his body, Qianzong could clearly feel the will of the World Tree in front of him. The cool aura was filled with the rhythm of life. It lingered in Qianzong's limbs and bones, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. Green light quickly spread out from Qianzong's body. Gradually, the shadow of a tree appeared behind him. It was the World Tree. Intimacy. The 1,000-meter-tall World Tree felt an indescribable sense of intimacy from Qianzong. At the same time, Qianzong also felt the same sense of intimacy from the World Tree. The 1,000-meter-tall World Tree immediately made the decision to follow Qianzong. If the demonic Sword Mountain Lord knew about this, he would probably cry. He had thought of many ways but still couldn't do anything to the World Tree. He could only seal this place and wait for the day when he became a demigod realm expert to forcibly take the World Tree away. This was because a World Tree that hadn't grown to a certain extent was no match for a demigod. The demonic Sword Mountain Lord's idea was actually very good and correct. Who would have thought that he would be killed by Qinzong and be devoured by Qinzong? Now, Qinzong had come to take the World Tree. Qinzong actually had the aura and power of the World Tree on him, so the World Tree was very close to him and was willing to follow Qinzong. This was nothing. Unfortunately, the demonic Sword Mountain Lord didn't have a coffin. The World Tree was close to Qinzong and expressed its willingness to follow him. This was great news. Qinzong naturally wouldn't refuse. He immediately opened the Taihao Sword Realm and took the World Tree into it. With a roar, the World Tree was uprooted and entered the Taihao Sword Realm. It took root in the Taihao Sword Realm. The Taihao Sword Realm began to tremble. Boundless chi of heaven and earth surged and poured into the Tree of World. The Tree of World continued to take root and eventually became one with the Taihao Sword Realm. Its roots continued to spread beneath the Taihao Sword Realm. The 1,000-meter-tall World Tree's roots were very developed. They directly spread over the land with a radius of 10,000 meters. I'll give it to you. Qinzong extracted the aura of the World Tree that had existed in his body a long time ago and gave it to the World Tree in front of him. To Qinzong, that aura was of no use to him. Instead of just leaving it there, he might as well make use of it. Having obtained the aura of the World Tree's power from Qinzong's body, the World Tree waved its thousands of branches and leaves in joy, making rustling sounds. Immediately, the essence of the world gathered in a mighty manner, sweeping over like a storm of essential chi. If it weren't for the fact that the vast sword realm had been constantly devouring large amounts of yuan chi from the depths of the void over the past few years, it probably wouldn't have been able to supply it and would have been completely devoured. Even so, the elders and disciples of the Taihao Mountain in the Taihao Sword Realm all sensed the abnormality of the vital chi and looked over. However, they did not chase after them. If there was any abnormality in the Taihao Sword Realm, it definitely had something to do with their sect master. There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was their sect master who had done it. In the storm of essential chi, the body of the World Tree began to grow at an astonishing speed. It was originally only 1,000 meters tall, but then it grew rapidly at a speed of 100 meters. As it grew taller and taller, its branches and leaves also continued to grow. More and more of its roots also spread out under the ground at an astonishing speed. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, the World Tree continued to grow and finally stopped when it reached a height of 10,000 meters. The 10,000-meter-tall World Tree stood on the ground of the Taihao Sword Realm, looking incomparably majestic. It was much taller than a mountain. Not only that, but its trunk had also become extremely thick, reaching a diameter of several hundred meters. It was shockingly huge, like a pillar that supported the sky. The dense canopy extended out in all directions, covering a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. It was like a huge umbrella that covered the sky and covered the sun. Even though the World Tree was quite far from the Taihao Mountain, one could still clearly see the huge World Tree towering between heaven and earth from afar. The 1,000-meter-tall World Tree was like a newborn baby, while the 10,000-meter-tall World Tree was like a toddler learning to walk. If it continued to grow, it would continue to grow taller, and its compatibility with the Taihao Sword Realm would become deeper and deeper. In the end, it would completely merge with the Taihao Sword Realm. At that time, the two would coexist. The World Tree would grow as tall as the Taihao Sword Realm. As for the current World Tree, it was still not very useful to the Taihao Sword Realm, but it was not completely useless. At least its roots would continue to spread to the ground of the Taihao Sword Realm, making the Taihao Sword Realm more tenacious and indestructible. The other point was cultivation. If the disciples of the Taihao Mountain came to cultivate under the World Tree, the effect would be much better. The effect would also increase as the World Tree grew. Looking at the 10,000-meter-tall World Tree in front of him, Qinzong smiled from the bottom of his heart. Finally, he had gathered the three treasures. It would have been great if he could get one, but he did not expect to be so lucky as to get all three. In this way, the Taihao Sword Realm would be safe. Those who were not in the demigod realm would not be able to force their way in. Even if they did, they would be suppressed by the power of the realm and would not be able to resist. If the original Taihao Sword realm had limited potential, then the Taihao Sword realm that had merged with the three treasures had been reborn. Its growth potential had reached an astonishing level, and it would not be impossible for it to become a world that could suppress the demigod realm in the future. Exhaling, Qianzong left the Taihao Sword realm and returned to the Heavenly Realm Universe City. Fortunately, during this period of time, the various races lived in harmony. The humans and the origin race were also cultivating with all their might, seizing every second to increase their cultivation and strength. This was because no one knew when the next battle would come. However, many people knew that the war would definitely break out again. Once it did, it would not be a small-scale battle. It would be an extremely terrifying war that would engulf the entire race. Under such circumstances, if one was not strong enough, it would be very difficult to even protect oneself, let alone kill the enemy. Cultivating diligently did not mean that one could live to the end, but at least one could not die too easily. Qianzong left and returned half a year later. However, no one knew about this period of time. Half a year was actually a very short period of time. Now, I no longer need to worry about the Taihao Sword realm, Qianzong said to himself. I have taken back Qianxia's spirit. My spirit has been completely perfected. In the early years, he had separated his spirit. Although it had been restored later, it was still separated after all. To a certain extent, there was still a trace of imperceptible flaw. Qianzong could not find an opportunity to break through in a short period of time. More or less, it was due to the separation of his spirit. However, Qianzong himself did not realize this. It had been too long, so he did not think in that direction. It was not until the demonic Sword Mountain Lord appeared in front of him that he was inspired. Now that he had obtained the memories of the demonic Sword Mountain Lord and his spirit was truly perfected, Qianzong felt that he could search for that opportunity. Next, I will begin to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the next level, Qianzong said to himself. He told Xianxia and Chenin that he was going to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. He told them not to worry. Qianzong did not know when the war would break out. It was impossible for him to wait for the war to break out without cultivating in seclusion. Moreover, even if he did not cultivate in seclusion and wait for the war to break out, what could he do? Unparalleled God Jiandi's strength was indeed very strong. In the war, he could indeed dominate one side. However, there was a limit to his strength. When the time came, it was difficult to guarantee that no demigod would take action. Once a demigod took action, if he was targeted, he would be easily killed. Only demigods truly had the ability to control their own fate. Only demigods could survive the war in which demigods participated. Qianzong originally planned to leave the Taihao Sword realm behind. However, after thinking about it, he decided to bring it with him. He planned to comprehend, break through in the Taihao Sword realm. This way, it would be more secretive. As for the two unnamed disciples, Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao, they were still cultivating the 110s of heart. It would not be easy for them to master it. Even if they did master it, his incarnation could teach them the 4th level of the Heart Sutra and even guide them in swordsmanship. After making all the arrangements, Qianzong's original body began to escape into the void. He constantly swung his sword and slashed the void as he went deeper and deeper. Darkness, endless darkness. It was pitch black and boundless, as if it could devour everything. The deeper he went, the deeper and more shocking the darkness. The annihilation aura it contained was also extremely terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything and turn them into nothingness. If a Divine Lord level powerhouse entered this place, they probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. In a short period of time, they would be annihilated by this terrifying strength. Not even their bones would remain and their souls would scatter. However, Qianzong's expression didn't change. He wasn't affected at all. Qianzong's original strength was very strong. Not to mention his cultivation and sword essence, just the strength of the universe immortal body alone was enough to withstand the attacks of top-grade emperors. Moreover, Qianzong had once refined a strand of annihilation force. Deeper, there was no end to it. Qianzong wanted to comprehend to the extreme in order to not be disturbed by others. Finally, Chenzong reached the limit. If he continued to go deeper, it would be beyond his tolerance. At that time, he would not be cultivating in seclusion. Instead, he would be attacked and killed by the terrifying force in the depths of the void. After entering the Taihao Sword Realm, the Taihao Sword Realm turned into a speck of dust and floated in the depths of the void. It did not move at all, allowing the terrifying force in the depths of the void to wreak havoc. The origin qi in the depths of the void was even purer. It was constantly being absorbed by the Taihao Sword Realm. In the Taihao Sword Realm, Chenzong sat cross-legged on a thick branch of the Tree of World. His entire body seemed to have merged with the Tree of World. His thoughts were also constantly spreading out. For a moment, Chenzong felt that his body seemed to have become the body of the Tree of World. He was using the Tree of World to perceive the Taihao Sword Realm in all aspects. His roots were also constantly spreading out and touching the void outside. Every root seemed to be able to feel the same. It was very magical. His chaotic primordial realm was operating and he controlled the different roots. They cooperated very well as if they were born to be like this. In the depths of the void, a motionless speck of dust was suspended in it. It was impossible to see it with the naked eye, and it was even difficult to sense it with divine consciousness. It was the Taihao Sword Realm. Unless a demigod expert passed by and deliberately paid attention, it was impossible to notice the existence of the Taihao Sword Realm. Chenzong seemed to have become one with the Tree of World. His mind was divided into thousands of independent Chenzong and merged into the roots of the Tree of World. He felt the fluctuations and mysteries of the void and universe from the perspective of the Tree of World. It was a wonderful experience. Humans were humans, and the Tree of World was the Tree of World. Simply put, different creatures would sense everything in the outside world in a unique way. Sensing from different angles would often lead to different understandings. The Tree of World was undoubtedly a very brilliant creature, a noble life form. Its perception of the outside world was unique and comprehensive, which made up for Chenzong's shortcomings. No matter how amazing Chenzong was, he was still a human. But now, Chenzong seemed to have changed from a human to a Tree of World. He felt from the perspective of the Tree of World. Chenzong sensed the endless deeper mysteries. However, he would not get lost in them if he was below the primordial chaos realm. After all, the mysteries of the universe were endless. There were so many roots of the world tree, so the amount of mysteries and information that one could come into contact with at the same time was extremely large. Furthermore, each of them was different. It was as majestic and forceful as the torrent of the sea. Such a huge amount of information was enough to make an emperor-level expert lose himself in it, but Chenzong would not. A chaotic prime could handle it in time. Chenzong's seclusion was a top secret. Only Xianxia and Chenzong's incarnation knew about it. Time passed slowly, year after year. The chaotic universe was still peaceful, but there was a deep-seated depression in this peace. It seemed to be getting clearer and stronger. Decades flew by. On this day, Gu Qingyu found Chenzong again, or rather, found Chenzong's incarnation. Master, I have mastered the third stage of the Heart Sutra. Gu Qingyu was secretly excited. Before he had mastered it, he felt that the One Heart Sutra was very profound and unfathomable. After mastering it, he felt even more shocked. The feeling of the One Heart Sutra was really too wonderful and too amazing. The Heart Sutra that had been improved and perfected by Chenzong time and time again was completely different. It was able to cultivate a huge amount of mental strength, and the Heart Sutra was no longer limited to a short burst. At least, it could be maintained for a longer period of time. Okay, Chenzong's incarnation nodded and said, I'll accept you as my successor when you've mastered the fourth level. When Gu Qingyu heard that, she was instantly extremely excited. Finally, there was hope of obtaining his master's approval. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. After obtaining the fourth stage of the Heart Sutra, Gu Qingyu bowed and left with a sword salute. Another 10 years passed, and Ming Xiao also came. He had also mastered the third level of the Heart Sutra. This speed was indeed amazing in Chenzong's eyes. He also promised to take Ming Xiao as a true disciple after he mastered the fourth level of the Heart Sutra. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since Chenzong went into seclusion. On this day, the headquarters of the celestial race, demonic race, and giant race in the chaotic universe had been further modified to a state that was completely suitable for their survival. Inside the headquarters of the celestial race, numerous god altars were suspended in the air. Each of the god altars was releasing layers of divine radiance. It was so sacred and vast and boundless. There were more than 10,000 of such god altars. They were built in the chaotic universe. Every god altar was activated, releasing layers of radiance that shone in all directions. Gradually, they were connected. When 10,000 god altars were connected, the scene was extremely spectacular. At the highest point, 3 figures stood quietly. They were the 3 sky god avatars of the celestial race. They had been staying here all this time because they had to preside over the construction of the god altars. If the celestial race came out in full force, they would definitely be able to occupy more territories. But what could they do? The most important thing was to completely occupy this chaotic universe and turn it into a new celestial universe. In order to achieve this step, a sky god must descend. Therefore, their biggest goal was to let a sky god descend into the chaotic universe. All of their arrangements were the same. Occupying territories was just to plunder enough resources first. It was only because of the appearance of Chen Zong, the unparalleled god Jandi, that they suffered a great loss and had no choice but to retreat. Because of this, the speed of plundering resources slowed down. The original plan of building 10,000 god altars in 50 years had now taken more than 100 years. But speaking of which, 100 years was actually nothing. It took a total of more than 200 years to successfully build 10,000 god altars. Now, the power of the god altars was activated. A passageway was about to be opened, a space-time passageway that would allow the sky gods of the celestial race to descend into this chaotic universe. The 3 sky god avatars looked down from above. With a command, the power of the god altars was immediately completely activated. A buzzing sound rang out continuously, and the god altars trembled endlessly. Immediately, beams of divine light shot up into the sky from the center of the god altars. Each beam of divine light was 10 meters thick. Under the astonishing rumbling sounds, the beams of divine light seemed to shatter the vacuum, shattering everything. They constantly blasted into the depths of the void, shattering time and space and turning it into chaos. The chaos connected into a piece, constantly penetrating deeper and deeper, as if penetrating everything. In the Divine Radiance dynasty in the relic world of the celestial universe epic fragment, 3 figures stood out of thin air. The figures seemed to be the height of an ordinary person, but at a closer look, they seemed to be 1,000 meters tall and lofty, like mountains. They were the 3 sky gods of the celestial race. At this moment, there were god altars that were 100 meters in size all over the Divine Radiance dynasty. Every divine altar released layers of light that resembled divine splendor. Pillars of light soared into the sky, shattering the sky and turning the sky of the Divine Splendor dynasty into chaos. The chaos met, and the power of the god altars of the 2 universes began to come into contact and blend, becoming one. It was as if they had turned into chains. They suddenly exerted force and instantly tightened. The Divine Radiance dynasty moved. It was pulled and guided by the power of the 10,000 god altars. Gradually, it sank into the chaos and moved in the direction of the chaotic great cosmos. It was the same for the celestial race, and it was the same for the demon-human race. However, what they built were not god altars, but dark demonic pillars. Under the bombardment of the demonic pillars, space and time were shattered and turned into chaos. The great dark sky empire was also pulled into the chaos bit by bit, toward the chaotic great cosmos. The 3 demon gods of the demon-human race tried their best to maintain the stability of the empire so that it would not fall apart in the chaos. Otherwise, there would be heavy casualties. On the side of the giant race, they built divine mountains. Each divine mountain was majestic and heavy. They were not 100 meters tall, but 1,000 meters tall. However, the principle of those divine mountains was the same as the demon-human race. It was the same as the god altars and demonic pillars. They shattered spacetime and turned it into chaos, connecting it to the giant kingdom. Under the guidance of the giant kingdom entered the chaos. Through the shattered spacetime chaos, it approached the chaos great universe step by step. It was not an easy thing for a nation to descend. If there were any abnormalities during this period, perhaps the demigods of the foreign races would be fine and could survive. However, the others could not. They would directly perish in the chaos. It was as if they were treading on thin ice. On the divine star of the great divine king's domain, the great divine king, who had been writing tirelessly, held the power of this universe. Naturally, he also felt the arrival of the three foreign races. However, he did not intervene in this matter. This was because the actions of the three foreign races did not destroy the origin of the chaotic great cosmos. It was not considered a violation of the rules. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. The laws of the universe were so simple and direct. These divine spirits were the enforcers of the laws of the universe. Or rather, they were the protectors. The meaning of their existence was to protect the laws of the universe from being destroyed. Anything else had nothing to do with them. Even if the human race was wiped out, it was not something they could interfere in. At most, they could provide some simple help based on some personal emotional factors. For example, the demon heart divine spirit had recommended the human race's Xianxia to the divine star to receive guidance from the great divine king. That was all. The actions of the three foreign races were not considered secretive. This was because it was impossible to be secretive. After all, such a huge movement was immediately discovered by the upper echelons of the human race and the origin race. In the divine battle union, the 7 great elders were all present. Each of them looked extremely solemn. The three foreign races are going to make a move. It was obvious that they were aware of the actions of the three foreign races. They had paid a hefty price to obtain and deduce this information. However, they could not stop them. The three foreign races had divine avatars in charge. They were very powerful. Who could be their match? Only the unparalleled divine god Jiandi Qianzong. However, the unparalleled divine god Jiandi Qianzong was only one person. He could only be compared to one divine avatar. Let Qianzong go to the headquarters of the foreign races. Destroy them? Impossible. If he was besieged by the 3 divine avatars, he would most likely die. At that time, it would be a great loss for the human race and the origin race. Without any other choice, they could only try their best to strengthen themselves. This day has finally come. According to our calculations, how long will it take for the demigods of the 3 foreign races to arrive? 10 years at least. 20 years at most. The elders began to discuss amongst themselves. 10 years or 20 years sounded very long, but it was actually very short. For many experts, it was very difficult to improve much in 10 or 20 years. Even if they could, it was only a few. At this moment, a figure materialized in the divine battle union. It was the projection of a demigod. We only have 50 years, the demigod said. It will take time for the demigods of the foreign races to arrive. 50 years is the initial estimate. To fully integrate into the chaotic great universe and not be rejected by it, it will take 100 years. After the demigod projection finished speaking, it disappeared again. 50 years. We still have some time. Prepare for the highest battle. The ancient demon domain, and the celestial demon domain all bordered the original human race's territory. The ancient demon clan, and the celestial demon clan all wanted to invade the original human race's territory, expand their territory, plunder more resources, and cultivate more powerful clansmen. Unfortunately, no matter how they tried to invade, they were unable to truly invade the territory of the original humans. This was because the original humans were extremely powerful and were able to keep them out. Even if some of them managed to slip through, they would only be able to cause some damage before being killed. That level of damage was insignificant compared to the entire human race's territory. Demigods, it wasn't impossible, but the human race's side had demigods who were enough to stop them. In this way, the ancient demon race, and celestial devil race's invasion ended in failure over the past 1,000 years. This time, it happened to be the invasion of the prehistoric era's powerful races, which caused great damage to the human race's territory. It was like 3 mountains were suppressing the human race's territory and weakening their strength. However, if the human race's demigods attacked, the 3 prehistoric era's powerful races would be doomed. The demigods of the ancient demon race, celestial devil race, and celestial devil race's demigods immediately discussed and attacked the human race's demigods. In this way, the human race's strength would continue to weaken, and the chaos universe would become even more chaotic. What did chaos mean? It meant that the balance was broken, but it also meant that there were more possibilities and opportunities. Chaos meant opportunity. This was the ancient demon race, and celestial devil race's thoughts. No matter how the human race's demigods tried to explain and how terrible the consequences would be if the three prehistoric era's foreign races invaded, they remained unmoved. Did demigods have to be extremely intelligent? Not necessarily. Intelligence was intelligence, and comprehension was comprehension. They were two different things. It was like how some people were strong physically, but their brains weren't as good. Some people were very smart, but their bodies were weak. It was the same principle. Especially at the demigod level, they had formed their own understanding. It was deep and tenacious, and they weren't easily influenced by the outside world. Especially when the demigods of the enemy race were talking to them, they wouldn't listen. Finally, there was the gap between races. Different races had different perceptions of the outside world. There were differences in their way of thinking, behavior, and other aspects. As a result, a stalemate was formed. If the demigods of the human race and origin race wanted to attack the three powerful races from the prehistoric era, the demigods of the ancient demon race, and ancient demon race would take action, completely restraining the 8 demigods of the human race and origin race. There were 9 demigods from the ancient demon clan, and celestial demon clan. That was one more demigod than the primordial human clan. Although they didn't have an absolute advantage over the primordial human clan, they were able to pin down the 8 demigods of the primordial human clan. At this moment, the 3 great epics of the primeval universe had descended, and their demigods were about to descend as well. This caused the 8 demigods of the human race and origin race to be extremely furious, but there was nothing they could do. If they could make a move, they would be able to interrupt its descent and cause great losses. However, the problem was that he couldn't make a move. Once a demigod left to deal with the 3 strongest races of the prehistoric universe era, the demigods of the ancient demon clan, and even the ancient demon clan would break through the defense line and attack the human race. The destructive power of a demigod was extremely terrifying. A single attack could destroy a primordial chaos city. In a short period of time, all of the primordial chaos city would be destroyed. If this continued for a longer period of time, more than half of the cities in the primordial human clan's territory would be destroyed. Who knew how many people would die? Why did they hold back the demigods of the ancient demon clan and the other 2 races? It was to prevent them from entering the primordial human clan's territory and causing destruction. 8 demigods against 9 demigods. It was already very difficult for them to hold back the 8 demigods. How could they spare any extra energy? As such, no one could spare any energy to deal with the 3 strongest races of the prehistoric universe era, which led to the current situation. "We had a premonition long ago that this would happen," said a figure whose aura was as deep as the ocean. It was one of the demigods of the primordial human clan. "If it weren't for those 9 retards from the ancient demon clan, and celestial demon clan, this wouldn't have happened," said a very muscular demigod who looked like a barbarian. "There's no point in saying anything more," said a demigod with a cold and gloomy expression. They were all projections and not their true bodies. They didn't have much power because their true bodies were fighting against the 9 demigods of the other races. They couldn't invade the primordial human clan's territory. If they want to cause chaos, then let them. It was the demigod sitting in the main seat who spoke. He gave off a very ordinary feeling. His appearance was ordinary, but no one dared to underestimate him because he was one of the demigod rulers of the primordial human clan. The primordial human clan had 2 demigod rulers. One was human and the other was primordial. The demigod rulers were stronger than the other demigods, but not by much. They could suppress the other demigods, but they couldn't kill them. However, if they were in a demigod ruler's territory, their power would double. A demigod's power would double. How shocking and terrifying was that? But if they weren't in their own territory, the demigod rulers weren't demigod rulers. Rulers were rulers of their own territory. But chaos isn't good for us. When the three demigods of the primordial universe arrive and get used to the origin of the primordial universe, sighed an old man with a frown. Give the order to shrink our territory and defend. We can also shrink our territory and defend, said a demigod with a cold expression. His entire body seemed to emanate a terrifying sword intent. Shrinking their territory would cause them to lose a lot of territory, but it would also ensure their safety. At the very least, after shrinking their territory, the area they needed to protect would be greatly reduced. With the power of the 8 demigods, they could protect most of the primordial human clan. However, it would be very difficult. I only hope that a demigod can be born in the primordial human clan as soon as possible. In 10 years, the passageways of the 3 prehistoric races of the universe were opened. Their respective kingdoms began to descend, causing a great impact on the chaotic universe. The impact this time was almost comparable to the impact when the universe was destroyed and reassembled. Many ruins appeared as a result. There were many ruins left behind by the primordial universe. There were also some treasures left in the depths of the void. Usually, these treasures were hidden and would only appear when there were drastic changes. Under the drastic changes, the treasures in the ruins appeared one after another. Naturally, they brought about many opportunities. Therefore, in 10 years, more and more true saints were born among the primordial human clan. There were also many divine lords and even great emperors. There was also one more great emperor. However, the situation still didn't change. This was because no new demigods appeared. Under such circumstances, only demigods had the ability to guard an area and protect a race. Everyone below the demigod level was an ant. This wasn't an exaggeration. Whether a race was strong or not was closely related to whether there was a demigod in the race. Currently, the primordial human clan had 8 demigods. They were indeed the race with the most demigods in the entire primordial universe. They were extremely powerful. The other races couldn't compare to the primordial human clan, such as the ancient demon clan, divine demon clan, and so on. However, the 3 foreign races were eyeing the primordial human clan's territory covetously. To a certain extent, they had actually joined forces. When they joined forces, the 9 demigods weren't at a disadvantage against the 8 demigods of the primordial human clan. In the past 10 years, the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan had begun to abandon some of the outer void cities and cosmos cities according to the wishes of the 8 demigods. They had allowed their people to migrate to the inner cosmos cities. For this reason, they had even built more cities to accommodate their people. Although this made it seem crowded, they had no choice. Everything was for survival. In order to survive in this difficult environment, they had no choice but to do so. After the storm, there was a rainbow. They believed that this wasn't the end of the primordial human clan and that they would be able to survive this crisis. The primordial human clan and the primordial human clan gave up the outer void cities and cosmos cities and retreated. At the same time, they set up layers of formations inside the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan. These formations were interconnected and interdependent. They slowly formed a huge defensive line that firmly protected the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan's territory. This was a huge investment. Many of the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan participated. They put in the greatest effort and the most resources. Everything was for the survival of the race. People were used to the best of their abilities. The current consumption was nothing. Even if they used up all the resources, they wouldn't hesitate. This was because if they couldn't survive, no matter how many resources they had, they would be useless. Instead, they would become spoils of war for the enemy and help the enemy become even stronger. Some people would destroy everything before they died so that they wouldn't give it to the enemy. Moreover, they could use it to improve various aspects and protect themselves. Another 10 years passed. Finally, in the chaos above the headquarters of the celestial human clan, the demon clan, and the giant clan, the outline of a kingdom gradually appeared. It was as if countless giants were fiercely dragging it out of an alien spacetime bit by bit and gradually integrating it into the cosmos. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. The rumbling sounds were very shocking and boundless, causing the surroundings to be constantly impacted. The entire chaotic cosmos shook because of this. Countless cracks appeared and spread out in all directions. Layer by layer, the cracks spread out rapidly. As the kingdom from an alien spacetime descended, it became more and more shocking. A terrifying aura spread out. The great emperors in the territories of the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan all sensed the arrival of the terrifying aura. It was an aura that didn't belong to the current chaotic cosmos. It descended with an ancient wave and constantly impacted the chaotic cosmos, setting off waves of turbulent waves. During the constant collisions, it gradually integrated into the chaotic cosmos. It's here, the true power of the three powerful races of the primordial universe era had finally descended. The arrival of these three powerful races also brought great pressure to the primordial human clan and the primordial human clan, causing them to fall into a desperate situation. The territory of the human and origin race was only 1/10 of its original size. Although it could accommodate all of them, it was still very crowded. Fortunately, the powerful cultivators were deployed to guard the borders of the territory and were on standby. In the direction of the celestial race, 3 figures shrouded in sacred light were flying through the sky and approaching the territory of the human and origin race. Behind them was the army of the celestial race. Like the celestial race, the demon-human race and the giant race were led by 3 figures who exuded shocking auras. Heavenly gods, demon-human gods, and giant gods, the 3 demigod experts of the prehistoric universe had finally adapted to the origin laws of the chaotic universe and officially took action. General attack. This was the general attack. They wanted to exterminate the human and origin race. The human and origin race belonged to 2 different races, but they belonged to the same race because their ancestors were the same. Therefore, although there were some internal disputes and conflicts, they were all under the premise of unity. It was a kind of internal competition. Most of the time, it was beneficial to the competition. Without a doubt, the human and origin race were the strongest race in the chaotic universe. Without the invasion of the 3 prehistoric universe eras, the ancient demon race, and the ancient demon race would not be able to deal with the human and origin race. Although they had teamed up, they could not work together freely. They did not belong to the same race. In this way, the human and origin race might gain the upper hand at some point and turn the chaotic universe into a universe that only belonged to the human and origin race, starting a new universe era. In essence, the chaotic universe could not be considered a new universe era because it was still in chaos. Throughout the prehistoric universe era, although there were many races, there was only one race that was the strongest. It dominated the universe and was the ruler. The current chaotic cosmos was divided, but the human race and the origin race undoubtedly had a greater advantage. Now, with the invasion of the 3 prehistoric universe epochs, the chaotic universe's originally chaotic and orderly situation was directly disrupted, making it even more chaotic. This was also what the 3 races, including the ancient demon clan, needed. The armies of the 3 prehistoric universe eras immediately put a lot of pressure on the human and origin race. With 2 demigod sovereigns leading, the 8 demigods of the human and origin race guarded 3 different directions. They were ready to resist the attack of the 3 prehistoric universe eras. Swords were drawn and the aura was so intense that it was suffocating. The war was unavoidable. This was a battle that concerned the life and death of their race. No one was spared. In the past 100 years, there were a few more great monarchs on the side of the human race. Among them, Chenin had broken through from the god monarch level to the great monarch level, becoming a normal great monarch. Xianxia had mastered the 9-fold flame secret art, rising from a normal great monarch to a peak great monarch, becoming the 4th peak great monarch of the human race. The armies guarded the 8 directions of the territory, and the formations were gradually activated. Buzzing sounds could be heard as lights of all colors circulated. Heaven and Earth Yuan-Chi was constantly being absorbed and gathered from all directions. Heaven and Earth Yuan-Chi in the depths of the void was also being absorbed into the formations. They were converted into energy that the formations needed to operate. These formations were the result of the combined efforts of the human and origin formation experts over the past few decades. With the assistance of many other experts, these formations were interconnected and linked together. They gathered origin energy, defense, counterattack, and origin returning into a single entity. With this chain formation, it was enough to protect the safety of the territory to a certain extent. The human and origin race armies were located within the formations. They could borrow the power of the formations to increase their own strength. If they couldn't resist the enemy's attack and were defeated, then there was nothing they could do. Give it their all. As the armies of the three prehistoric races approached, the atmosphere became more and more tense. At the territory's formations, the armies were on standby. Their expressions were cold, and they were ready to explode with astonishing strength at any time. Qianzong's incarnation couldn't help but participate in the battle. This was a battle of life and death for the entire human and origin race. As for his original body, he was still in seclusion. Yunyanqin and Qianzong's incarnation stood together, guarding one side of the army. Qianzong felt that the terrifying aura was approaching. It was like a demonic wave was surging. It was the demonic army approaching. From afar, one could vaguely see the black waves in the distance sweeping over. It was the demonic army. The leaders were the three demon gods of the demonic race. They weren't clones, but their true bodies. The demon god in the middle was shrouded in darkness. It seemed to cover the sky and earth. It was like a black hole that could swallow everything. It was the most powerful demonic race's demon god of the great dark sky. The one on the left was surging with demonic chi. It was like a giant tree that supported the sky and took root in the depths of the endless void. It was the eternal darkness demon god. The one on the right was filled with a dark aura. There was an endless cold aura surging. Wherever it passed, it seemed to freeze everything. It was the eternal ice demon god. The three demon gods' true bodies had descended, and the three god clones led the demonic army to attack. The pressure was simply enormous. The human and origin race army was on standby. Their eyes were fixed ahead, staring at the approaching demonic army. The light in their eyes was condensed. The three demigods of the human and origin race were at the front, blocking the terrifying aura of the three demon gods. Otherwise, the army would not be able to withstand the aura of the demon gods. Looking at the approaching demonic army, Qianzong's incarnation's heart gradually sank. Three god clones. Now that his original body was in seclusion, it was completely seclusion. Without his original body present, who could be a match for the three god clones? One-on-one was definitely not enough. They had to work together. Only by working together and borrowing the power of the formation would they have the qualifications to contend against them. However, there were also many demon emperor-level powerhouses among the demonic race. They were also very terrifying. Now, they could only fight with all their strength. Perhaps this incarnation of his could not be preserved. They could only fight with their lives on the line. Approaching. Humans, your end is here. The eternal darkness demon god opened his mouth, and a boundless dark voice suddenly rolled out. Humans, surrender, and you will be spared. The eternal ice demon god's voice was extremely cold and oppressive. It was as if it wanted to freeze everything. The great dark sky demon god did not say a word, but it emitted an extremely shocking pressure. Demon bastards, if you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. A hot-tempered demigod of the human race bellowed furiously. A terrifying aura surged out like an ocean breaking through a dam. The demigods were definitely demon gods. Before they made a move, their auras had already collided countless times. This was the first confrontation between the demigods of the human race and the demon gods of the demonic race. Demigods and demon gods would not easily make a move, because once they made a move, it would immediately cause an extremely terrifying shockwave, causing unparalleled damage to the surroundings. At that time, whether it was the human clan or the demon cultivator clan, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Why did the demonic race attack the human race? It was nothing more than to invade the chaotic universe and eventually turn it into the demonic race's universe era. If the demonic race died out, how could it become the demonic race's universe era? Races needed to reproduce. When the time came, only the three demon gods would be left. Asking them to give birth, how, kill, the three god avatars led the demonic race army and pressed forward. A terrifying demonic aura surged. Kill. The human race and the origin formation stepped out together. Countless ripples spread out under their feet. They attacked together. Sword light, saber light, and fist energy broke through the air and blasted out. Under the amplification of the formation, the power of everyone's attacks increased by several times. It was even more shocking. In the other two directions, the auras of the demigods were also confronting each other. However, before they made a move, the army pressed forward and the battle began. This kind of battle was different from the past. In comparison, the past battles could only be considered small skirmishes. However, the current battle was a large-scale battle, a battle that involved the life and death of the entire race. This battle concerned whether the human race and the Origin clan could continue to survive. It concerned whether the celestial race, the demonic race, and the giant race could defeat the human race and occupy more territory. This battle concerned the fate of countless people. Chenzong's avatar held the Black Emperor sword and slashed out. After killing a demonic race, the sword light shot out like a hot knife through butter and killed more than a dozen demonic race. Xianxia shouted in a low voice. She slashed out with her long sword and slashed out a firebird. The firebird was the miniature of the star-burning true phoenix. It flew out with the star-burning true flame and caused great casualties to the demonic race. The sword in Xianxia's hand was also a quasi-divine artifact. It increased her strength by a lot. Carrying Xianxia, Chenzong and Xianxia immediately attacked one of the avatars. The avatar was too powerful. Even without a quasi-divine artifact, its strength was still not comparable to an ultimate great emperor. Chenzong was duty-bound to stand out. With the help of Xianxia, Chenzong and Xianxia immediately blocked the avatar of the primordial frost demon god. Those who were hit by the avatar's attack were immediately frozen into a block of ice and then shattered. They lost all signs of life and died. Xianxia's star-burning true flame was already very powerful. After being strengthened by the ninefold flame secret technique, its strength increased by 9 times. It was even more terrifying when it was used. To some extent, it posed a threat to the avatar of the primordial frost demon god. With the two of them working together, they immediately held back the avatar of the primordial frost demon god. However, the avatar of the Mahakala demon god and the eternal darkness demon god were wreaking havoc in all directions. They were barely held back by most of the great emperors. The demon emperors were killing in all directions. Those who were not great emperors were no match for the demon emperors. The Sur gods could only form a formation to deal with them. The human race and the Origin clan were at a disadvantage. Announcing an important announcement. On the 7th of this month, the Divine Ascension finale will be announced. On the 15th of this month, the new book will set sail. Fight, 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 no one could escape from a battle of life and death. Fight to the death, the avatar of the eternal frost demon was extremely powerful. Even though Chenzong's avatar and Xianxia worked together to hold him back, they could not suppress him. As a result, the eternal frost demon's avatar's eternal frost chi spread out and froze the surroundings. It would also affect the other human and Origin clan cultivators. Xianxia, I'll give up this avatar to injure him. Take the opportunity to kill him. Chenzong immediately transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned. Remember, protect yourself and wait for my original body to come out. Chenzong reminded him one last time. He immediately unleashed all his power and slashed his sword at the avatar of the eternal frost demon. Chenzong's avatar seemed to be burning. He poured all his power into the sword. This was the sword that Chenzong had given up on his avatar. It was completely unleashed. Its power was at the level of a divine avatar. It even surpassed it. It was even comparable to the sword god's descent that Chenzong's original body used. However, this sword was different from the sword god's descent that Chenzong's original body used. The moment the sword god's descent was unleashed, it was as if time and space had come to a standstill. When this sword slashed out, it was extremely violent and tragic. It was a sword that was filled with darkness and deathly stillness. It was a sword of death. It was because Chenzongjian had overdrawn and burned everything in his incarnation just for this sword. This was the avatar's last desperate move. When Chenzongshi displayed this sword, an extremely terrifying aura of death spread out, startling the surroundings. Even the avatars of the Mahakala Devil and the Eternal Darkness Devil were alerted. They all looked over, their faces full of horror. The avatar of the ancient frost demon god had a look of horror on his face as well. He continued to conjure up ice walls one after another, but they were all pierced through by the deathly sword light. It was like a hot knife through butter, and there was no way for him to dodge. Without the primordial frost divine halberd, the avatar of the primordial frost demon god would not be able to block the attack. The sword tore through the air and immediately pierced through the body of the avatar of the ancient ice demon. The terrifying death energy wreaked havoc in the avatar's body, wreaking havoc. Xianxia unleashed all of his power, activating his star-burning true phoenix bloodline to the extreme. His entire body seemed to be on fire. The star-burning true flame completely erupted, fusing into the quasi-relic weapon in his hand as he slashed out again. The 100-meter-long star-scorching true phoenix blazed and attacked, directly hitting the eternal frost demon god's avatar. Unable to dodge, the eternal frost demon god's avatar burst into flames. Although Xianxia was not as strong as the primordial frost demon god, the true flame of the burning star was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, it could restrain the primordial frost demon god's avatar to a certain extent. Burn, the avatar of the ancient frost demon god, was first pierced by Qianzong's sword of death at the cost of the destruction of his avatar, causing it to be severely injured. Then, it was struck by Xianxia's full-powered sword, causing it to be incinerated. It struggled, but it was to no avail. Upon seeing this, the human and origin race great emperors began to entangle the avatars of the great dark sky demon god and eternal darkness demon god, preventing them from assisting the ancient frigid ice demon god. As a result, the ancient frigid ice demon god was burned alive. At the same time, their hearts were filled with sorrow. In order to kill the opponent's divine avatar, the peerless god Jiandi had sacrificed his own life. They didn't know that Qianzong's true body was in seclusion, nor did they know that it was Qianzong's avatar that had been sacrificed. The primordial frost demon god's avatar had died, but so had Qianzong's avatar. This could only alleviate the pressure on the human and origin race emperors to a certain extent. They were still at a disadvantage and were constantly being killed. The other two forces didn't have as many tricks up their sleeves as Qianzong. They could only barely defend against the attacks of the divine avatars. By relying on the power of the formation, they could still hold on for a while. The demigods' expressions were grave. If this situation continued, they would probably be defeated. Suddenly, something strange happened. In the void in the distance, which had been empty, water suddenly emerged from the depths of the void. It was water, and it bubbled out faster and faster. It turned into a wave that surged forward, followed by a second wave, then a third wave. Wave after wave surged forward. In less than 10 breaths of time, the empty void had transformed into a vast ocean. Countless waves surged forward, surging forward endlessly. Steam filled the air, bringing with it a salty, fishy smell. It was the smell of seawater. For a moment, the humans, origin race, celestial race, demon race, and giant race all stopped fighting and turned their heads to look. Even the demigods did the same. Why had seawater appeared so suddenly from the depths of the void and spread out at an astonishing speed? In less than 10 breaths of time, it had transformed into a vast ocean, rippling endlessly. This kind of change was the most alarming, especially at such an important moment. Soon after, a whirlpool appeared in the vast ocean. It spun endlessly like the eye of the sea, constantly expanding. Endless seawater poured out from the huge eye of the sea like a torrent. A tyrannical aura suddenly spread out along with the endless seawater. It was an extremely shocking pressure. When that aura appeared, it seemed to spread out in all directions, causing the demigods of the various clans to change their expressions. A demigod, that aura was the aura of a demigod. Now, there was an additional demigod. The current situation was that the humans and the origin race were at a disadvantage, but the demigods were evenly matched. After all, this was the territory of the humans and the origin race, and they were surrounded by layers of formations. They had the geographical advantage, but now that another demigod had appeared, the situation had changed. Which side would the demigod side with, or would it be alone? Immediately after, the demigod's expressions changed again because a second demigod aura spread out from the eye of the sea. Then, a third and a fourth aura appeared. 4 demigod auras, which meant that 4 demigods were about to appear. 1 demigod was already enough to affect the battle, and 4 demigods were enough to change the direction of the battle. But that was not all. A fifth demigod aura appeared, and it was even more powerful than the previous 4 demigod auras. It was the aura of a demigod sovereign. 1 demigod sovereign and 4 demigods had arrived. It's the Oceanic tribe, a human demigod transmitted. It's indeed the aura of the Oceanic tribe. The Oceanic tribe has disappeared for many years. Why did they suddenly appear? The 8 demigods' hearts sank. Could it be that the Oceanic tribe's purpose of appearing was to fight for the ownership of the chaotic universe? The current situation was already extremely bad for the humans and origin race. If the Oceanic tribe intervened, it would only be worse and more chaotic. The Celestial tribe, Demon tribe, and Giant tribe did not know about the existence of the Oceanic tribe. In fact, the Oceanic tribe had disappeared when the previous incomplete universe was destroyed. No one knew where they went until now. The Oceanic tribe, in the previous incomplete universe, the Oceanic tribe was an extremely powerful tribe. They were not the slightest bit inferior to the humans and origin race. In fact, they were even superior. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The Oceanic tribe had 5 demigods. Or rather, they were called Oceanic gods. The 5 Oceanic gods outnumbered the humans and the origin race. At this moment, a figure gradually floated up from the eye of the sea. It was a 10-meter tall figure. Its ears were like fins, and its hair was like seaweed. Its body was muscular and covered in green scales that seemed to glow with a golden light. It held a trident in its hand. The Oceanic tribe's demigods were known as Oceanic gods. The first Oceanic god appeared, followed by the second. It was a female Oceanic god who held 2 swords. The third, the fourth, and the 4th. 4 Oceanic gods appeared one after another. They stood in the surroundings as if they were guarding the eye of the sea. Then, an Oceanic god wearing a golden blue crown appeared. It was like a king had appeared. The Oceanic god sovereign gently waved the trident in its hand. Immediately, a series of vortexes appeared and expanded. Next, one figure after another emerged from the vortexes. Oceanic tribe warriors, a large number of Oceanic tribe warriors appeared. In just a few breaths of time, more than 1 million Oceanic tribe warriors appeared in the middle of the sea. Every single one of them emanated a terrifying aura. It felt as if they were all at least at the divine sovereign level. Some of them were even at the great emperor level. More than 1 million divine sovereigns at the very least. Their auras were astonishing, and they spread out in all directions like a surging tide. Creatures of the primeval epoch, return to where you came from, the Oceanic god sovereign said, his voice carrying with it a wave of divine might. The humans and origin race immediately revealed looks of joy. The Oceanic tribe had come as reinforcements. 5 demigods and more than 1 million divine sovereigns. To the humans and origin race, this was a powerful reinforcements. They were enough to turn the tide of the battle. Oceanic army, heed my command. Kill every last creature of the primeval epoch, the Oceanic god sovereign ordered. His voice was decisive and vicious. Kill them all without hesitation. More than 1 million Oceanic tribe warriors roared, their voices shaking the heavens. They immediately split into 3 groups, attacking the Celestial tribe, the Demonic tribe, and the Giant tribe. The battle began once again. Although the sea race didn't have any divine clones, they had a lot of great emperor-level experts, more than any other race. Moreover, there were also a lot of great emperor-level experts. Moreover, the sea race was born with a tyrannical physique. They were very strong among those of the same level. When several peak great emperors worked together, they could contend against a god's avatar. The pressure on the humans and origin race was greatly alleviated. They began to counterattack the Celestial tribe, Demonic tribe, and Giant tribe. They were originally at a disadvantage, but now that the Oceanic tribe had reinforcements, they began to counterattack. The 5 demigods of the Oceanids didn't attack directly. Instead, they split up. The sea god dominated one area, while the other 4 sea gods split up in 2s and 3s. They assisted the human and origin race demigods in resisting the Celestial race, Demonic race, and Giant race demigods. Although the demigods hadn't started fighting yet, the situation was gradually becoming clearer. The demigods of the Celestial clan, Demon tribe, and Giant tribe had ugly expressions on their faces. They were furious in their hearts. They had planned for many years and paid a huge price to finally reach this step. They were about to succeed, but no one had expected that such an unforeseen event would occur. The sea god sovereign and the two demigod sovereigns of the human race and origin race were fighting against the three celestial race demigods. Among them, Divine Radiance was a demigod sovereign and was extremely powerful. Originally, the three celestial race demigods were suppressing the two demigod sovereigns of the human race and origin race, slowly gaining the upper hand. Now, because of the arrival of the sea god sovereign, they were gradually losing the upper hand. In the second area, the three demon gods of the demon race were fighting against the three demigods of the human race and origin race. Originally, they were evenly matched, but now that two sea god sovereigns had joined the fray, they immediately felt a great impact. Their auras were suppressed, and the terrifying pressure was like a tidal wave. Wave after wave crashed down on them, surging and mighty, as if wanting to crush them all. In the third area, the three giant god sovereigns' enormous bodies constantly released unparalleled pressure. Their divine auras were vast and mighty, like three ancient divine mountains madly crashing into the three demigods of the human race and origin race. Now, because of the addition of the two sea god sovereigns, the divine auras were like the tides of the sea, and like the waves of the sea, they overlapped with the divine auras of the three demigods of the human race and origin race, crushing the divine auras of the three demigods. Retreat, left with no choice, the celestial race, demon race, and giant race's demigods all retreated, their expressions extremely ugly. Unforeseen event, never in their wildest dreams would they expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Originally, everything should have been under their control. After all, the sea race had vanished without a trace. Even the human race and origin race had forgotten about the sea race, let alone the three races of the primeval era. They didn't know anything about the sea race at all. With the million sea race soldiers divided into three groups, the celestial race, demon race, and giant race's armies were immediately suppressed. The originally one-sided army of the human race and origin race was now evenly matched with the addition of the sea race soldiers. For a moment, it was a tug of war. However, the sea race and the human races and origin races' teamwork seemed to have improved, and they began to gain the upper hand. Failure, the three great races didn't expect this. They had thought of many things, but they didn't think that an extremely powerful race would appear to reinforce the human race and origin race. It was simply inconceivable. Were they going to retreat just like that, years of hard work and preparation, just give up like this? It should be noted that they had spent countless resources to create altars and the like, shattering the spacetime of the chaotic universe to create a chaos channel that led their respective kingdoms to this universe. It was equivalent to giving up the original fragment of the universe, and it was impossible to return. They could either take root in the chaos universe or die. Kill. An explosive roar sounded. Baleful energy surged. It was that decisive, and its aura and divine might also erupted. However, in the face of the disparity in strength, it was useless. Just like the humans and the origin race from before, their strength was inferior to the other side. Even if they were determined to fight to the death, they would only cause more casualties to the other side, unable to turn the situation around. The armies of the celestial race, demon race, and giant race began to retreat in defeat. At this rate, the humans and the origin race would be able to defend their territories and repel their enemies. However, there were no absolutes in this world, and it was always full of surprises. Terrifying auras suddenly appeared, sweeping over from three different directions. One of them was filled with a strange demonic nature, while the other was filled with ferocity. His aura was as domineering as a god or a devil. The ancient demon race, and divine demon race had appeared. The demigod experts of the three races were the first to appear, leading the warriors of the ancient demon race, and divine demon race to charge over like a raging tide. The faces of the demigod experts of the celestial race, demon race, and giant race turned green. First, the ocean race had arrived. Now, there were three other powerful races. Although none of them could compare to the ocean race, each race had three demigod experts. They were not inferior to the current demigod experts. If the three races that appeared were also on the side of the humans and the origin race, then the invasion would be declared a failure. They would even have to flee in panic like stray dogs. Moreover, only demigods like them had the ability to flee. Those who were below the demigod level would only die. The expressions of the demigods of the humans and the origin race became serious. Was the worst-case scenario going to happen? Previously, the demigods of the three races had held back the demigods of the humans and the origin race. Otherwise, such a terrible situation would not have occurred. It was normal for demigods to not attack those below the demigod level, but it also depended on the situation. The three powerful races of the prehistoric era had invaded the chaotic universe. It would be foolish of them to not attack. After all, the enemy was about to break into their home to plunder. However, the ancient demon race, and divine demon race did not want the world to be in chaos. They held back the 8 demigods of the humans and the origin race so that they did not dare to attack. Otherwise, countless humans and the origin race would be killed. Once the demigods of the 3 primeval eras descended and began to familiarize themselves with the quintessence of the chaos verse, the demigods of the primeval eras and the other demigods all retreated. Their goal was simple: they wanted the demigods of the 3 primeval eras to fight the humans and the origin demigods to the death. No matter who won in the end, they would suffer great losses. When the time came, they would be able to defeat the demigods and divide the chaotic universe. As for the competition after that, it would become a competition between the 3 races. The demigods of the ancient demon race, and divine demon race did not choose a side directly. They did not truly stand with the 3 powerful races of the prehistoric era. Instead, they formed their own side and intervened. They did not help either side, but they intervened to form a tripartite balance. However, to some extent, it could be felt that they were more inclined towards the 3 powerful races of the prehistoric era. Doroj, life forms from the pre-ancient universe era should stay in the pre-ancient universe era fragment. The chaotic great universe belongs to us, a demigod from the human race shouted at the demigod from the ancient demon race again. As long as you are a life form, you are qualified to live in this universe, demigod Doroj of the ancient demon race laughed shrilly. The demigods of the human race and origin race had tried to persuade the demigods of the ancient demon race, and ancient demon race to work together to defeat the 3 powerful races of the antediluvian era instead of inviting a wolf into the house. However, it was a pity that the ancient demon clan, and divine demon clan were not willing to listen to such opinions. They had their own plans and seemed very foolish. Of course, this was from the perspective of the human clan and the origin clan. In fact, the more chaotic the universe was, the better it was for them. Fishing in troubled waters, no one was a fool, especially those who had cultivated to the demigod realm. They were all intelligent. Some decisions and actions that others thought were foolish were actually beneficial to them. It was just that the nature of life was different, so they stood from different perspectives. Simply put, they stood on different sides. Who was right and who was wrong could not be determined until the very end. The clash of divine powers made it difficult to determine the outcome. Even before the battle started, countless cracks had already appeared in the void under the collision of the divine power. The cracks kept appearing and healing, and they were in a cycle of destruction. Every time the void was shattered, a terrifying destructive power would spread out. The demigod realm masters fought against the divine powers, but those below the demigod realm were not like that. It was a real life and death battle. The ancient demon race, and divine demon race armies charged towards the human race, origin race, and sea race. The 3 races were naturally strong and were not inferior to the sea race at the same level. They each sent 200,000 to 300,000 strong warriors into the battlefield to attack the human race. It was equivalent to assisting the 3 powerful armies of the prehistoric era. In an instant, the pressure on the 3 armies of the prehistoric era was greatly reduced. They began to counterattack. Xianxia's body burned with layers of star-burning true flame. The star-burning true flame seemed to have spirituality. It turned into the outline of a phoenix and protected Xianxia firmly. It burned continuously. Any enemy who came close would be burned by the terrifying heat of the star-burning true flame. Those who could not withstand it would have their blood boiling and burning. Their entire body seemed to be burning from the inside out like a torch, burning themselves to ashes. The sword slashed and the tyrannical true phoenix swordsmanship was displayed. The sword aura was like a star-burning true phoenix flapping its wings as it flew across the sky. Wherever it passed, many demonic race warriors were killed. The corpses were directly charred black like charred wood. Some were even burned to ashes. The strength of an ultimate great emperor coupled with the star-burning true phoenix bloodline fully activated made Xianxia extremely strong. On the other side, Chenin, who was already a great emperor expert, held a sharp sword in his hand and wore a suit of battle armor, galloping in all directions. The parting heaven sword aura that had been cultivated to the extreme could not be broken by a top great emperor expert. Even if it was attacked by an ultimate great emperor expert, it could withstand for a moment and protect itself. Ancient God Star Emperor Xianxia's strength had also increased in the past 100 years. He was the #1 great emperor of the human race and origin clan, a super expert second only to Qianzong. His bloodline had reverted to the ancestral bloodline of the ancient ancestors. He controlled the power of the stars. With a wave of his hand, starlight appeared, flashing in the sky and then falling. Every ray of starlight that fell carried an extremely tyrannical power, bombarding the heavenly human race as if it was crushing the vacuum. Streaks of starlight circled around his body, as if a group of stars were protecting his body. Xiaoqing had seen Qianzong's One Heart Sutra and had also attempted to cultivate it. Unfortunately, his talent in the One Heart Sutra wasn't high. He had spent over 10 years before he finally reached the Heart Sutra's one heart and one intent state. This allowed his mind to become more condensed and he would be more focused when he attacked. After that, it took him more than 10 years to cultivate the second level of the Heart Sutra, the Heart 10 Wills. It directly increased his strength by a few times, allowing him to control his own strength with more precision and ease. The power of his attacks became more tyrannical and his combat strength increased greatly. With a casual wave of his hand, starlight immediately condensed and covered the surroundings densely. It was dazzling, and as it flickered, it was suffused with the will of death. It directly shot out, and like a shooting star, it shot toward the celestial tribe warriors, piercing through and destroying them. Before the divine connection ends, I'm begging for a wave of monthly votes. The last monthly vote, starlight filled the void, as if a lamp had been lit up. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were densely packed and flashing. They emitted an unparalleled mystery, as if there was an indescribable rhythm to them. After that, Xiaoqing's 10 fingers pointed out repeatedly. Specks of starlight immediately erupted and transformed into numerous shooting stars that tore through the sky. It was as if a meteor shower had appeared. It was so magnificent, yet also filled with killing intent. Wherever the meteors passed, whether it was the heavenly human tribe or the ancient demon tribe, they were all hit. Those below the great emperor level couldn't resist at all. They were directly penetrated and shot to death. Even ordinary great emperors couldn't resist and were inevitably injured. Only peak great emperors and great emperors at the peak of the great emperor level could resist. With one attack, thousands of casualties were immediately caused. It was very shocking. Every meteor was so accurate that it seemed to have intelligence. It would avoid its own people and kill its enemies. This was the technique that Xiaoqing used after mastering the second level of the One Heart Sutra. It was very skillful. It's a pity that I can't fight side by side with you. Xiaoqing activated the power of the stars to kill his enemies. He felt sorry for unparalleled god Jiandi Qianzong because when he found Qianzong previously, he found a clone. He already vaguely knew that Qianzong's original body was in seclusion. It meant that he wouldn't come out until he broke through. Since he hadn't appeared yet, it seemed that he still hadn't broken through. Demigod realm, how could it be so easy to break through? All these years, Xiaoqing had been constantly comprehending and looking for an opportunity to break through. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. He didn't have a single clue. Xiaoqing, who was showing off his invincible might, was targeted by a divine god's avatar. It was the divine mountain divine god's avatar. He punched, and the fist print was like a divine mountain that pressed down on the sky. It immediately brought an extreme threat to Xiaoqing. The pressure made Xiaoqing almost suffocate, and his expression changed greatly. With a low shout, hundreds of starlight suddenly flashed, releasing incomparable light. They directly condensed into one, and like a comet piercing through the sky, it shot out with a finger. However, the moment the comet collided with the sacred mountain fist, it was immediately shattered. The sacred mountain fist paused for a moment before continuing onward. Xiaoqing's expression became increasingly serious. The starlight on his body bloomed, instantly erupting to the extreme. It was as dazzling as the true sun. Then, as he pushed out with his palm, he directly blasted out. It was as if the true sun had descended with astonishing might. It directly collided with the divine mountain fist imprint. After a slight pause, the true sun collapsed and shattered, transforming into countless streams of light that shot out in all directions. The divine mountain fist imprint paused for a moment, then attacked again. Xiaoqing immediately seized the opportunity to dodge. However, the avatar of the god of the divine mountain had already locked onto Xiaoqing. He charged through the air like an unstoppable ancient divine mountain. Xiaoqing was immediately put at a disadvantage. He was hit by a punch, and the protective starlight on his body shattered. Under the extremely tyrannical power, Xiaoqing was directly sent flying, vomiting blood. A peak-level great emperor, even a peak-level great emperor like Xiaoqing, was still not a match for the avatar of the god of the divine mountain. The difference in their strength was obvious. In addition to the difference in cultivation level, the difference in strength was huge. For a moment, Xiaoqing was directly suppressed. However, with his outstanding strength, he was still able to barely contend with the avatar of the god of the divine mountain. It was only until 2 peak-level great emperors joined forces and 3 great emperors laid down a formation that they could barely resist the attack of the avatar of the god of the divine mountain. It was extremely difficult to hold on. The human race, origin race, sea race, demon human race, celestial race, giant race, ancient demon race, divine devil race, and other powerful races. The fierce battle continued without end. The human race, origin race, and sea race formed one camp. The celestial race, demon human race, giant race, ancient demon race, and divine devil race temporarily formed one camp. The human race, who had started to gain the upper hand because of the sea race's reinforcements, gradually fell into a disadvantageous position once again. The situation changed again and again. The ups and downs brought about even more intense pressure. A loud explosion suddenly sounded. It was incomparably loud and extremely shocking. A terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions, engulfing everything. It was a great emperor of the human race who had self-destructed. Knowing that he was no match for the avatar of the god of the divine mountain, he made a prompt decision to self-destruct, hoping to exchange his life for the avatar of the god of the divine mountain. The power of a great emperor's self-destruction was extremely shocking. The area of effect was extremely wide. Immediately, a group of foreign race experts were affected and immediately engulfed. The terrifying power wreaked havoc and destroyed them. This self-destruction directly killed hundreds of foreign race warriors. However, a figure rushed out from the tyrannical power of the self-destruction. It was the avatar of the god of the divine mountain. The self-destruction of a great emperor still couldn't kill the avatar of the god of the divine mountain. It even seemed like it didn't cause any damage. Among the human race and origin race today, there were indeed many more great emperors than 100 years ago. In total, there were more than 40 of them. However, 40 great emperors seemed so insignificant when placed on such a battlefield. In terms of the number of great emperors, the human race and origin race were actually inferior to the 3 great races of the ancient universe era. They also had avatars of the god of the divine mountain that were even more powerful than great emperors. They were extremely terrifying and difficult to defend against. The sea tribe had more great emperors than the human race and origin race combined. There were more than 100 of them. However, after they were scattered, they could only reinforce the human race and origin race. It was difficult for them to form an absolute advantage. In addition, the ancient demon race, and divine demon race had entered the battlefield. The pressure on the human race's side increased. Kill! 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 The massacre was on, and death was everywhere. Under the bombardment of countless powers, a true Saint Realm expert would not be killed so easily. However, on the battlefield, it was also very difficult to survive. Once a large portion of one's power was consumed and it was difficult to recover quickly, the consequence would be to be hit by other attacks and die. The battlefield, especially one of such a large scale, was like a meat grinder. It was frenziedly killing everything. There were people being killed at every moment. It was either the human race, origin race, or foreign races. As the battle raged, the situation gradually became clear. The human race, origin race, and sea tribe were at a disadvantage and were retreating. Even with the help of the formation, they could only hold on for a little longer. Surrender. When the time comes, my race will divide a territory for the human race and origin race to live in, the great black devil said. The great dark heavenly demon god said. His voice was extremely dark, so dark that it was as if all the light in the void had disappeared the moment he spoke. Only endless darkness descended. This was asking the human race and origin race to surrender and submit to them. Dividing a territory for the human race and origin race to live in was nothing more than keeping them in captivity and using them for their own purposes. How could the human race and origin race agree to this? Even if the human race dies, we won't surrender, a human demigod said angrily. Then just wait for your deaths. The eternal ice demon god laughed coldly. According to the current situation, this was indeed the outcome. It was a terrible outcome. Even with the sea tribe's help, the human race and origin race were at a disadvantage. They suffered heavy casualties. However, the demigods were helpless. Previously, they had been pinned down by the demigods of the ancient demon race, and divine demon race. They had no time to divert their attention and did not dare to refine divine clones. It should be known that refining divine clones would weaken one's strength for a certain period of time. It would be at least half. If their strength was reduced by half, how could they resist the attacks of the demigods of the ancient demon race and the other two races? Their defense line would be broken and the safety of their people would be endangered. As for now, it was even more impossible to refine divine clones. Once they did so, the foreign demigods would directly attack. Perhaps it would be difficult to kill them, but it was not impossible to suppress them given the difference in strength. If they were suppressed and lost the protection of the demigods, the race would immediately lose their status as a strong race and become a weak race. They would be enslaved by the foreign race and their lives would be controlled by the foreign race. For a moment, the demigods were helpless. They were powerful, but there was nothing they could do. Even though they had spent dozens of years and countless resources to set up a chain formation, they could not reverse the situation. At most, they could increase the strength of the human and origin armies by a few %. This was equivalent to using a secret technique that had no side effects and could last for a long time. Even so, they could not reverse the situation. At most, they could hold on for a little longer so that they would not be completely defeated so quickly. Despair gradually spread with the continuous deaths. It cast a shadow over the hearts of the human, origin, and oceanic race. It was so dark and gloomy that their morale was affected and gradually fell. Ha 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 ha, humans, surrender. Everything is just a futile struggle. Surrender. If you surrender, we will spare your lives. The foreign races laughed as they attacked. They were very arrogant and proud. We humans will never surrender. The disciple of the war demon, Ling Luo, wore a pair of ferocious-looking gloves. With a roar, she erupted with astonishing power from her petite body. She threw a punch, and the domineering destructive power that could shatter everything was extremely shocking. It was countless times more powerful than what Zhenzong had seen in the past. That punch had immediately blasted a foreign race expert into smithereens. He hadn't even been able to recover. Although Ling Luo wasn't a great emperor yet, she was already a top-notch divine lord. Her iron fist swept through all directions. But in the next moment, a foreign great emperor attacked and sent Ling Luo flying. She spat out mouthfuls of blood and her body cracked. Most of her strength had been used up, and she was almost killed on the spot. Die. The foreign great emperor laughed coldly as he slapped out with his palm. It was like he was swatting a fly at Ling Luo. This palm strike was powerful and heavy, causing the wind and clouds to surge. It was as if the might of 1,000 mountains could shatter everything as it descended. The void was suppressed until it was solid, like a piece of metal. It was difficult to move in the slightest. The bodies of several divine lords collapsed on the spot. Ling Luo was unable to dodge. She could only grit her teeth and erupt with all her strength, throwing out a punch without any regard for anything else. Even if she died, it would not be a sitting duck. She would die fighting to the end. That seemingly petite body actually burst forth with an incomparably shocking divine will, as if it had broken the original shackles and charged to an even higher level. It was a feeling of breaking through the limit. Unfortunately, there was no chance because she was going to die. She was going to die here. She will not die. The human race will not be defeated. Very suddenly, a voice rang out. It seemed very light, but it was also very clear. The Way of the Sword, a tribute to the martyrs. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Gu Qingyu held a sword in her hand. The green sword light was like a fish swimming in water, agile and sharp. However, it was completely shattered by a demon emperor's attack. Her entire body was shattered and reformed in the distance. Her face was pale and her aura was weak. She was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. The demon emperor pointed his finger again. The pitch-black finger force broke through the air and attacked Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu couldn't dodge it and no one could save her. She could only watch as the pitch-black finger force attacked her. On the other side, Ming Xiao waved her sword continuously. The silver sword light tore through the void and slashed out long and narrow sword scars, killing the demon tribe warriors one by one. Whether it was Gu Qingyu or Ming Xiao, they were both Sir Gods. With the Heart Sutra, their strength had reached the level of a top Sir God. But this kind of strength, when encountering a Devil Emperor-level powerhouse, was still not enough. Ling Luo, Gu Qingyu, and Ming Xiao were targeted by the demon emperors at almost the same time. They were in a life-and-death crisis. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared everywhere in the void. As soon as they appeared, they spread out at an astonishing speed. Following that, branches stretched out one after another. The tree branches were like sharp swords that cut through the air. Every tree branch was as thick as a finger. Its tip was extremely sharp and could pierce through everything. The demon emperor's attacks that were aimed at Ling Luo, Gu Qingyu, and Ming Xiao were shattered by the tree branches. Ling Luo, Gu Qingyu, and Ming Xiao were saved. Not only that, many people were saved by the tree branches in various parts of the battlefield. The demon tribe and ancient demon tribe members were pierced by the tree branches and killed directly. It wasn't just the demon tribe's battlefield. In the heavenly human tribe and giant tribe's battlefields, tree branches also broke through the void to save people and kill people. The appearance of the tree branch was so sudden that it caught everyone off guard. It was so unexpected that it caused a great deal of shock. The demigods of various races were also surprised. What exactly was that? On the 3 battlefields, there were exactly 10,000 tree branches that appeared from the void. After appearing in the void and saving many people and killing many enemies, all the battles were interrupted. Numerous gazes immediately focused over. Those divine clones also looked over, bewildered. Yun Yanqin stared at the tree branches, and unconsciously revealed a trace of joy on her face, because she felt a trace of familiar aura fluctuations from the tree branches. In the next breath, the branches lit up one by one. The jade-green light was filled with vitality. It was a kind of life aura that constantly spread out from the branches. The surrounding yuan qi surged and gathered into the branches, mixing with each other, causing the jade-green light to become even brighter and more dazzling. A figure gradually appeared. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the tree branch transformed into a human. 10,000 tree branches became 10,000 people. That is, all of them widened their eyes and looked over in shock. Senior! Ling Luo exclaimed with her eyes wide open. Master! Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao exclaimed in succession. Father! Chenin was instantly extremely excited. Yun Yanqin revealed a face full of smiles, like a blooming flower. You're finally here. Xiaoqing heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a sincere smile. They really came, although there were many of them. Not only many, but there were at least thousands of them on the battlefield. There were thousands of them. Unparalleled God Jandi. The pride of our human race, unparalleled God Jandi. On the 3 battlefields, exclamations sounded one after another, and there was an indescribable excitement in those voices. It was like a person who had walked in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights and was about to die of thirst finally getting a cup of water. It was like a ship that had encountered a lighthouse in the middle of a stormy night. It was as if they had grasped onto a ray of hope. In an instant, their hearts were filled with hope. Unparalleled God Jandi, even though decades had passed, even though there had been no news of unparalleled God Jandi in all these years, everything about unparalleled God Jandi was still being passed down with great clarity. For a cultivator, who had a lifespan of at least 10,000 years, a few decades was nothing. It could be said to be quite short. It was just a small part of a long life, just like a small part of a long river. Many people were still wondering why unparalleled God Jandi hadn't appeared in this battle. Where had he gone? Of course, there were also rumors that unparalleled God Jandi was in seclusion trying to break through to the demigod realm. For many of the human race and origin race, the peerless divine sword emperor, who once had a glorious battle record, was a kind of hope. He was a tyrannical existence that was comparable to the divine avatars of the three foreign races. Now, unparalleled God Jandi had appeared. He had finally appeared, just as the humans and the origin races were in danger. Was he going to turn the tide? When they saw the large number of unparalleled God Jandi, they couldn't help but feel excited. 10,000 Shenzong and 10,000 unparalleled God Jandi clenched their fists. Instantly, sword light surged out, transforming into 10,000 long swords. 10,000 streaks of sword intent surged into the sky. Kill, there was no need for superfluous words. When faced with foreign races and powerful enemies, Shenzong's only response was to swing his sword and kill. Sword light streaked across the sky like a line separating heaven and earth, dividing yin and yang. That kind of profoundness was shocking to the extreme and incomparable. As soon as the sword was drawn, it caused the eyes of many to light up as they were secretly shocked. What a superb swordsmanship! But in the next moment, Xiaoqing and the other great emperors were all confused. The unparalleled God Jandi's swordsmanship was superb, but its power didn't seem to be very strong. At the very least, it was different from what the rumors said. It should be at the level of a normal great emperor. Why was that? Shenzong didn't give any explanation. There was no need for an explanation. He just needed to kill. So what if he had the strength of an ordinary great sovereign? One should know that there were more than 10,000 of such great sovereigns. What did that mean? What did 10,000 normal great emperors mean? The total number of great emperors on the three battlefields was only a few hundred, not even 1,000. Maybe normal great emperors weren't as strong as peak great emperors, let alone peak great emperors, but they had the advantage in numbers. When 10 normal great emperors worked together, they could defeat a peak great emperor or even kill him. They could also contend against a peak great emperor. Based on the lowest standard, 10,000 normal great emperors were equivalent to 1,000 peak great emperors. A few peak great emperors working together could resist a god's avatar. At least 100 god's avatars. What did that mean? Of course, such a conversion wasn't reasonable. Normal great emperors were normal great emperors, and god's avatars were god's avatars. There was a qualitative difference. But no matter what, when the number of great emperors reached a certain level, a quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. 10,000 normal great emperors Shenzong appeared and split into 3 battlefields. Each battlefield had 3,000 Shenzong and 3,000 peerless God Jandi. Who could stop them if they weren't great emperors? However, there were only a few hundred great emperors from the other races. Moreover, there were 1 to 200 great emperors from the human race, the origin race, and the sea race. It was a one-sided battle. What followed next was a one-sided battle, or even a one-sided massacre. With a sword in hand, even if it wasn't the heavenly will sword and didn't have the power of a lesser regalia, it could still unleash shocking power. Below the great emperors, even peak divine monarchs couldn't stop Shenzong's sword. This was because Shenzong's power was shocking, and it was very condensed. Its destructive power was terrifying. With superb sword skills and his unique power, no one below the great emperors could stop him. Kill, fight, even though he didn't understand what was going on. 10,000 unparalleled divine sword emperors, how shocking was that? A massacre in all directions. In a short period of time, they caused great casualties to the heavenly human tribe, demonic tribe, giant tribe, ancient demon tribe, and divine demon tribe. the Mahakala demon god's clone immediately targeted Qianzong and charged towards him. It was like a blanket of darkness, sweeping across the sky as if it was going to devour everything. The shocking darkness was incomparably deep. Compared to the other demonic tribe, the Mahakala demon god's dark power was the purest. There was nothing but darkness. However, this darkness was more condensed, pure, and powerful than the darkness in the other demonic tribe's bloodline. The Mahakala bloodline, the Mahakala heavenly demon god possessed the Mahakala bloodline. It was an extremely powerful bloodline with astonishing potential. The darkness swept across and devoured everything. Anyone who was affected by the darkness would immediately fall into darkness. It was as if they were deprived of all their senses. Even their strength and vitality would be devoured bit by bit, falling into endless death. The darkness also quickly spread towards Qianzong. Qianzong's sharp senses immediately sensed the horror contained in the darkness. He quickly slashed out with his sword. It was not just one Qianzong, but dozens of Qianzong slashed out at the same time. Dozens of extremely powerful sword lights suddenly broke through the air and slashed into the darkness. They seemed to be devoured by the darkness immediately, without the slightest ripple. However, Qianzong did not stop. Instead, he slashed out one sword after another. The sword pavilion continued to slash into the darkness and was devoured continuously. Immediately, dozens of Qianzong's bodies bloomed with layers of dark green light. It was as if flames were burning. It became more and more blazing, as if it was going to burn everything. The jade green light was full of vitality, but in the next breath, the jade green light seemed to be filled with traces of paleness, gradually turning into a grayish-white color. The vigorous vitality also quickly disappeared, turning into a deathly stillness. It was an extremely deep deathly stillness, a deathly stillness that seemed to extinguish everything. Then, dozens of Qianzong rushed into the darkness without hesitation. In an instant, they were devoured by the darkness of the Mahakala demon god's avatar. It was as if they had been melted into it and disappeared without a trace. This scene immediately caused the others to be shocked, and Xianxia couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, another Qianzong appeared next to Xianxia and smiled at her. There were 10,000 Qianzongs. Even if dozens of them were lost, it was nothing. This kind of loss was completely bearable. It was insignificant. On the battlefield, Xianxia felt strange. Her husband, well, she didn't know what was going on, but there were as many as 10,000 of him. It was shocking. This is not my real body. Qianzong seemed to understand Xianxia's confusion. He immediately explained with a smile, my real body is still in seclusion, but I sense the danger here through the world tree, so I used the roots of the world tree as the body to create my clone to participate in the battle. Xianxia suddenly understood. Qianzong didn't explain much. He just said it very simply. In reality, the situation was more complicated and even more serious than what Qianzong said. For decades, almost a century, the world tree was in the depths of the void. It constantly absorbed the primordial qi in the depths of the void and continued to grow. With the help of the Taihao Sword Realm, it grew from a height of 10,000 meters to a height of 100,000 meters. Its roots also split into countless numbers. Qianzong was focused on comprehending the world tree with the help of the origin realm. Countless mysteries kept emerging and were also sorted out by Qianzong. However, it wasn't that easy to break through to the demigod realm. Although Qianzong found some clues, he still needed time. He happened to sense the fluctuations in the universe and the fierce battle. He discussed with the world tree and cut off 10,000 of its roots to use as his clone to reinforce the humans and the origin race. Cutting off 1 or 2 roots was nothing to the world tree, but cutting off 10,000 roots would cause a lot of damage. The world tree didn't hesitate at all and agreed to Qianzong's request. It cut off 10,000 of its roots, each of which contained an astonishing amount of vitality. One had to know how astonishing the world tree was. Even if its roots were cut off, it could still survive for a long time and slowly grow into a small world tree. Its potential was astonishing. However, Qianzong used such a root as an incarnation. It was a one-time incarnation. After its power was exhausted, it would lose all vitality. The world tree that had cut off 10,000 of its roots was a great loss to its vitality. It wouldn't be able to recover without a few hundred years. However, Xianxia had to do this in order to deal with the invasion of the foreign races. Sometimes, some sacrifices were necessary. Fortunately, the world tree could recover, but it would take more time. The avatars formed by 10,000 world tree roots were all ordinary great emperors, but they were slightly stronger than ordinary great emperors. Xianxia did not intend to let these 10,000 incarnations go back alive. Fight, he had to fight even if he had to pay the price, even if he had to die in battle. Dozens of Xianxia burned and exhausted all the power of the roots of the world tree. The vitality turned into a deathly stillness, as though the power of life had turned into the power of death. The astonishing power of death was filled with endless death as it brazenly charged into the darkness of the avatar of the Mahakala devil. The darkness suddenly fluctuated violently. Under the death energy of the dozens of Xianxia that were burning themselves, the darkness was gradually shattered, revealing the true form of the Mahakala demon god's clone. Kill, one by one, Xianxia wielded his sword and charged towards the Mahakala demonic god's avatar. Like moths darting into a flame, they were fearless and fearless. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Each sword carried an unparalleled power of death. The 100th sword arrived, and the sword immediately cut the body of the great dark heavenly demon god's avatar in half. The terrifying power of deathly stillness burst out completely, continuously destroying the avatar of the great dark heavenly demon god, making it unable to reassemble and completely destroyed. At the cost of 100 world tree roots, they defeated a demon god's avatar. The demon tribe had 3 avatars. The avatar of the eternal frost demon god that was killed by Xianxia's avatar was killed. The Mahakala demon god's avatar was killed by Xianxia's avatar. It was considered a great loss. It was not easy to refine an avatar of a god. Being killed was a great loss. Xianxia did not stop despite the death of the Mahakala demon god's avatar. 100 avatars of Xianxia immediately charged towards the eternal darkness demon god's avatar with swords. The eternal darkness demon god's avatar was not as strong as the Mahakala demon god, but it was not weak either. A huge shadow of a dark tree suddenly appeared behind him. It stood in the void as if it was going to split the sky and earth. Darkness constantly spread out and swept in all directions. Xianxia's avatar sneered. Among all the avatars of a god, which one was the least threatening to Xianxia? It was the eternal darkness demon god's avatar. This was because the eternal darkness demon god's bloodline was the eternal darkness tree, and the eternal darkness tree was a powerful tree life in the demon tribe universe era. It was like the world tree, but its essence was inferior to the world tree. Now, Xianxia's avatar was refined from the roots of the world tree. If it was against the eternal darkness demon god himself, it naturally would not have any suppressive effect. However, it was still effective against his avatar. Kill, hundreds of Xianxia attacked from different directions. The power of the world tree was activated to the extreme and immediately interfered with the eternal darkness demon god's avatar. The shadow of the eternal darkness demon god's avatar immediately fluctuated, and the operation of power was also affected and became sluggish. Burn, every Xianxia was burning, and the exuberant vitality turned into the power of deathly stillness. A sword with all his strength swept across the sky and attacked with an irresistible force. The expression of the eternal darkness demon god's avatar changed greatly. He clearly felt the change in his power, and the operation became sluggish. Although it was only a slight delay would have a significant impact on the performance of his strength. The first sword came across the sky, but it was defeated. Even Xianxia's avatar was defeated and turned into ashes. 1 sword was 1 life, and a section of the world tree's root was consumed. The second sword came, the third sword came, every sword came. At the 49th sword, the eternal darkness demon god's avatar could no longer resist and was immediately pierced into his demonic body. The power of deathly stillness broke out and raged, further affecting the bloodline power of the eternal darkness tree. The 50th sword, the 51st sword, the 52nd sword, the 53rd sword, the eternal darkness demon god's avatar was immediately defeated. At this point, the 3 demon gods' avatars of the demon-human race were all defeated, and the pressure they brought dissipated. The strength of the divine avatars was tyrannical. It often required several great emperors to join forces, and it required an ultimate great emperor to barely resist for a short period of time. Now, the 3 divine avatars were killed. Although more than 100 Qinzongs were sacrificed, there were still many Qinzongs, thousands of them. It seemed that sacrificing more than 100 Qinzongs was nothing. For a moment, a rather strange feeling rose in everyone's heart. Dying in battle should be a very sad and proud thing, but why did they not feel sad? Instead, they felt a strange sense of pride. Was it because there were too many of them? The 3 demon gods of the demon-human race had extremely ugly expressions. Those were the avatars that they had spent a lot of effort to create. Their original purpose was to take root in the chaotic universe first and prepare for the arrival of their true bodies. Now that their true bodies had arrived, the mission of the 3 divine avatars was completed. However, the strength of the divine avatars was not weak. They were much more tyrannical than an ultimate great emperor. In the battlefield below the demigod realm, they were enough to sweep the 4 directions. This was also the reason why the demon-human race army was able to gain the upper hand and kill the human race and the origin race. If it were not for the appearance of the sea race, the human race and the origin race army would have been defeated by them. Even if the sea race appeared, they would only be able to reverse the situation and hold on for a little longer. If the battle continued, the human race, the origin race, and the sea race would eventually be defeated. It was just that the demon-human race would have to pay a greater price. The disguised reinforcements of the ancient demon race sped up the human race's defeat. However, no one expected that such an unforeseen event would occur. The unparalleled god of the human race, Jiandi Qinzong, who had sacrificed himself to fight the eternal ice demon god Avatar, had appeared again. His sacrifice of the eternal ice demon god Avatar had indeed dealt a great blow to the demon-human race, but it was nothing. There were still 2 demon god avatars. Unexpectedly, there were thousands of unparalleled god Jiandi who had appeared again. Now, he had paid the price of more than 100 deaths. The great dark sky demon god Avatar and the eternal darkness demon god Avatar had died, causing the demon-human race's 3 divine avatars to lose their advantage. Nearby, there were still thousands of Qinzong. Each of them had the strength of a great emperor, which was enough to determine the outcome of the entire battlefield. In the other 2 battlefields, Qinzong had also paid the price of 200 to 300 world tree root avatars. He had fought to the death of 3 heavenly god avatars of the celestial race and 3 giant god avatars of the giant race. It sounded easy, but if one counted it carefully, the price paid was shocking. In the 3 battlefields, more than 700 Qinzong's world tree avatars had been sacrificed. What did that mean? It meant more than 700 great emperors, even if they were ordinary great emperors. Now, excluding Qinzong's world tree root avatars, there were only a few hundred great emperors on the entire battlefield, far less than 1,000. To pay such a huge price to kill 8 great god avatars, the price could be said to be heavy. However, Qinzong could afford to pay such a price. The remaining world tree root avatars were enough to dominate the battlefield and determine the direction of this race war. For a moment, whether it was the celestial race, demon-human race, giant race, ancient demon race, or divine demon race, all of the demigod realm experts were stunned. A feeling of emptiness spread in their hearts. After many years of planning and making many preparations, they were finally going to succeed today. Unexpectedly, after several twists and turns, they were finally moving in the direction of the plan. They did not expect such a big change to occur. Anger, for a moment, the foreign demigods were all enraged. Terrifying auras suddenly exploded, as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. Like a tsunami storm, they all blasted toward the human, origin, and oceanic race demigods. The human, origin, and oceanic race demigods all gathered their strength, and their auras spread out to resist the furious attacks of the foreign demigods. On the 3 battlefields, Qinzong's world tree root avatars were slaughtering everywhere. No one could stop him. Limit-level heavenly venerables, limit-level demon emperors, limit-level giant emperors, they could not stop him. If 1 world tree root avatars could not deal with them, then 10 avatars burned their own bodies and attacked with all their might. The power of each strike was extremely terrifying, like a meteor piercing through the sky for an instant of brilliance. Under the desperate attacks of Qinzong's world tree root avatars, the foreign great emperors died one after another. Their original advantage disappeared, and it became a one-sided slaughter. Begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes, one man and one sword, dominating the battlefield. No, to be precise, it was 10,000 men, 10,000 swords, 10,000 identical men, 10,000 identical swords. The human race, the unparalleled god Jandi, Chenzong, slaughtered everyone. With one sword in hand, he did not care about his own injuries. At most, he would sacrifice a world tree root clone. Once the world tree root clone was cut off and refined into a clone, it would not be able to return. Every sword was so terrifying. It was a sword of death, a sword of death. He did not care about his own injuries. He only cared about killing his enemies. For a moment, Chenzong ate up all the slayers on the battlefield. Kill, 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 whether it was the heavenly human tribe, the demonic tribe, the giant tribe, the ancient demon tribe, or the ancient demon tribe, they were all terrified by Chenzong. Their morale plummeted. Retreat. Heavenly God Shen Hui of the heavenly human tribe immediately ordered. There was no point in continuing the battle. The unparalleled god Jandi of the human race was too terrifying. There were 10,000 of them, and each of them had the strength of a great emperor. Their swordsmanship was superb. Most importantly, they were not afraid of death. They were fighting with their lives on the line. How could you fight against someone who was not afraid of death and had tens of thousands of them? Of course, if the demigods attacked directly, they would be able to kill him. However, the problem was that the demigods of the other side had locked onto them. Retreat. If they did not retreat, they would probably be slaughtered by the unparalleled god Jandi of the human race. Once the heavenly human tribe's heavenly god gave the order to retreat, the demonic tribe and the giant tribe also gave the order to retreat. The ancient demon tribe, the ancient demon tribe, and the ancient demon tribe would not foolishly continue to fight. Retreat, 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 they all retreated. In the face of an invincible enemy, the consequence of not retreating was death, and death was meaningless. The foreign races retreated, but Chenzong continued to pursue and kill. It was as if he would not stop until he had killed all of them. Kill! Kill! The humans and primordial races roared. Their morale rose to the maximum. It was as if they had turned into flames, venting their anger from being suppressed and killed. You're courting death. The primordial ice demon god harumphed angrily and suddenly attacked. He jabbed a finger through the air, freezing the very fabric of space itself. Like a path of ice, it rapidly extended outwards, heading straight for Chenzong like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, it also enveloped the surrounding humans and origin race individuals. When the demigod attacked, his might was extraordinary. It was as if he had directly mobilized the ice origin energy of the universe, freezing everything and destroying all life. With such power, Chenzong immediately felt an extremely shocking icy power spreading from all directions, growing from the depths of the void and directly oppressing him. It was unstoppable, even if he were to burn all of the power of the world tree's root incarnation, he still wouldn't be able to resist it. The difference in power between the two was like the difference between a firefly and the moon. Don't even think about it. A human demigod snorted angrily and immediately attacked. He slashed out with his palm, which was like a blade that sliced through the void. He attacked later but was the first to arrive. He instantly hit the icy finger force and shattered it. However, the shattered icy power spread out at an alarming speed and froze everything in all directions. The icy power spread out, attacking everything in all directions at lightning speed. It spread out for thousands of meters in an instant, freezing everything in the void. In the midst of it, the terrifying icy power spread to Chenzong's incarnation. In an instant, Chenzong's incarnation was frozen into an ice sculpture, losing all signs of life. The entire process was extremely short. There was no time at all. In an instant, Chenzong's world tree's root incarnation lost all signs of life and was frozen into an ice sculpture by the icy power. This scene immediately frightened the others. They were all horrified. Go back, a human demigod immediately shouted. The humans and the origin race all moved. They stopped chasing after the other races and retreated into the Great Formation. Their expressions became vigilant. It seemed that the demigod was about to make a move. When the demigod made a move, the heavens and the earth would shatter. This wasn't an exaggeration. They could easily shatter stars and shatter the earth. It wouldn't be difficult for them to shatter a part of the world. Chenzong also became vigilant. If the demigod made a move, then his remaining thousands of world trees root incarnations would be useless. Unless he could combine the power of thousands of world trees root incarnations into one, that would be an extremely powerful force. Perhaps only then would he be able to threaten the demigod. The difference between the demigod realm and those below the demigod realm was simply too great. Chenzong didn't dare to say that the combined power of thousands of ordinary great emperors could rival that of a demigod. That kind of power was no longer a difference in quantity, but a difference in essence. The difference in the essence of life and the essence of power was like a pile of loose sand and a piece of fine steel. The difference was immeasurable. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chenzong suddenly froze. It was as if a lightning-like light suddenly flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but think carefully. Seeing that Chenzong was deep in thought, Yunyanqing didn't disturb him. The great formation operated at full power to protect everyone. The auras of the demigods also became more and more powerful. The defeated foreign race soldiers retreated continuously. They kept retreating far away. First, they were worried that they would be pursued. Second, they were worried that they would be affected if the demigods made a move. Only by retreating far away could they avoid the consequences. Powerful auras constantly emanated from the demigods. They were even more shocking than before, and they turned into tangible ripples. For example, the ripples that spread out from the great dark sky demon god were layers of black. Endless darkness surged and shook, wreaking havoc in all directions. It was as if it wanted to dye the void into pure darkness. The aura ripples that spread out from the eternal darkness demon god carried a shocking tension. It was as if the darkness was roots that wanted to pierce into the depths of the void and pierce into everything. The ripples of the eternal ice demon god were filled with the power of dark ice. Wherever they passed, frost spread, freezing everything and destroying all life. Different demigods often had different powers. They used their auras to activate them, forming ripples that spread out. The power was extremely shocking. When the ripples came into contact, they began to collide. Suddenly, an extremely shocking power burst forth. The void trembled endlessly, as if there were waves of storms that swept up and wreaked havoc in all directions. On the three major battlefields, the demigod experts looked as if they were ready to attack. They were no longer just locking onto each other like before. The great battle seemed to be coming at any time. The extremely oppressive aura made everyone feel suffocated, even if they were very far away. On this battlefield, there were 3 demon gods from the demon-human race and 3 ancient demon gods from the ancient demon race. In total, there were 6 demigod experts. The demon gods and ancient demon gods weren't allies. However, at this moment, they had to unite against the humans and the origin race. This was because the humans and the origin race originally had 3.5 demigods. In addition to the 2 demigods from the oceanic race, there were 5 demigods. 5 demigods were definitely stronger than 3 demigods. Without the help of the 3 ancient demon race demigods, the 3 demon gods of the demon-human race wouldn't be a match for the humans, origin race, and oceanic race demigods. It was the same for the giant race. However, it was different for the heavenly human race. The humans, origin race, and oceanic race only had 3 demigods. However, these 3 demigods were different. They were demigod sovereigns. The demigod sovereigns of the original human race had an advantage in the territory of the original human race. They could unleash more power. The demigod sovereign of the sea race wielded a golden trident divine artifact. It seemed to have a mysterious power that allowed him to unleash the power of a demigod sovereign. Explode, a giant god from the giant race, was the first to attack. He threw a punch across the sky. The punch from his 100-meter-tall body was like a meteor smashing through the void. A huge hole was blasted open in the void. It was pitch black and extremely shocking. It exuded an extremely terrifying destructive power. This punch was aimed directly at the human demigod, shattering everything in its path. This punch was like a fuse that ignited the battle between the demigods. The great battle had begun. The giant gods of the giant race attacked. The heavenly gods of the celestial race attacked. The demon gods of the demon-human race attacked. Correspondingly, the ancient demon race, divine demon race, and ancient demon race all attacked. The demigods of the humans, origin race, and oceanic race also attacked. As soon as the demigods attacked, the void began to shatter. Pitch black holes continuously appeared. Under the collision of their powers, the shattering became even more shocking. They constantly penetrated deep into the void. On the battlefield of the demon-human race, there were a total of 5 demigods of the humans, origin race, and oceanic race. However, they had to face the combined forces of 3 demon gods and 3 demon gods. For a time, the demigods of the humans could only resist and hold on. They were somewhat at a disadvantage. It was the same in the other 2 battlefields. Even though the demigod sovereigns of the humans and origin race had joined forces with the oceanic god sovereign, it was still not that easy to fight off 6 demigods of the foreign races. When the great battle broke out, at first, the demigods would still restrain their own powers and limit the damage to a certain extent. However, as they continued to resist, their attacks became more and more powerful. The battlefield was gradually divided. The demigods also began to realize that when they attacked together, the power that they could unleash was extremely terrifying. Under the combination of their powers, the damage to the void was shocking. The great formation of the entire human and origin race territory was constantly being attacked. Light flashed wildly as if it was about to be destroyed. This shocked the human, origin race, and oceanic race warriors. The great formation was operating at full power. It was operating at full power and constantly emitted sounds. These were the sounds of it reaching its limit. At the same time, Xianxia's world tree root incarnations began to gather. They gathered from all over the place. Then, under everyone's gaze, Xianxia's world tree root incarnations kept getting closer and closer. When they came into contact, they actually fused together. The tens of thousands of world tree root incarnations kept fusing together. They kept decreasing. Every time they fused, the aura of Xianxia's world tree root incarnations would become much stronger. They kept fusing and strengthening. However, the further they fused, the more difficult it was to fuse. Under the control of a chaotic prime, the tens of thousands of world tree root incarnations fused into a few hundred. The aura of each incarnation was extremely powerful, reaching the level of a peak great emperor. The pressure they emitted was even more terrifying. Hundreds of incarnations of the roots of the world tree merged together once again, decreasing in number. When there were only a few dozen incarnations left, each of them exuded an increasingly powerful aura, comparable to that of a god's avatar. The merging had to continue. Xianxia could feel an astonishing resistance as they merged one after another. However, due to the fact that he was a chaotic prime and they were of the same origin as the roots of the world tree, the merging went on smoothly despite the resistance. It just took a little longer. When there were only 2 of Xianxia's clones left, the aura that these 2 clones exuded was already extremely powerful. They were constantly being released, and it was difficult to control. No one could get close to them within a radius of 10,000 meters because the aura was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that it was unbearable. The final merging. The 2 incarnations of Xianxia looked at each other and approached each other again. The powerful aura between them clashed uncontrollably, as if trying to repel each other. However, there was also a suction force that pulled the 2 incarnations closer to each other. The ripples continued to spread and hit in all directions. Wherever they passed, the void was scraped up layer after layer. The power was somewhat similar to the aura released by a demigod. As they approached each other, they gradually merged. The 2 incarnations finally merged into one. A roar suddenly sounded. It was as shocking as the rumbling of thunder shattering the vacuum. Xianxia's body suddenly erupted with an intense light. It was like a green flame that kept burning and spewing in all directions. It seemed to be able to burn everything and turn it into ashes. The ripples surged like a raging tide and attacked wildly. When everything calmed down, Xianxia appeared in front of everyone. Green flames rose from his body, but they were not as blazing as before. I see. Xianxia could not help but smile. A strange feeling arose spontaneously. It came from the bottom of his heart. It turned out that this was the way to break through that he had been pursuing for so long. Even though he had been in seclusion in the depths of the void for almost 100 years, constantly comprehending the mysteries of the universe and finding clues to break through, there was still some distance between him and the real breakthrough. He was just one step away. The final step was often the most difficult step, the most crucial step. Once that step was crossed, it would be the difference between the worlds, the difference between heaven and earth. It was not that easy to cross that step. But now, with a sudden burst of inspiration, he fused several thousand world tree root clones together. With the guidance of a chaotic prime, he constantly fused them together until they finally fused into one. Qianzong knew what his path was like and how he should break through. Of course, breaking through was something that his true self had to do. His incarnation had undergone a qualitative transformation, and had surpassed the level of the Grand Emperor level. It had surpassed the level of God incarnations, and was now on a whole new level of power. Power, boundless power lingered within the avatar, reverberating endlessly. It made Qianzong feel as if he could easily shatter everything and reduce it to nothingness if he struck out. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. It was an extremely powerful feeling. In an instant, Qianzong stared ahead, at where the demigods were fighting. It just so happened that demigod Gu Zhen was surrounded by two demigods from the ancient demon clan. He could only hold his ground for a while, unable to counterattack. "Lord Gu Zhen, let me help you." Qianzong's voice immediately rang in demigod Gu Zhen's ears. With a flash, Qianzong tore through the space like a bolt of lightning and left the formation. He quickly approached the two demigods from the ancient demon clan who were attacking Lord Gu Zhen. He clenched his right hand, and immediately, countless clouds filled the air. The clouds were very fine, and each of them seemed to be emitting light. They were so dazzling, and they also emitted an incomparably shocking sharpness. It was as if they could tear and shatter everything. Under the shocking fluctuation of sword intent, the glowing clouds immediately condensed and turned into a sharp sword. It was a sword that seemed to contain lightning and thunder. The sword was not real. It was condensed by Qianzong with his powerful strength. In terms of power, it was comparable to a demigod weapon. With the sword in hand, the sword intent of Qianzong's avatar increased tremendously. It was earth-shattering. Kill, it was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning piercing through the sky. Without hesitation, Qianzong slashed at one of the demigods. The sword slashed across the sky. Caught off guard, the demigod slashed through the demigod's defensive power and landed on his powerful ancient demon divine body, leaving a faint sword mark. The demigod was sent flying after being hit by Qianzong's sword. He was stunned. When he looked at Qianzong, he immediately became furious. Wasn't that the Motherf King human king who had forced the armies of the demon human race and ancient demon race to retreat after suffering heavy losses? Since when did he have the ability to hurt me? Although it was only a faint sword mark and could only be considered a minor injury, it was still an injury. Great Emperor-level strength could not hurt a demigod. Only the power of a demigod could hurt a demigod. In other words, this human actually had the strength of a demigod, or even a demigod. In an instant, various thoughts flashed through the demigod's mind. He immediately rushed toward Qianzong and threw a punch that could shatter stars. This punch was extremely powerful, and Qianzong had no time to dodge. He immediately raised his sword to block. At the moment he was hit, a huge force blasted Qianzong away. Qianzong only felt a terrifying force bombarding him continuously, blasting into his body. It was as if the force wanted to further damage his incarnation, destroying it from the deepest level until it was completely destroyed. Qianzong immediately realized that although the strength of this avatar had surpassed the Great Emperor level and reached the demigod realm, it was still inferior to a real demigod. It was just that it kept merging with one avatar after another and finally forcibly raised its strength to the threshold of the demigod realm. Compared to a real demigod, there was still a huge gap. Now that it was hit by the demigod's attack, the power invaded his avatar and wantonly destroyed it. It felt like it was difficult to resist and was about to be defeated. This was the proof. Burn, Qianzong knew that this avatar of his was forcibly merged. The strength that reached the threshold of the demigod realm was also forcibly merged. It was not stable enough and there was a price to pay. The price was that this avatar was dying at a very fast speed, which meant that Qianzong could not maintain it for long. since that was the case, he would burn. He would burn all his strength and use the death of this avatar as the price to attack the demigod ancient monster as much as possible and relieve the pressure on the demigods of the human clan, Origin clan, and Sea clan. The best result would be to kill a demigod of a foreign clan. However, this possibility was very low and Xianxia did not dare to think too much about it. He would do his best and do as much as he could. There was no way to force it. This was just an avatar. For Xianxia's original body, it was equivalent to experiencing the power of a demigod realm in advance. Even if it was just the threshold of the demigod realm, it was much more powerful than before. Burn. Just like the previous avatars, the avatar burned. The green flame on its body suddenly soared and rushed up 100 meters. Its aura was extremely shocking. However, the flame quickly shrank and its color began to change. The green color gradually faded and turned into a grayish-white color. The grayish-white flame continued to burn and released a kind of deathly stillness. It was an extremely shocking deathly stillness. As it spread, it was as if everything in the void was going to be destroyed. Even the sword in the hand of Xianxia's avatar turned grayish-white and exuded a terrifying deathly stillness. In a flash, Xianxia immediately rushed toward the demigod ancient monster clan and slashed out with his sword, which contained an endless amount of deathly stillness. Xianxia performed the one-mind sword technique to the extreme. Kill, 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 slash, 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 slash. Every slash tore the void and divided it into two. It was as if the heavens and the earth were separated and the sun and the moon were separated. The ancient demon demigod's protective divine power was once again broken apart. The sword slashed directly onto his tyrannical body. The astonishing ancient demon demigod body blocked the slash of Xianxia's deathly stillness sword and was immediately broken apart. Burn, it continued to burn crazily, as if it was subliming itself in the midst of the burning. Xianxia's swordsmanship was superb and the one-mind sword technique was extremely powerful. In terms of technique, he was completely superior to the ancient monster demigod. Slash after slash, every slash hit its target. Xianxia, under the slash, the power was extremely strong, as if it could really split the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the ancient monster demigod's tyrannical body was split in half and almost cut it in half. The deathly stillness power continued to surge and invade the ancient monster demigod's body, causing the ancient monster demigod's expression to change drastically. However, Xianxia had no intention of stopping. His body continued to burn and consume. Bit by bit, his body disintegrated in exchange for an even stronger power. The grayish-white flame became more and more shocking. The entire sword was completely covered by the grayish-white flame and was replaced by the grayish-white flame, becoming the condensation of the deathly stillness power. Xianxia, another slash, an extremely sharp slash, a slash that could cut through everything. This slash immediately cut the ancient monster demigod's body in half. It was completely cut in half. Chop chop chop, under Xianxia's sword, the demigod's body was cut into 2 pieces, 4 pieces, 8 pieces. This scene immediately shocked the other demigods who were fighting fiercely, and they all looked over. What was going on? It was a one-sided battle. What was the situation with the human race? Previously, he was only an ordinary great emperor. How could he be so strong now? He could suppress a demigod. However, in the next moment, these demigods also sensed Xianxia's condition. He was burning himself as if he was about to be burned to ashes. He was burning wildly in exchange for great power. The 9th sword, the ancient demon demigod, was completely severed into dozens of pieces. Each piece was invaded by a terrifying deathly stillness that wreaked havoc. The 10th sword, when the sword slashed out, the grayish-white sword light actually possessed an indescribable power and brilliance. It was extremely powerful and dazzling, turning into an ancient star that swept out with unparalleled might, crushing everything in its path with invincibility. Little brother celestial god is here. Help me get some monthly votes. Burn, burn, burn. After Xianxia's incarnation of the roots of the world tree unleashed the 10th sword strike, it was completely burned and turned into a wisp of smoke that dissipated. The ancient demon demigod that had withstood the 10th sword strike of Xianxia's incarnation was once again smashed into pieces. Originally, there were dozens of pieces, but now, there were hundreds of pieces. Shenzong's incarnation turned into ashes in the endless burning and completely disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. The ancient demon demigod was cut into hundreds of pieces, and each piece was filled with the power of death. It raged wildly and destroyed the vitality in it. However, the essence of a demigod was different. It surpassed everything. Compared to the true divine realm, it was thousands of times more difficult to kill a demigod. Even a demigod sovereign would find it extremely difficult to kill other demigods. The hundreds of pieces of the ancient demon demigod's body kept wriggling and dispersing the power of death. They approached each other as if each piece had a kind of intelligence. They came into contact with each other and merged with each other. They condensed again and turned into the ancient demon demigod. It was as if it had been resurrected. It could not be killed, it was difficult to kill, but Shenzong's incarnation had already disappeared. However, the ancient demon demigod had also suffered a lot of injuries after withstanding the 10 sword strikes of Shenzong's incarnation. Although its body had recovered, it had consumed a lot of its power and would not be able to fully recover in a short period of time. In the depths of the void, a speck of dust floated. Endless void chi poured into it like a storm and was constantly devoured by the speck of dust. It was the speck of dust that had been transformed from the Taihao sword realm. A world in a speck of dust, the world was like Mount Meru. It could be big or small. When it was bigger than a star. When it was small, it was like a speck of dust. In the world tree that was 100,000 meters tall, a figure seemed to have merged with it. Suddenly, there was a burst of carefree and joyful laughter. I see. I see. This is my path to becoming a demigod. It was Shenzong's original body. He had been in seclusion for dozens of years, and he seemed to have merged with the world tree. He comprehended many mysteries of the origin of the universe from the perspective of the world tree. However, after dozens of years, although he had found some clues, it was still not enough. He was still missing something. That feeling was like watching a fire from the other side of the river. You could see it, but you couldn't touch it. It was difficult to feel the temperature of the flame. It was different now. The roots of the world tree had fused into one, burning itself and sacrificing everything. Although it had perished, it had given Shenzong's original body a brand new understanding. Shenzong was enlightened. He finally understood the next step of the Tao. It was so clear that it had never been before. The hard chaotic primordial realm allowed one's mind to be divided into countless parts, controlling countless thoughts and thoughts. The next step was to gather all the heart chaotic primordial realm and fuse them into one, making them unique and unique. His unique self, his unique cultivation, and his unique sword Tao. I hope I can break through soon. Shenzong thought to himself. Outside, there was a fierce battle. The demigods had made their moves. The battle was too terrifying. It would not end in a short period of time. It was impossible to participate in a battle of that level without the strength of a demigod. Once one barged in, one would not be able to make a move. He would die an unnatural death. Demigod, only a demigod could fight against a demigod. Breakthrough, Shenzong suddenly had a strong desire. It was like a burning flame. It was so strong. A new round of closed-door cultivation began. The previous closed-door cultivation was to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. The current closed-door cultivation was for a real breakthrough. In the void, the fierce battle between the demigods intensified. The power of their attacks was getting stronger. The demigod ancient monster was attacked by Shenzong's root of the world. He was badly injured. Although he had recovered, he had used up a lot of his strength. The power of his attacks was much weaker than before. Even so, demigod Guzhen was only able to hold on and not be defeated. 2 against 1, they did not have much of an advantage. It was good enough that they were not defeated. After all, under normal circumstances, the difference in strength between the demigods was not obvious. It was not easy to determine the winner in a short period of time. The 3 demigod sovereigns were able to hold on under the attacks of the 6 demigods from the heavenly human tribe and the divine demon tribe. The 6 demigod sovereigns from the giant tribe and the ancient demon tribe gradually suppressed the 5 demigods from the human tribe and the sea tribe. The 6 demigods from the demonic tribe and the ancient demon tribe joined forces. Most of them fought one-on-one. Only demigod Gusion fought one-on-two. Inside the formation, the human tribe could only wait. There was nothing they could do. Only demigods could participate in a battle between demigods. Rumble, suddenly, the universe shook. It was as if there was a terrifying wave sweeping in from afar. The void was turbulent. There seemed to be a storm raging. There seemed to be thunder roaring. There seemed to be mountains collapsing. An extremely shocking aura accompanied by a shocking roar swept in. It was as if a tsunami was sweeping in. Wave after wave, it was vast and endless. Amidst the terrifying aura, an extremely shocking battle intent permeated. The battle intent was so condensed, so powerful, so exuberant. There seemed to be a kind of madness in it. This is. Ling Luo, who was in the formation, suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed in a low voice. This battle intent gave her a familiar feeling. It was as if she had felt it before. It was not just once, but many times. What a shocking battle intent! Who is that? Compared to the human tribe, the origin tribe, and the sea tribe soldiers in the formation, the demigods felt it more clearly and strongly. Demigod, it was clearly the aura of a demigod. Moreover, it was the aura of a demigod who had just broken through. Someone had broken through, someone had successfully broken through and become a demigod. It was the first demigod in the chaotic universe. Who was it? Who was it? It was difficult to determine the identity of the person who had broken through just from the aura. They could not even be sure of the person's race. For a moment, the demigods felt uneasy. Excluding the heavenly human tribe, the demon tribe, and the giant tribe, if the person who had broken through was from the ancient demon tribe, or the divine demon tribe, it would not be a good thing for the human tribe, the origin tribe, or the sea tribe. It might turn the tide of the battle. On the other hand, if the person who had broken through was from the human tribe or the origin tribe, then the human tribe and the origin tribe would receive powerful support. They would be able to turn the tables and resist the invasion of the foreign demigods. Who was the person who had broken through? A series of roars resounded. They were resounding, sharp, and extremely shocking. Vaguely, one could hear the roars of a dragon. The roars of the dragon were filled with violence, as if they could shatter the heavens. The roars were getting stronger and stronger with each roar, bringing with them an astonishing might as they closed in on Yi Shiwen with shocking battle intent. Not long after, a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was a black figure, and it was very long. At a closer look, one could see that it was a dragon. It was a huge black dragon that was 1,000 meters long, and it was approaching the battlefield with lightning speed. A figure stood on the dragon's head. It was so tall and straight that it seemed to have taken root on the ground. It was as if it had merged with the gigantic black dragon. Master! Ling Luo exclaimed. She was overjoyed and excited. Uncle War Demon. Qianan also recognized the other party. He could not help but exclaim in a low voice. He was extremely excited. The human tribe and the origin tribe were overjoyed. They were certain that the new demigod belonged to the human tribe and the origin tribe. The chaotic universe was a newborn universe. There had never been a demigod before. As for the 8 demigods of the human tribe and the origin tribe and the 9 demigods of the ancient demon tribe, and the divine demon tribe, they had all survived from the previous epoch of the ancient universe. They had continued into the chaotic universe and slowly integrated into it. In contrast to the excitement of the human tribe and the origin tribe's demigods, the ancient demon tribe and the other tribes' expressions darkened. It was a new demigod from the enemy camp. Without a doubt, the enemy camp's strength and reinforcements had increased. The person who had broken through to the demigod level was the War Demon Palace's divine god. In the past few decades, the arrival of the celestial tribe, the demon tribe, and the giant tribe's kingdoms and the demigod realm experts had caused the chaotic universe to become even more turbulent. Many deeper ruins and secret realms had appeared one after another. More treasures had appeared. Coincidentally, the Lingwu sacred world had merged with a few broken secret realms and started to evolve. The Lingwu sacred world's continuous evolution also fed back to the war demon, causing him to evolve rapidly as well. Finally, he broke through his limit and became a demigod. Once he broke through, the war demon first stabilized his foundation. When he sensed that the human tribe and the origin tribe were at a disadvantage, he immediately came out of seclusion and headed to the battlefield. The Black Dragon was a battle-intent secret technique that the war demon had inherited from the ancient ancestors in the ancestral land. It had been refined with battle intent and constantly strengthened. Now that the war demon had broken through to the demigod realm, he had improved it to the demigod realm with his own ability. This was the equivalent of a demigod war demon and a demigod black dragon of battle intent. Kill. Without hesitation, the war demon rode the black dragon and charged into the battlefield, attacking the Celestial Tribe's battlefield. Fight, fight, fight. On the Celestial Tribe's battlefield, the Celestial Tribe's 3 heavenly gods and the Demon Tribe's 3 demigods were constantly attacking the demigods of the Human Tribe, the Origin Tribe, and the Sea Tribe. They were slowly gaining the upper hand. The war demon's battle intent was shocking. He activated the 9 heavens, 10 earths battle technique to the extreme. He rode the black dragon of battle intent to kill one of the heavenly gods. Divine Mountain God, his aura was incomparably vigorous, as powerful as an ancient divine mountain. Divine Mountain God smiled viciously in the face of the war demon's attack. His eyes flashed, and he immediately pushed his palm forward. That palm was like an ancient mountain crashing into the sky. It carried a boundless power that could destroy everything. That palm seemed to be able to destroy everything. No one could stop it. The war demon had no intention of dodging. He rode the black dragon of battle intent to kill. The black dragon roared, and a powerful wave of energy shot out from its huge mouth. It blasted toward Xianxia's palm, which was as powerful as an ancient mountain. With a loud boom, the black dragon wave slammed into the divine mountain god's palm. It shook violently, then shattered, and countless cracks appeared. Ripples spread out, causing the void to collapse. The war demon reached out and clenched its fist. Countless bolts of black lightning shot out of its 5 fingers. As they flickered wildly, a pitch-black saber was drawn from the void. The saber was long and narrow, and it was pitch black. It seemed to be condensed from darkness, but it exuded a shocking battle intent. The black saber slashed out, and the pitch-black saber light tore through the void. It slashed at the divine mountain god's palm like a bolt of lightning, splitting the palm that had been struck by the black dragon wave. 1 man and 1 dragon joined forces to fight against the divine mountain god. The war demon was a newly ascended demigod. Although it had consolidated its strength, it was still lacking compared to the veteran demigods. However, with the assistance of the black dragon, who was also at the demigod realm, it was able to completely resist the divine mountain god. It clearly alleviated the pressure that the 2 demigod sovereigns and the sea god sovereign were under. However, the situation on the other 2 battlefields didn't change much. On the Demon Tribe's battlefield, Xianxia's avatar had burned and exploded, injuring the ancient demon demigod. The ancient demon demigod's strength had plummeted, but it did alleviate the pressure on the human demigods to a certain extent. On the Giant Tribe's battlefield, there were no reinforcements. The 5 demigods of the human tribe, origin race, and oceanic race were under constant attack from the 6 demigods of the Giant Tribe and the ancient demon tribe. They were barely holding on. The battlefield spread into the depths of the void and continued to expand, wantonly destroying everything. The alien army in the distance didn't attack again. This was because Xianxia's avatar had appeared and killed many alien demigods, especially great emperors. There weren't many left, but the human tribe, origin race, and oceanic race had even more great emperors left. However, the human tribe's army didn't lead the formation and attack the alien army. The outcome of this battle depended on the clash between the demigods. Whichever side was defeated would be defeated, and the other side would be able to lead the battle to victory. They couldn't participate in the battle between demigods, and they couldn't even see what was going on. They could only feel waves of extremely powerful auras coming from afar. These auras were powerful enough to destroy everything. Even though they were far away, they still felt a sense of dread from the bottom of their hearts, and their bodies trembled. Another change occurred. There was a turbulence in the void. The turbulence was not caused by the fierce battle between the demigods. Instead, it came from the depths of the void. It was as if something terrible was constantly emerging from the depths of the void. And the demigods were once again shocked. Another demigod? The aura continued to appear from the depths of the void, and it kept getting closer. The group of demigods could feel it even more clearly, and they could not help but stop and wait again. Demigod. Or was it the third camp? After all, since the birth of the chaotic universe, these were the known demigods. However, they couldn't rule out the existence of unknown demigods. There hadn't been any unknown demigods in the past 1,000 years. Just now, it was also a human tribe. The newly ascended demigod wasn't considered unknown. A loud boom suddenly rang out, and as the void trembled, under the gazes of the demigods, a terrifying power blasted out from within the void. A huge black hole appeared, emitting a terrifying power of ruin's end. The power of end of the universe seemed to be able to turn everything into dust and nothingness. It was extremely thorough. At the edge of the huge black hole, there were countless waves of energy. They were like countless saw teeth that were rotating clockwise. It was like a tunnel that led to the depths of the void. It also seemed like a tunnel that led to another world. Under the gazes of the demigods, a figure appeared in the huge dark tunnel. It was rapidly appearing and becoming clearer. They saw it clearly. It was a person wearing a black Taoist robe with countless silver divine patterns. He seemed to be a middle-aged man. He wore a black jade crown and looked ordinary. However, he had an indescribable aura. It was as though a divine king had descended from the heavens. There were two objects revolving around this figure. They were two divine wheels. One was like the true sun and the other was like the moon. Sun and moon wheels. Xianxia's eyes widened. Her face was full of shock. There was an indescribable excitement in her heart. It was her master, to be precise, it wasn't Xianxia's master. It was Chenzong's master. Xianxia and Chenzong had become Tao companions. Therefore, Chenzong's master was naturally Xianxia's master. This figure wearing a Taoist robe and surrounded by the sun and moon wheels was Chenzong's master, wholehearted holy man. Ever since the destruction of the old universe, no one knew where he was. Chenzong had been searching for him for more than 1,000 years in the chaotic universe. However, he couldn't find any information. Not even a trace. No one knew where wholehearted holy man and his disciples had gone. They might have died and turned into nothingness. They might have disappeared without a trace. No one expected him to appear now. Wholehearted holy man, he was a demigod, wholehearted holy man, a human. This aura was clearly the aura of a human. Instantly, the demigods in the human camp were overjoyed. On the other hand, the demigods of the foreign races looked even worse. First, there was a new demigod from the human race. Now, there was another demigod from the human race. Judging from his aura, this demigod didn't seem to be a new demigod. Instead, he had been a demigod for some time. No one knew where he had been promoted. He had appeared so suddenly. Wholehearted holy man seemed to walk out of a black hole. The black hole behind him shrunk rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it closed and disappeared. The sun and moon wheels circled around his body. They were demigod artifacts. Both the sun and moon wheels were demigod artifacts. This meant that wholehearted holy man had two demigod artifacts. Wholehearted holy man looked calm. His eyes were deep and clear. He had a sense of wisdom. He glanced at the army in the formation and caught sight of Xianxia. He smiled and nodded at Xianxia. "Where's Chenzong?" Xianxia heard a voice. Xianxia was stunned. She immediately responded, "Master, Chenzong is in seclusion." Xianxia couldn't transmit her voice to wholehearted holy man. The difference between them was too great. Hence, her voice was heard by everyone. "Master, that new demigod was the master of the star-burning true Phoenix Emperor." No, that wasn't right. They were obviously talking about Chenzong. Who was Chenzong? He was the unparalleled god Jandi of the human race. Could it be that this demigod was actually, Shaoan, this is your father's master, wholehearted holy man. He's your grandmaster. Xianxia said to Chenin, "Grandmaster." Chenin was stunned. He quickly reacted and bowed at wholehearted holy man from afar. "You even have a child." Wholehearted holy man was also stunned. He smiled and said, "After this battle, let's have a good chat." Everyone else was stunned. No one expected that the unparalleled god Jandi was the disciple of a demigod. Of course, they didn't expect that before this, the unparalleled god Jandi was much stronger than his master. Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao were also stunned. Demigod, they were now Chen Zong's in-name disciples and hadn't been accepted as true disciples. However, it was still possible for them to be accepted as true disciples. To a certain extent, this wholehearted holy man was their grandmaster. Foreign races, this universe isn't a place where you can do as you please. Wholehearted holy man swept his gaze across every demigod of the foreign races. His expression turned stern and his eyes flickered with radiance. His tone carried a tinge of coldness. It was so deep that it felt like the coldness from the depths of the ocean. Wholehearted holy man hated the invasion of the foreign races. His anger and murderous intent surged from the depths of his heart and exploded. An extremely tyrannical aura suddenly spread out. It was an extremely mysterious aura. Most people felt that it was unfamiliar. However, those who had cultivated the Wholehearted Sutra felt that it was familiar. The higher one's attainment in the Wholehearted Sutra, the more familiar it felt. Other than the unique aura that belonged to the Wholehearted Sutra, there was also an aura fluctuation that seemed to turn everything into nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. Soon after, Wholehearted Holy Man moved. He fixed his gaze on a demigod of the ancient demon tribe. It was the demigod that was injured by Qinzong's rude incarnation of the World Tree. There was no such thing as fairness. He chose to kill the weaker demigod first. At the very least, he had to cripple him. That was the right thing to do. Only by doing so could he reduce the pressure that his camp was under. Under the control of Wholehearted Holy Man, the sun-moon will spun faster. The moon will glowed with a cold light and emitted an extremely cold aura. It tore through the sky in an instant and drew a long arc. It was like a crescent moon that swept across the sky and attacked the demigod of the ancient demon tribe. This attack was extremely fast. It was so fast that it exceeded one's expectations. In an instant, the demigod of the ancient demon tribe dodged quickly. However, he was still unable to avoid the attack. He was immediately hit by the crescent moon. His tyrannical ancient demon divine body was immediately torn apart. A long crack appeared on his body. Frightening cold aura continuously invaded his body and wreaked havoc. The demigod of the ancient demon tribe immediately activated his tyrannical strength to resist the cold aura that was invading his body. In the next moment, the solar chakra that revolved around the single-hearted holy man also attacked. The solar chakra released a bright and intense light, which was the complete opposite of the lunar chakra. It was like the difference between ice and fire. The sun-moon was like the true sun blazing energy fluctuation spread out and drew a long arc. It was dazzling. In the eyes of the demigods, it was like the true sun was flying across the sky. It was as if it had turned into a meteor. Once again, it hit the demigod of the ancient demon tribe. First, the moon wheel was torn apart, followed by the sun wheel. The ancient demon demigod that Qinzong had transformed into had not fully recovered yet. Anger, the ancient demon demigod was so angry that he felt like he was going to collapse. First, his disciple paid a huge price to injure him. Then, a powerful master came and injured him. He had not fully recovered yet, and now his injuries were aggravated. Was this a case of picking on the weak? It was obvious that he did not care about him at all. Damn it, in his rage, the ancient demon demigod immediately unleashed a terrifying aura. Layers of demonic flames burned on his body, swaying and emitting a chilling aura. He wanted to tear apart the human demigod that had just arrived. He unleashed his full strength. Although the previous battle was getting more and more intense, the demigods were still holding back. They did not fight with their lives because they had not reached that level yet. However, the ancient demon demigod was clearly enraged. He used all his strength and raised his speed to the maximum in an instant. He immediately rushed towards the single-hearted holy man. The ancient demon demigod's body was extremely tough and they were very good at close combat. However, the single-hearted holy man did not seem to be good at close combat. He was better at long-range combat. As long as the single-hearted holy man could get close to him, he would be able to gain the upper hand and suppress or even injure him severely. It had to be said that the ancient demon demigod's idea was very good. However, at this moment, the moon and sun chakram that flew out once again attacked from behind. They were so fast that they actually surpassed the ancient demon demigod's speed. They came directly from behind and hit the ancient demon demigod's body once again. It was difficult for the ancient demon demigod to dodge. Once again, he was hit, torn, and injured. However, the ancient demon demigod borrowed the power of the sun and moon wheels to increase his speed and pounced towards the single-hearted holy man. The single-hearted holy man's figure flashed and he dodged rapidly. Furthermore, he formed streaks of illusions that were constantly changing. The ancient demon demigod could not differentiate between the real and the fake. The single-hearted holy man pointed his finger like a sword and the sun and moon wheels immediately emitted a dazzling light that stole all the brilliance in the void. That was the intertwining of crimson red and dark blue. They intertwined and turned into a shocking shockwave that spread outwards. The crimson red and dark blue mixed and overlapped. You were in me, and I was in you. Black. In the end, the two colors completely fused as they constantly intertwined, turning into a deep, pitch-black color. The presence it gave off was no longer cold or scorching. Instead, it was a power of annihilation that could turn everything into nothingness. All living things return to ruins. The single-hearted holy man muttered and unleashed his ultimate move. This move was precisely an ultimate move that he'd grasped many years ago. After numerous modifications, improvements, it became more and more powerful. Now, it had become a semi-god level ultimate move, and its might was shocking to the extreme. When it blasted out, it could destroy everything, and it was capable of turning everything into nothingness. All things returned to the void. Back then, Chenzong's all things in heaven and earth returned to ruins was based on the mysteries of this move. After further research, he finally created it, each with its own merits. The pitch-black light that was formed from the all things returned to ruins instantly blasted towards the severely injured and weakened ancient demon semi-god with a terrifying power. It was inevitable that it would hit the ancient demon semi-god's powerful ancient demon divine body. There was a soft sound like a bubble being popped, and the ancient demon semi-god's entire body was immediately shattered into pieces. Under the terrifying power of the all things returned to ruins, the ancient demon semi-god's body was crushed into powder. Sun and moon, the two wheels separated and flew back to the one-hearted holy man, circling around his body. It was as if the sun rose and the moon set, the moon rose and the sun set. It was a cycle of reincarnation, alternating and changing, explaining an indescribable mystery. Everyone stared blankly at the ancient demon semi-god that was crushed, and they were all speechless. That was a demigod, and he was crushed just like that. In the next moment, countless dust particles emitted light. At first, they were faint, but they became brighter and brighter. Then, they flew into the distance at a speed that was hard to capture. They quickly gathered in the distance, and in just a few breaths' time, the ancient demon semi-god appeared again. As expected, it was still too difficult to kill a demigod. Even though the single-hearted holy man's strength was not inferior to that of a demigod sovereign, and he could crush or even crush an injured ancient demon semi-god, he was still unable to truly kill the ancient demon semi-god. However, if he couldn't kill the ancient demon semi-god in one try, he would try a few more times. Although the demigod's essence was beyond the true divine level and surpassed the great emperor level, it wasn't impossible to kill them. As long as he could crush them and attack them again and again, he would eventually be able to kill them. The sun and moon wheels trembled once again, and their light lit up once more. The scarlet light was boundless, and the dark blue light was extremely cold. The two lights approached each other again, and they were about to merge into the terrifying power of the all things return from before. Sensing the appearance of the terrifying power of the all things return, the ancient demon semi-god, who had reformed, trembled and immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning. He exploded with unparalleled speed and escaped into the depths of the void. He escaped, the ancient demon semi-god escaped. The other demigods were shocked when they saw this. Especially the other two ancient demon semi-gods. How could it be? He actually escaped. He escaped without saying a word. Actually, the ancient demon semi-god had no choice but to escape. If the ancient demon semi-god hadn't been injured when the wholehearted holy man appeared, he would have been able to resist and deal with him. Unfortunately, the 10 swords that Chen Zong's incarnation of the World Tree's root had immolated itself were much more powerful than the ancient demon semi-god level. It was also an extremely destructive power of the All Things Return. This was the power of the World Tree's root that had suddenly gone from exuberant vitality to withering death. The damage it caused to the ancient demon semi-god was still very obvious. It caused his strength to suddenly drop by more than half, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. However, if he was given more time, he might be able to recover. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. The wholehearted holy man appeared and targeted him. The wholehearted holy man's strength was very strong. Together with the sun and moon wheels, the combined power barely reached the level of a true divine weapon. In an instant, he possessed the strength of a demigod sovereign. In this situation, the ancient demon semi-god naturally couldn't withstand it. He could only escape. If he didn't escape, he would definitely die if attacks of that level were to come a few more times. The wholehearted holy man watched the other party escape, but he didn't intend to pursue. This was because the power of all things to ruin was very strong. With his strength, he couldn't use it too many times. At most, he could use it once more. If he went all out, he could only use it twice more. 2 times wasn't enough to kill the ancient demon semi-god. Since that was the case, he might as well preserve his strength. As for the other party, let him escape. He wouldn't dare to stir up trouble in a short period of time. One of the ancient demon semi-god escaped. The number of semi-gods in the demon-human camp became 5, while the number of semi-gods in the human camp became 6. The numbers were reversed, and so was the strength. The wholehearted holy man attacked again. The sun and moon wheels appeared together and immediately attacked a demon semi-god. The eternal darkness demon semi-god, who was targeted, changed his expression greatly. He had seen the power of the sun and moon wheels with his own eyes and felt it clearly. On this side of the battlefield, the appearance of the wholehearted holy man directly reversed the situation and suppressed the demon-human camp. Only on the battlefield of the giant tribe, the human, origin, and sea tribe were still at a disadvantage. However, overall, the situation of the battle was gradually tilting toward the human camp, and it was beginning to be disadvantageous for the other races. The demon-human camp was suppressed and retreated. A wave of darkness surged, and whistling sounds were constantly heard. An astonishing dark aura spread wildly from afar, one after another. That kind of darkness was so shocking, but it made the semi-god's expressions change greatly. Semi-god, it was the aura of a semi-god again, and it was so clear and strong. There was more than one. What was going on? Why were there so many demigod experts appearing one after another? It was as if there was no end to them. My race's aura. The Mahakala demon semi-god was very sensitive to this aura, and he was immediately stunned. The Mahakala Empire only had 3 demon semi-gods, and they had already arrived in this chaotic universe. Where did the aura of his race's demon semi-god come from? But no matter what, the Mahakala demon semi-god was full of smiles. The appearance of his race's demon semi-god was always a good thing. It meant that there was more than one demon semi-god, and it was enough to reverse the situation again. It's here. The wave of darkness surged endlessly, and an astonishingly overbearing voice was heard. Mahakala, you've really embarrassed the demon-human tribe. The overbearing voice was full of ridicule and sarcasm. Destruction, you're still alive. Mahakala was completely stunned after hearing the voice, and he exclaimed in disbelief. If you can live, then I, Destruction, can also live. The overbearing voice was heard again from the wave of darkness. They appeared. In the wave of darkness, there were a total of 5 figures. 5 demon semi-gods. The one in the lead had a huge body, and the endless darkness contained an extremely terrifying destruction will, as if it could destroy everything. The strength of the aura made everyone's expression change drastically. The demon semi-god dominator. The Mahakala demon semi-god's strength was indeed very strong, and he was at the dominator level. However, this was not the territory of the demon-human tribe, and his dominator level strength was more or less reduced. However, the aura of the demon semi-god dominator that appeared was extremely terrifying. It was even stronger than Mahakala, and it seemed to be able to unleash the dominator level strength. The destruction demon semi-god's huge and imposing body was wearing a heavy, pitch-black armor, and it was the armor that was emitting the shocking aura fluctuation. That was also the reason why his aura had reached the Dominator level. A true semigod weapon, the appearance of the 5 demon semigods, and one of them was a demon semigod Dominator, immediately caused the expressions of the human, origin, and sea tribe demigods on this battlefield to change drastically. The other 2 battlefields had also undergone drastic changes. For heavenly gods had arrived from afar. Their divine powers were surging endlessly like raging tides. At the direction of the giant tribe, there was also a similarly terrifying and incomparably violent aura that was pressing down on them. The situation of the battle suddenly changed drastically. Sixth brother mentioned in the group that this is not an ordinary chapter, but a chapter from class 2. The punch blasted out as if it had shattered the vacuum. The terrifying fist force was so condensed that it seemed to have materialized and bombarded Guzhen's chest. Guzhen's chest seemed to have collapsed and a fist mark appeared. As Guzhen's power surged, he continued to resist the attack. His entire body was constantly pushed back tens of thousands of meters. The punch that contained the terrifying power of destruction was extremely overbearing, and it seemed to be able to destroy everything. It continued to invade Guzhen's divine body and destroy it. Guzhen's expression was extremely solemn, and his divine power was rapidly depleted to resist the invasion of the power of destruction that invaded his body. Wholehearted holy man's sun and moon wheels merged, and a pitch-black light spread out. A terrifying power that seemed to be able to turn everything into nothingness burst forth. All things returning to ruins, the strongest move immediately blasted toward the destruction demonic god. However, the destruction demonic god's boorish face revealed a domineering smile. He snorted, and his other fist blasted out toward all things returning to ruins. The power of destruction and the power of returning to ruins collided in an instant, and an unparalleled terrifying power burst forth, shattering everything. The sun and moon wheels were instantly sent flying, and the destruction demonic god's body shook. They were evenly matched, but the destruction demonic god punched toward wholehearted holy man again. Wholehearted holy man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately dodged, looking extremely solemn. The collision seemed to be evenly matched, but it was clear that the annihilation demon god had an easier time. However, single-hearted holy man knew very well that the number of times he could use all things to ruin's end was very limited. It was clear who was stronger. The destruction demonic god's power was indeed terrifying, and he was even stronger than the Mahakala demonic god. Of course, if they were in the Mahakala Empire, then they would be on par. If a demigod had a true half-divine weapon, he would be able to exert the power of a demigod sovereign. Although he could not maintain it for long, he would be able to maintain the power of a demigod sovereign if he increased his own power. True half-divine weapons were rare and hard to come by. There were only 4 demigods on the battlefield who had true half-divine weapons. One was the sea god sovereign, one was the destruction god fiend sovereign, one was the celestial race's divine heavenly god sovereign, and one was the giant race's prime sovereign. The demigod sovereigns of the human race and the origin race didn't have a true demigod artifact. Their sovereign strength came from their territories. Only in their own territory could they display the strength of a demigod ruler. To a certain extent, their territory was like a true demigod artifact. As for wholehearted holy man's wheels of sun and moon, they were both spiritual demigod items. When fused together, they could instantly unleash the power of a true demigod item. They could barely be considered as true demigod items. Suppression, the arrival of the celestial race, demonic race, and giant race's powerful demigod reinforcements immediately turned the situation around. The human race's camp was continuously pushed back and was constantly attacked. None of the demigods had died, but they were constantly injured. The alien races in the distance were all excited, especially the heavenly human race, demon race, and giant race. As for the ancient demon race, and ancient demon race, they were all silent. The Mahakala demon god's attack pierced through the air. As the darkness spread, it immediately enveloped an origin race demigod. As the darkness raged, it constantly attacked the origin race demigod's divine body, wantonly destroying it. The divine body of a human race demigod was shattered. It reformed in the distance, but its aura was significantly weakened. Disadvantage: for a moment, the human race's camp was at a disadvantage. It was as if they were struggling before their deaths. Humans, surrender. The destruction demigod sovereign laughed. Surrender. Submit to me. The Mahakala demon god's expression suddenly darkened. Although they were both from the demonic race, it was obvious that the Mahakala demon god and the destruction demigod were two different factions. Although they were working together now, they couldn't avoid competition in the future. If the demigods of the human race's camp submitted to the destruction demigod, it would undoubtedly increase the strength of the destruction demigod's side. It wouldn't be a good thing for the Mahakala demon god. However, he couldn't object now. Submit. Human race demigods, as long as you are willing to submit, there will be a place for you in this great universe in the future, the Mahakala demon god said immediately. His words were recruiting. The situation was very clear. The human race's camp was going to lose. The demonic race wasn't the only one who was recruiting. The celestial race and the giant race were also recruiting. This was because the next battle would be a battle between the celestial race, the demonic race, and the giant race. If one side could recruit the human race demigods and the other side couldn't, there would be a clear difference in the number of demigods. When the battle started, the number of demigods would affect the balance of the battle. We would rather die in battle than surrender, the demigod sovereign said in a deep voice. His voice carried a shocking will. It spread across the entire battlefield, spread to the human race and the origin race's territory, and reached the ears of every human and origin race. Fight to the death and never retreat. The sea god sovereign said after a moment of silence. His voice was like a raging sea, roaring endlessly. Silence, a soundless silence pervaded the territory. Everyone stopped. Their faces were solemn, and then they became resolute. Fight to the death and never retreat. Fight to the death and never retreat. Fight to the death and never retreat. Voices rang out everywhere. At first, they were very faint and weak. They were like candles that could be blown out by a gust of wind, like castles on the beach that could be washed away by the waves. However, soon after, like sparks setting a prairie ablaze, the sounds continued to ring out. Gradually, they gathered together to form a small stream. Then, countless small streams gathered together to form a small river. Then, countless small rivers gathered together to form a great river. Finally, they gathered together to form a great ocean. Fight to the death and never retreat, the voices converged and echoed throughout the entire territory. They were filled with solemn, stirring, and resolute. No one was willing to die, but if they had to surrender to the outsiders, they would rather die in battle. Perhaps some people had thought of surrendering, but under the influence of such a solemn and resolute will, their pride and determination were stimulated. They would fight to the death and never retreat, they would rather die in battle than surrender. Did you hear that? That's the voice of the human race and the origin race. An origin race demigod laughed loudly. So what if they died in battle? Even if they died, they would drag someone down with them. They definitely wouldn't let the outsiders have an easy time. On the battlefield, a cold and murderous aura swept out incessantly. It carried a resolute will that blazed like lightning, and it caused all the Xenorace experts to become solemn. Kill. The destruction fiend god sovereign said. His voice was extremely cold, as if it contained the terrifying might of an ancient volcano. Such a resolute will meant that the human race and the origin race weren't willing to surrender. If that was the case, then they would fight and kill. Kill them all and take over this part of the universe. The wholehearted holy man's sun-moon wheels were sent flying, and his entire body was struck. Half of his body shattered, but he quickly recovered. However, his face was pale, and his aura was waning. The other demigods of the human race and the origin race and the oceanic race also had weak auras. Clearly, they had all been injured multiple times and could only defend. The outsiders were also on guard against the demigod's self-detonation, preventing them from finding an opportunity to attack. The self-detonation of a demigod was extremely powerful. It was many times more powerful than the full-force blow of a demigod sovereign at his peak. If the demigod sovereign was allowed to self-detonate, there was a high chance that he would be blasted to death. Even an expert like the destruction fiend god sovereign would find it difficult to endure. It must be known that the sun-moon wheels had been unable to break through the destruction fiend god sovereign's armor at all. The fact that it had been able to wound the destruction fiend god sovereign was a testament to just how astonishing this demigod tool was. It was as if the sun was setting over the western mountains. The humans and origin race soldiers within the formation could only watch as the demigods were beaten back and defeated again and again, but they were completely powerless to do anything about it. Their fingernails dug into their palms, and they ground their teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Tears streamed down their faces. Hope, where is hope? Many people were thinking this from the bottom of their hearts. Where was hope? Where was hope? Was there anyone who could bring them hope? Despair filled the air. It was tragic and tragic. Once the demigods were defeated, all that awaited them was death or enslavement. However, they would rather die than be enslaved by a foreign race. Endless despair filled the air and shrouded the surroundings. It was inevitable that it would devour everyone's mind and drag them into a bottomless abyss for eternity. Right at this critical moment, a melodious and peerless sword howl suddenly resounded. It buzzed and resounded in all directions, shaking the 9 heavens. Subsequently, a strand of sword intent, an extremely pure sword intent, a strand of sword intent that seemed to be high above the heavens, overlooking the mortal world. The despair that filled the air was actually torn apart by this shocking sword intent and was quickly destroyed. With the appearance of the sword intent, the long swords in the hands, waists, and backs of countless people who practiced the sword started to tremble. They left their sheaths and flew up into the sky, gathering in the air like fish swimming in water. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, countless swords filled the sky, and every one of them was vibrating. Whether it was a quasi-saint tool, a chaos sacred tool, a top-tier chaos sacred tool, or a demigod tool, they all released astonishing sword will waves. Sword chimes rang out in waves, as if countless people were chanting in worship. Worship, the countless swords seemed to be worshipping something. Countless people's eyes, including those of the demigods, were attracted to it. What the hell was going on? Was there going to be an unforeseen event again? In this battle, unforeseen events had occurred time and time again. It was so full of twists and turns. Thousands of sword wills resonated in the void, sweeping out in a mighty manner. As the sword chi vibrated, it spread out in all directions, attracting the attention of countless people. For a moment, many people widened their eyes, and their eyes reflected the thousands of sword lights. From the bottom of their hearts, something called hope was born. Hope, in this desperate situation, in the final desperate situation, would there really be hope? Was the shocking sword will and the thousands of swords not a manifestation of hope? If it was a false hope, it would shatter everything. It would shatter the glimmer of hope that was gradually rising in many people's hearts, and make the despair deeper and more thorough. Among the countless swords, at the center, a figure appeared, surrounded by countless sword chi and sword chi. The figure surrounded by sword light looked a little blurry, but one could vaguely make out that it was a person. The destructive demon god snorted coldly and suddenly threw out a punch. It was a punch full of destruction, condensed with the terrifying strength of his demon god sovereign, and blasted toward the swords that had gathered in one place with the intention of destroying them. Those swords were as fragile as tofu in the face of the power of a demigod, and would be easily destroyed. Moreover, it was a blow from a powerful top demon god sovereign, and the gap between them was immeasurable. In the next breath, it only took an instant for the countless swords to be struck and destroyed, turning into powder and nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the blurry figure waved his hand, and the thousands of swords suddenly trembled. Among the dazzling sword light, countless sword chi surged and condensed, turning into a giant sword that pierced through the air, thrusting toward the destructive demon god sovereign's punch like a furious thunderbolt. When the punch and the sword collided, the sword chi immediately collapsed inch by inch and quickly dissipated, but the punch was also pierced and shattered. This scene shocked everyone, including the demigods. Someone could resist the destructive demon god sovereign. Who was that blurry figure? One should know that after the destructive demon god sovereign appeared, he was almost like a god killing a god in his way, and no one could really resist the bombardment of his punch. Gradually, the figure stepped out and became clear. It was a young man dressed in black, and his expression was extremely cold. His eyes were extremely indifferent, and his entire face was chiseled, as if it was carved out of divine steel. His entire body constantly emitted a shocking sharpness and coldness. Who is that? Everyone was shocked. He looked like a human, but they had never seen a human with such strength. He was at least a demigod sovereign, and where did he come from? However, what could he do if he was just one person? He was powerless to turn the situation around. Immediately, the person pointed a finger, and thousands of sword lights burst forth and blasted into the void. It was as if the void was shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. Under everyone's gaze, countless swords flew up, releasing rays of light, and rushed into the cracked void. They constantly connected to form a great path of swords, a path formed by countless swords, and a path that led to the deepest part of the void. Suddenly, light footsteps were heard, as if someone was walking out step by step from inside. Gradually, everyone saw a figure walking out at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The figure stepped on the great path of swords formed by countless swords, and slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a figure dressed in a silver-white robe. He had nothing on him, and as he walked step by step, his long hair fluttered slightly, as if it was being blown by a cool breeze. His face looked very young, but it seemed to be covered in a layer of divine light, which made him look so holy. His eyes were deep and boundless, as if they contained the deepest and most ancient mysteries of the universe. With every step he took on the great path of swords, the sword trembled slightly and seemed to emit a happy sword hum. It was as if it was happy and proud that this person was able to step on it. It was a figure that many people were familiar with. Finally, he's here. The black dragon of fighting spirit was defeated, and the war devil's aura was in chaos. He suddenly smiled, a smile that he had been waiting for a long time, a smile full of hope. That person was finally going to appear. Although there were so many demigods and they were so powerful, it seemed that as long as that person appeared, it wouldn't be a problem. There was hope. It was a kind of confidence that had been created by many shocking achievements. No matter who the opponent was? No matter where the opponent came from, Xianxia cried tears of joy, and Chenin was also very excited. He was here, he had finally appeared. The thing called hope. He's really here. The smile on the war devil's face became more obvious. Husband. Xianxia's eyes were brimming with tears of joy. Father. Chenin was very emotional. Master. Gu Qingyu and Ming Zhao's bodies trembled slightly. Disciple. The single-hearted holy man was startled, and then he smiled. They hadn't seen each other for many years. It seemed that this disciple of his had also broken through, and was on the same level as him. No, she seemed to be even more powerful. It's him. Guzhen was startled and muttered. That is, unparalleled God Jandi. The humans and the origin race were in an uproar. What was going on? Didn't unparalleled God Jandi die in battle? Now, he appeared again, and he appeared after the worship of 10,000 swords paved a great path of swords. Was that hope? Sorry, I'm late. Chen Zong spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but for some reason, it was very clear. Everyone could hear Chen Zong's voice clearly even though they were very far away. It was as if he was whispering in their ears. Ha 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 ha, disciple, let's fight together today. The single-hearted holy man laughed. Even if he died in battle, he wasn't afraid. Master, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to take this step. Chen Zong looked at the single-hearted holy man, and after saluting with his sword, he smiled happily. He had been searching for the single-hearted holy man for many years, but he couldn't find any trace of him. He didn't expect to see him under such circumstances. Moreover, his master was already a demigod. Great! Senior Guzhen. He saluted Guzhen. Then, he glanced at the black-robed figure holding a blade. You've also taken this step. Chen Zong smiled. This time, I'm earlier than you. The war demon smiled. He couldn't help but recall the relationship between him and Chen Zong. From the beginning, they were rivals, and now they were comrades. In the past, Chen Zong was always ahead of him. However, this time, it seemed that he had become a demigod before him. Because the war demon was the first demigod in this chaotic great universe. As for the single-hearted holy man, he didn't break through in this chaotic great universe. He had other opportunities. You're earlier than me. Chen Zong smiled. His expression and tone were indescribably relaxed and indifferent. It was as if this wasn't a battlefield. It wasn't a battlefield where the human race and the origin race were at a disadvantage and had fallen into an abyss of despair. It was as if this was his own backyard. He was so relaxed. Xianxia, Shaoan, after this battle, our family can have a good reunion. Qingyu, Ming Xiao, after this battle, if you're still willing, I'll accept you as my true disciples. Chen Zong's gaze swept across them slowly, and he said with a smile. For some reason, looking at the smile on his face, which seemed to be enshrouded in divine light, and listening to his calm voice, the aura of despair quickly faded away. Everyone couldn't help but feel at peace, as if there was nothing to be afraid of. Where do you think this is? The destructive demonic god sovereign felt that he had been ignored, especially by the other party's expression and tone. It was obvious that the other party didn't take him seriously. How could he bear it? As soon as he finished speaking, the destructive demonic god sovereign immediately punched out. This punch was like the roar of an ancient demonic dragon, shaking the heavens and shattering everything. It carried the full power of the demon god of destruction and blasted everything to smithereens. It was as if it wanted to crush Chenzong and reduce him to dust. Strong, the power of that punch was extremely strong. Countless visions emerged from it, as if an ancient demonic god was waving a halberd. Disciple, be careful. Wholehearted holy man's expression changed greatly. Be careful. Gu Zhan and the war demon also roared. However, Chenzong didn't have any intention of dodging the terrifying punch of the destructive demonic god sovereign. He just stretched out his hand slowly, and even an ordinary true sage could see his every move clearly. Come. Chenzong stretched out his hand and beckoned in one direction. He spat out a word, which confused everyone. However, his movements were so clear, and seemed to be a little slow. It was a sharp contrast to the punch of the destructive demonic god sovereign. Yes, master. The unfamiliar black-clothed young man with an extremely indifferent expression suddenly bowed in response. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the light suddenly erupted and shot directly towards Chenzong, falling into Chenzong's hand and transforming into a sword, a divine sword. Heavenly Will Sword. Just as the punch was about to hit, Chenzong swung the Heavenly Will Sword casually. There was no earth-shattering sword light, nor was there any sword might that could destroy the world. It was just a very ordinary, seemingly ordinary sword slash. It was very casual, like a child holding a tree branch without any pattern. However, there was also a feeling that it was completely natural, in accordance with the deepest mysteries of the universe. One sword, slashed, the terrifying punch of the destructive demonic god sovereign was about to hit, but it was immediately split open by the casual slash of the sword. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of exhilaration. It was like a sharp knife cutting through thin paper. The terrifying punch was immediately split open. Don't disturb me when I'm talking. As soon as Chenzong finished speaking, he swung the sword a second time. The sword light flashed. It was still so ordinary, but it seemed to have crossed time and space in an instant and directly slashed the body of the destructive demonic god sovereign. It was impossible to dodge or avoid, and the destructive demonic god sovereign did not even notice. The destructive demonic god sovereign was immediately sent flying thousands of meters away by the sword. A clear sword mark appeared on the semi-divine tool armor. Uproar, shock, what sword was that? What sword technique was that? Why was it so terrifying? It actually hit the destructive demonic god sovereign with one sword move and sent him flying thousands of meters away. It even left a sword mark on the extremely hard semi-divine tool armor. Moreover, what sword was that? It was actually transformed from a human. No, it should be said that it was transformed from a sword into a human who could fight against a semi-divine sovereign. They had never heard of it before. A semi-divine tool indeed possessed true intelligence, but it was impossible for it to transform into a living creature. What exactly was that sword? You. The destructive demonic god sovereign's expression changed dramatically. His face was full of shock, and then he became extremely furious. A terrifying and boundless anger filled the air, and the four demonic gods who came with him immediately erupted. Streams of divine power surged and turned into four torrents that rushed toward the destructive demonic god sovereign and blasted into his body. As the black light surged, the power of destruction soared. The destructive demonic god sovereign's body began to collide and turned into an ancient demonic god shrouded in countless destructive black flames. He held a huge dark destruction halberd that was 10 meters long. His demonic power was unparalleled, it wreaked havoc in the void. As the dark destruction halberd was swung, the void silently disappeared, revealing the deepest layer of darkness. This power immediately made everyone inexplicably horrified. It was so strong that its aura directly increased by several times and became even more terrifying. The semi-divine sovereigns of the human clan and the origin clan looked extremely solemn. If the other party had used this method just now, all the semi-divine sovereigns would have been completely defeated. Chenzong turned his gaze and stared at the demonic god sovereign. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked interested. With a loud boom, the ancient demonic god brandished the halberd of destruction. The halberd cut through the air at an extremely fast speed, as though it had traversed through time and space, directly striking Chenzong's body. Under the halberd, Chenzong's body was immediately sent flying. Terrifying dark destructive energy coiled around his body, frenziedly devouring and destroying. Chenzong. Father. Disciple. Master. All of them suddenly exclaimed. In the next moment, the dark destruction force dissipated, revealing Chenzong's unscathed body. The power of your attack is indeed very good. It has completely reached the peak of the demigod realm. Chenzong smiled slightly and said, "Unfortunately, I'm no longer a demigod." "Not a demigod? Then what is it? Is it stronger than a demigod? Stop pretending to be so mysterious." The ancient demonic god roared furiously and swung the dark destruction halberd again. Chenzong swung his sword. The sword and the halberd collided, making a series of extremely shocking sounds. The shockwaves shook and tore everything apart. Chenzong stood in the void and swung his sword, blocking every blow of the dark destruction halberd. His body did not move at all, as if he was an ancient divine mountain that stood still despite the impact of the raging tides. The ancient demonic god was shocked. How could this be? He had already used his last resort, and his strength had increased by several times. How could he not be able to defeat his opponent? "Take my serious sword strike." Chenzong's tone seemed to have a trace of seriousness. Immediately, he began to accumulate power. The accumulation of power was very short, so short that it was less than 1/100th of a breath's time. Then, he swung the heavenly will sword again. Slash, the void was unscathed, but the ancient demonic god's body was directly cut. His body trembled unconsciously and was cut in half from the middle. The astonishing power of the sword raged wildly inside the ancient demonic god's body, wantonly destroying. Slash. Slash, slash. 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 The terrifying power of the sword wreaked havoc inside the dismembered body, destroying its vitality and power. Impossible. The ancient demonic god roared in shock and anger. He desperately urged his tyrannical demigod power to disperse the terrifying power of the sword and reassemble it. However, no matter how hard he tried, he realized that he couldn't destroy the swordsmanship. The power contained in the swordsmanship had surpassed his level of strength. It was a power that had completely returned to its origin. It was a power that surpassed the level of a demigod. That kind of power, that kind of power, that kind of power. Was it the kind of power that he had been pursuing? Was it the kind of supreme power that surpassed the demigod level? A true god, the power of a true god. Could it be that this seemingly weak but terrifying human was not a demigod, but a true god? How could it be? How could a true god be born? It should be known that the chaotic universe had just been born, and only the first demigod had been born. Even if a true god were to appear, it would be many, many years later. It was impossible for it to happen now. The shock in his heart was unimaginable and indescribable. However, this kind of power that he could not do anything about should belong to the power of a real god. Only a power of that level could make him unable to resist. Only a power of that level could block all his attacks so easily and cause him to be seriously injured and disintegrate. Tremble, the ancient demonic god's heart was trembling crazily. He suddenly felt a deep sense of fear, and a deep sense of fear rose in him. This universe belongs to the human clan. It is the human clan's universe era. You foreign clans are already living beings of the prehistoric universe era. Chenzong held his sword and glanced in all directions. The demigods of the foreign clans did not dare to look at him. The prehistoric universe era is a thing of the past. You should not have come out. Since you have come out, how dare you invade the human clan's universe? You deserve death. The last word was full of shocking killing intent. A terrifying and boundless killing intent suddenly burst out from Chenzong's body, as if he had turned into a giant. In fact, Chenzong's body did not change at all. It was just a kind of oppression of divine will. It was a manifestation of Chenzong's divine will after he had completely refined the origin of ancient evil god after he had broken through. Time froze, space stopped, and Chenzong swung his sword. This sword was the heavenly will sword. It was beyond the level of a demigod weapon and was promoted to a true god weapon. There was only a one-word difference between a true demigod weapon and a true god weapon, but the difference was like the difference between a demigod and a true god. Standing quietly in the void, his body did not move at all. He only swung his sword again and again. It was a simple swordsmanship, but it was beyond the swordsmanship of the universe. Slash. Slash, slash. No demigod could resist. They were all slashed. Under the raging power of the true god sword, the divine bodies of the foreign clan's demigods were constantly destroyed. No, I don't want to die. Spare me. Some of the foreign clan's demigods were wailing in agony. The feeling of their strength and vitality being constantly destroyed was too painful. Despair suddenly descended upon the foreign clans, and it rushed straight to their hearts. Chenzong kept his sword. The foreign clan's demigods' divine bodies collapsed amidst all sorts of wails and curses. They were powerless to reverse the situation. It was as if sand had been blown away by the wind, turning into dust and fusing into this part of the universe. Their origin source was also absorbed by this part of the universe, and it began to strengthen the origin source of the chaotic universe, strengthening this part of the universe. Under the gazes of countless people, Chenzong seemed to have become the focus of this part of the universe. He said loudly, "From today onwards, the chaotic universe is the universe of the human clan. Hence, it is called the Human Clan Universe Epic." His voice rang out and spread. Under the origin source of the universe, it spread to various territories. Those small clans also heard about it. The origin source of the universe also began to undergo subtle changes, which were more conducive to the reproduction and cultivation of the human clan. Everyone looked at that figure in awe and veneration. On the divine planet of the great God King's domain. Congratulations on transcending. It was rare for the great God King to not scribble. He looked serious. Thank you. Chenzong smiled. He was now a true god who had transcended this part of the universe. He was no longer bound by this part of the universe. After bidding farewell to the great God King, Chenzong also greeted Senior Demon Heart. Then, he brought Xianxia and Chenin to the Lingwu sacred world to meet his father and elder sister. Then, he went to the Heart Secret Realm with his master, Heart Holy Man. When they were still in the previous universe, Heart Holy Man brought his disciples to find a place to establish their Tao. When the universe was destroyed, they happened to be swept into a relic from the ancient universe epic. They went from hiding to controlling the relic world in the end. That was how Heart Holy Man broke through to become a demigod. After breaking through to become a demigod, Heart Holy Man sensed the existence of the chaotic universe. He began to open up a passage to enter, just in time for the war between the races. In the Heart Secret Realm, Chenzong saw senior brother Luo Beichuan and third senior sister Yu Wuxia. He sighed with emotion. As for the junior brother and junior sister, they died many years ago because they were not strong enough. The Taihao Sword Realm was placed in the human race universe by Chenzong. This was the small world of the Taihao Mountain. At the same time, it was also the small world that Chenzong could enter directly. This part of the universe had become the human race universe due to the changes in the origin. It was the human race universe epic. The origin race was also included. As for the sea race, they had entered the void ocean in the depths of the void. That was a more suitable place for them to live and reproduce. Chenzong also took Gu Qingyu and Ming Xiao as his disciples. He taught them Sword Tao and the cultivation of the Heart Sutra. Then, he let them explore on their own. After all, this part of the universe was still very vast. Although the human race was now the dominant force, they had not completely explored the entire universe. There was always a time to be separated. Qianzong gradually felt that this part of the universe's rejection of him was becoming clearer and stronger. It was not the universe's intention. It was a kind of forced rejection because Qianzong was a demigod. A demigod who had transcended. This part of the universe could no longer accommodate him. The longer he stayed, the greater the pressure on this part of the universe. The universe could not accommodate him. Naturally, he had to leave. Qianzong held Yunyanxin in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Yanxin, I will go out of the universe and have a look." After all, Yunyanxin was not a true god. She had not even broken through to the demigod realm. She could not transcend and leave. However, Qianzong could not continue to stay. He had to leave. He wanted to go out and see what it was like after becoming a true god. However, before he left, Qianzong also left behind a clone. A clone with the strength of a demigod. Although Yunyanxin was very reluctant, she would not force Qianzong to stay. Under Yunyanxin's reluctant eyes, Qianzong smiled slightly. With a bit of reluctance, he took a step forward. His body quickly faded. It was as if he had melted into the void and disappeared. Yunyanxin reached out and wanted to grab something. However, she did not grab anything. It was just empty space. If there is a successor, first congratulations on transcending and becoming a true god. Once, there was a predecessor with the surname Chu who became a true god. However, he gave up his power and returned to being ordinary. I could barely be considered the second true god. Unfortunately, in the battle that year, I was too injured. Even though I transcended, I could not reverse the situation. I died and only left this image. Congratulations to the true god who came after. Perhaps, becoming a true god is the end. Perhaps, there is another ASXS. As for whether it is or not, it is up to you to explore. The figure in front of him, after speaking these 4 sentences, disappeared into nothingness. However, Qianzong also recognized that it was the predecessor who had forged the heavenly will sword many years ago. After bowing, Qianzong looked ahead. It was a vast expanse of emptiness, boundless and deep. It seemed to contain endless mysteries, waiting for him to explore. The end of the book. Sitting alone in the study, Six Paths was silent for a long time after typing the word explore. He had a lot of things to say, but he didn't know where to start or how to say them. It's over. Sword Dao connecting God is over. The story of Little Rice Dumpling, who had accompanied him for 4 years, had come to an end. However, the end was just a symbol. Little Rice Dumpling's path was still going on, so it was up to him to continue. What kind of path would that be? Six originally named the last chapter True God, but after some thought, he changed it to I am no longer a demigod. After some thought, he thought of changing it to the new era of the human race. After some thought, he decided to split the 9,000-word chapter into 3 chapters. That way, he could use the title of each chapter. However, OL6 quickly overturned this decision. OL6 had written this chapter in one go without any pause or hesitation. Since this was the case, there was no need to split it up. In the end, he named the chapter The Return is No Longer a Demigod. After 100 years of seclusion, you all thought that he had broken through to the demigod realm, but that was not the case. Little Rice Dumpling said that it would be too tiring to continue. However, Six Paths had thought about it a long time ago. Little Rice Dumpling's path of cultivation was unique and unique. The Heart Sutra had to be awesome in the end. It had to be more awesome than other people's paths of cultivation. How would it be awesome? The simplest way was for Little Rice Dumpling to surpass the demigod realm and become a true god. Therefore, Six Paths didn't decide to do this on the spur of the moment. He had been planning this for a long time. As for the heavenly god of the War Demon Palace, the Six Paths had always emphasized his uniqueness from the very beginning. He was the true child of the world, and he complemented the spiritual martial sacred world. When the world leveled up, the heavenly god of the palace would also level up. Some readers said that the heavenly god of the palace's breakthrough was too sudden, but the sixth brother didn't think so. In short, the heavenly god of the palace had been planning for a long time. If there really was a reason, it would be that sixth brother had sped up his progress and caught them off guard so that they could carefully ponder over it. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, sixth brother couldn't help but laugh out loud. It took him a long time to write the sole conduit of over 10 million words. Some of the holes were so deep that even old Six himself had forgotten about them. By the time he came back to his senses, it was already too far away. He didn't know how to fill them up, so he decided not to fill them up. He would just leave the holes there and wait for others to fall into them. When OL6 typed the last word of the chapter and hit the spacebar, he was filled with emotions. He believed that everyone felt the same way. Thank you, brothers, for your company. Thank you for your support. I'm really lucky to have all of you by my side. Six bowed 90 degrees. Ascension had ended, but the story of the sword was not over yet. Our new book was ready, and it would be released on the 15th of this month. Little Dumpling invited everyone to read the new book together, and watch a new protagonist carry a sword on the road. This was a new story. It was just like how ordinary people like you and me picked up a sword in a seemingly stable and chaotic world, fighting for a way out for themselves and their families. They were born in the mortal world, but their hearts were raised to the sky. The character of the main character of this new story would be different from Big Boss Chew and Little Rice Dumpling. The Samsara had also put in a lot of effort into this story. Come on, look forward to it. Let's meet again on the 15th. Thank you, the new book The Way of the Sword has been released. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. End of chapter 3366. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.